Researcher Kim Seong-jin from the Ministry of Defense is under close surveillance. A man realizes that his secret project has attracted too much dangerous attention. After passing a humiliating test, Kim Seong-jin gains access to a classified area. The researcher enters the hall where the most influential people in the country are already waiting for him. In front of him sits Professor Han Seok-tae, the president's chief advisor and brain. Next to the professor is Captain Hae Yang-yong, the right hand of the head of state. In the center sits Minister Yoon Chong-gil, the kingmaker, and this meeting will decide everything. Kim Seong-jin begins his report with disturbing news about an incident in the restricted area. An influential official interrupts the report, demanding to immediately show the available video recording. Barely concealing his excitement, the scientist prepares to demonstrate something unprecedented in human history. What they saw on the screen plunged the country's top leadership into genuine horror. The researcher gives the monstrous phenomenon a simple and frightening name: zombies. The project is given the code name Zombie Apocalypse 82-08, forever associated with the beginning of the end. 3 months ago, life flowed peacefully and carefree, full of ordinary human joys. In an ordinary diner, a young waitress takes an order, unaware of the upcoming changes. Breaking news reports of a mysterious explosion in Russia, but no one pays any attention to it. Saying goodbye to his friends before leaving for the army, the young man believes that he will soon return to his former life. At the next table, tipsy hooligans loudly mock the future soldiers. One of the guys is seething with anger, ready to enter into conflict with the impudent bandits. A friend stops his hot-tempered comrade, persuading him not to ruin Jin's farewell evening. A friend lightheartedly jokes that a fight will save Jin from the army, causing his comrade genuine amazement. Bo An-hwan is serious about seeing his friend off, while another guy tries to spoil Jin's appetite with nasty army stories. The young man winces at the disgusting details, but his attention immediately switches to his favorite band on TV. A sudden scream of horror interrupts the feast, causing all the boys to stare at the screen in panic. The popular band Pink Punch is performing on TV, and their sweet song is causing a storm of emotions among friends. The send-off to the army escalates into a heated argument about the merits of idols, bringing one of the friends to tears. The verbal altercation escalates to the point where one young man insults the other, belittling his taste. Trying to defuse the situation, the guy draws the peace-loving Samsik into the argument so that he can judge them. Samsik, with a disarming smile, confesses his sympathy for both girls, ending the senseless conflict. An awkward movement by a waitress leads to disaster, and now the entire company looks in horror at the enraged bandit. A frightened girl mumbles apologies to the thug, whose clothes are hopelessly ruined by hot food. The second bandit brazenly demands money for moral damages from the unfortunate waitress, driving her into a corner. A tattooed criminal roughly grabs a girl by the arm, intending to force her to sit at his desk. Bo An-hwan intervenes decisively, stopping the bandit's hand and protecting the terrified cafe worker. The hero's calm warning only provokes the bandit, who immediately rushes into attack. Bo An-hwan displays incredible reflexes, easily dodging the blow and delivering a devastating counterattack. The brute falls to the floor with a crash, struck down by one precise and lightning-fast blow. The gang leader stands up, and his cold gaze promises serious problems for the defender. Bo An-hwan meets the threat with icy calm, making it clear that he has no intention of backing down. The friends watch the ending with trepidation, realizing that Bo An-hwan's mastery of Taekwondo may not save him from an entire gang. An accomplice appears and stops Han, considering a fight with a young man humiliating. The gang leader has no intention of retreating, perceiving what is happening as a matter of honor and just retribution. The tense standoff reaches its peak as the opponents exchange their final, defiant words. Bo An-hwan launches a furious attack, desperately trying to take down his more experienced enemy. The gang leader easily dodges the attack, demonstrating complete superiority in strength and technique. With a powerful throw, Han throws the young man to the floor, completely seizing the initiative in the brutal fight. Even while lying on his back, Bo An-hwan delivers a sudden kick, catching the bandit off guard. The young fighter instantly jumps to his feet, his unbending will to win overwhelming his opponent. An enraged Han grabs the bottle, intending to end this grueling fight with one blow. At the last moment, an accomplice intercepts the leader's hand, preventing something irreparable. The news of the approaching police forces the bandits to retreat hastily, ending the fight mid-sentence. As he leaves, Han makes a chilling threat to Bo An-hwan, promising brutal reprisals the next time they meet. The brave young man responds to the threat without a drop of fear, swearing that he will kill the bandit himself. The worried friends run up to Bo An-hwan, noticing the blood and realizing how serious the danger was. In the car, an accomplice suggests that Han keep an eye on a cheeky guy who could become a problem. The gang leader refuses with philosophical calm, relying on fate in their future meeting. At the gates of the training center, the friends tearfully say goodbye to Jin, who is leaving for the army. The guys try to cheer up their friend with jokes and promises of future trips together. The comrades vow to work and save money to give Jin a gift upon his return. A happy Jin says goodbye to his friends, not even realizing that his peaceful life will soon end forever. 3 months later, something terrible is brewing on the sea border of Soksho. Marine police intercept a mysterious rogue vessel ahead of a long-awaited vacation. Warnings over the loudspeaker go unheeded, adding to the eerie silence on the night sea. The young officer suggests detaining the ship, but the complete absence of the crew is alarming. The senior officer insists on following protocol, demanding a thorough inspection. An armed detachment boards the abandoned ship, ready for any eventuality. The soldiers begin a methodical search, reporting every step in the tense silence of the airwaves. The interior of the ship turns out to be eerily empty, leaving no trace of human presence. The search party descends into a dark storage compartment where the solution may lie. An inexplicably hot door in the hold makes the officer shudder with a sense of foreboding. Officer Kim peers into the dark opening, the beam of his flashlight picking out something from the darkness. A monstrous creature lunges at him from the darkness, setting off a bloody nightmare on board. Officer Kim's piercing scream breaks the silence, causing his comrades to rush to help. The soldiers, horrified, try to tear the maddened creature away from their wounded colleague. The monster's inhuman grip does not weaken, its teeth sinking deeper and deeper into the victim's flesh. All attempts to save Officer Kim prove futile. The monster cannot be torn away. In desperation, one of the fighters raises his baton, ready to take extreme measures to save his comrade. A powerful blow falls on the creature's head, but this only increases its rage. Bleeding Officer Kim looks at his wounds in horror, realizing his terrible fate. The squad reports an encounter with an unidentified threat and decides to open fire to kill. A volley of bullets tears through the flesh, but the monster continues its relentless attack. The officer freezes in primal horror, looking into the dead eyes of the monster that has attacked him. The surviving soldier recovers from the shock, struggling to answer his comrades' questions. An alarming request comes over the radio from the main ship, demanding an explanation for the gunfire heard. The squad stands in confusion over the body of the creature, unable to find the words to report what happened. The comrades anxiously examine the wounded Officer Kim, whose terrible wound foretells trouble. The commander gives the order to retreat, trying to maintain his composure and save his subordinate. The leader's expression turns to horror as he notices a frightening change in the wounded man's gaze. An infected Officer Kim suddenly lunges at the rescuer, turning the rescue scene into a new round of nightmare. The recording ends, and in the conference room, a scientist reports that a mysterious vessel appeared out of nowhere. Minister Yoon Chong-il finds it hard to believe what he sees, doubting whether this creature can even be considered human. The researcher confirms that the autopsy results show that the creature's internal organs are human, but the blood is abnormal. Captain Hee-yang-yong interrupts the scientific jargon, demanding a simple and clear explanation of the hell that is happening. A scientist reveals a shocking truth. The monster's body functions without oxygen, which contradicts the laws of biology. Professor Han Seok-tae immediately grasps the essence, seeing in this anomaly not only a threat, but also a potential benefit. Those present understand that a vulnerability has been found, and the creatures can be destroyed before their body transitions to a new state. The government recognizes the seriousness of the threat and demands immediate results from scientists on how to counter it. Kim Seong-jin admits that the most important thing, the virus itself, remains a virtually unexplored mystery for them. When asked directly about the method of dissemination, the researcher gives a preliminary but frightening answer. The minister tries to draw an analogy with known diseases, but reality turns out to be much more frightening than any assumptions. The minister asks a creepy and completely unexpected question about the consequences of eating zombie flesh. The scientist admits to the omission, incurring the wrath of the official, who considers such an oversight criminal. Minister Yoon Chong-il reassures his colleague, cynically noting that having live samples will speed up the research. Yoon Jong-il sets Professor Kim an impossible task, demanding results within a week. Cornered, researcher Kim Seong-jin realizes that refusing such an order would be tantamount to suicide. Kim Seong-jin moves on to the main part of the report, preparing to demonstrate something terrifying. The scientist asks those present to turn to the wall, which is about to become a window into real hell. The screen suddenly flashes, filling the room with a blood-red light, foreshadowing a nightmarish spectacle. What they saw on the screen plunged the country's top officials into a state of deep shock and numbness. Before their eyes appears a horde of infected former officers who have turned into bloodthirsty monsters. The creatures display inhuman aggression, mindlessly injuring even themselves. Kim Seong-jin coolly comments on the experimental conditions, pointing out the thick glass and low oxygen levels. The speaker emphasizes that the conditions created in the cell are absolutely unbearable for an ordinary person. The infected continue to beat against the glass, feeling no pain and confirming their ability to survive without oxygen. Captain He Yang notes with doubt that turning into monsters has robbed the former officers of all reason. A critical question arises about the ability of infected people to use firearms. The captain realizes a simple but terrible truth: even without weapons, these creatures pose a mortal threat. A researcher presents terrifying simulation data, showing the virus spreading at alarming speed in small towns. Professor Han Seok-tai asks the main question, realizing that in the conditions of a megacity, a catastrophe will be inevitable. The forecast for megacities is apocalyptic, with almost complete infection of the population in just 3 days. Captain He Yang explains that high population density and the mobility of city residents will lead to a catastrophic spread of the virus. The minister's cold gaze betrays his true intentions, as he searches for a way to profit from the horrific information. The top leadership comes to a chilling conclusion. Half the country's population will have to be sacrificed to fight the virus. A monstrous idea is born in the minister's head to use the infected as the perfect biological weapon. A calculating politician immediately switches to searching for vulnerabilities, considering the threat from a purely military point of view. The researcher reports that the only way to stop the monsters is to cause irreversible brain damage. Critically low temperatures become the second key to victory, completely immobilizing the infected. Hope flashes in Yun Chonggil's eyes. The motionless enemy becomes just an easy target for him. Fear grips the scientist, but he is forced to set a strict deadline for solving the problem: 2 years. Yun Chonggil issues an ultimatum, his face merging with the image of a monster, reflecting the inhumanity of the task at hand. The minister promises unlimited resources to create a vaccine capable of stopping the coming apocalypse. The researcher understands the diabolical plan. The government intends to unleash a plague in order to then sell salvation, gaining unlimited power. The opportunity to make history and get everything outweighs the voice of conscience, pushing Kim to a fatal agreement. A sharp noise outside breaks the scientist out of his thoughts, foreshadowing that chaos is already knocking at the door. A group of people appears in the pouring rain, their auras suggesting a criminal past and a readiness for violence. Manbei Corporation's Kang Min-gu exudes deadly confidence, ready to quickly solve any problem. In the army barracks, Yubin writes a letter full of warm memories of carefree days spent with friends. An old photograph reminds him of their unbreakable friendship, leaving the soldier to wonder wistfully about their fate. Yubin sadly remembers his comrades who got into trouble because of the hot-tempered Bo Anhwan and the cunning Samsik. Despite all the difficulties, a warm smile appears on Yubin's face, keeping faith in his wayward but loyal friends. Yubin proudly boasts in a letter to his friends about his new rank as a special rifleman. The harsh army routine turned the young man into a cold-blooded sniper. Success at the shooting range gives a soldier a bitter pride that no one can truly share. A sudden stop in the middle of a night road leaves explorer Kim cold with fear. The bodyguard steps out into the pouring rain, trying to figure out if the breakdown was a trap. A chilling realization hits the security guard when he realizes their car has been ambushed. Kang Min-gu gives his men a cold-blooded order, leaving the target no chance of escape. A whole horde of bandits rushes into a furious attack, intending to capture the scientist and his entourage. A brutal and bloody battle ensues as the guards desperately try to fight off the superior forces. Kim Sung-jin realizes with horror that the attackers are not just street thugs, but professional killers. The head of security gives the order to open fire, turning a roadside skirmish into a full-blown shootout. Kang Min-gu dodges the bullets with inhuman agility, appearing next to his victim in the blink of an eye. The guards open fire in panic, but their bullets are unable to stop the swift enemy. A ruthless bandit uses one of the guards as a human shield, taking the entire hail of bullets on him. The surviving bodyguards are frozen in shock, unable to believe the monstrous cruelty of the attacker. In the next car, a mysterious leader watches the carnage, enjoying the heartless spectacle. Mingu's subordinates comment on his skill with admiration, as if watching a sports competition. The assistant asks why this matter is so important that it required the personal intervention of the chairman himself. Chairman Huang reveals the purpose of the operation: to protect the mysterious cargo in the truck ahead at all costs. The mysterious client turns out to be Chairman Huang, the most influential businessman and shadowy patron of the Manbei Corporation. Chairman Huang realizes that without the support of the Taiyan Corporation, his own Manbai Empire is doomed. The assistant is curious about the contents of the cargo, but Chairman Huang is only interested in carrying out the order. Chairman Huang abruptly cuts off his curiosity, reminding his assistant of their main task: to carry out orders and get paid. Chairman Huang is fascinated by the idea of a great game in which the Emperor of Business gives orders to the Emperor of the Night. The subordinates report to Kang Ming about the successful capture of the truck, completing the bloody part of the operation. The bandits realize with annoyance that a password is needed to access the cargo, and they left no one alive who might know it. Kang Minggu forbids the container from being moved, rightly fearing a hidden beacon that could lead to pursuit. Suddenly, one of the subordinates brings a frightened survivor hiding in the front seat to the boss. Researcher Kim Seong-jin, trembling with terror, begs for mercy, not realizing that he has fallen from the frying pan into the fire. The bandits roughly throw the scientist to the ground, demanding that he immediately open the container with the mysterious cargo. The ID card in the prisoner's pocket reveals his identity as researcher Kim Seong-jin from the Defense Institute. Kang Minggu comes close to the researcher, his predatory gaze piercing the unfortunate man to the very heart. In response to a request for a password, the scientist mumbles that it is a state secret, accessible only to special agents. The mention of a state secret only provokes the cruel bandit, and Kim Seong-jin understands what awaits him. The next moment, a powerful blow falls on the researcher's face, turning the interrogation into a bloody beating. A cry of pain breaks the silence of the night, but the merciless tormentor only prepares to repeat his question. A cold blade at his throat makes the scientist desperately plead not to open the door, warning of the mortal danger inside. The researcher's desperate pleas continue, because Kim Seong-jin knows what unimaginable nightmare lurks behind the steel door. Kang Minggu, with icy contempt, advises the scholar to worry about his own life, promising a painful death. Finally, under excruciating pain, Kim Seong-jin gives the password, and Kang Minggu sends a man to check the treasured combination. The subordinate reports that the container is open, but Kang Minggu notices an uninvited guest on the road. A new player appears on the scene, whose confident appearance suggests that he is the master of the situation here. The bandit, in a panic, tries to explain something to the newcomer, but fear paralyzes his tongue. The new arrival looks down on Minggu, reminding him that without his participation the operation would have been doomed. The assistant recognizes the stranger as a notorious bandit who appears only in the most hopeless situations. The new leader spreads his arms imperiously in front of the open container, as if welcoming the precious cargo. The gang leader recalls Chairman Huang's order to protect the contents at all costs, even with the involvement of national intelligence. The man realizes that such high interest in the cargo makes it something incredibly valuable and dangerous. An irresistible curiosity pushes the bandit to look inside, so as not to regret the missed opportunity. The gang leader shines a flashlight into the cold container, trying to discern the mysterious contents. In the icy fog, he sees a motionless body, like a disfigured corpse. A terrible thought crosses his mind when he assumes that all the containers are filled with the same bodies. The bandit is tormented by the question of why the powerful Chairman Huang needed ordinary corpses. A sudden realization makes him go cold, because mere corpses would not have been the reason for such a large-scale and bloody operation. Taking a closer look, the bandit notices terrible wounds on the corpse's face that do not resemble human bites. The subordinate urges the boss, but he no longer hears, captivated by the nightmare that has unfolded before him. The gang leader explodes in rage at his subordinate, not realizing that hesitation could cost them all their lives. Suddenly, the corpse inside the container twitches, its dead eyes open, and it stares at the bandit. A chilling horror grips the bandit when he realizes that in front of him is something that should have been dead long ago. The gang leader realizes that this is not just a corpse, but the result of some advanced and frightening technology. The sudden attack takes the bandit by surprise, and he fights off the unknown creature in a rage. Choi Seon-ho, the number 2 in the Manbei Corporation, beats the creature that attacked him with animalistic fury. The bandit grins confidently at his defeated enemy, not even suspecting what he is actually up against. Choi Seon-ho introduces himself proudly, but his words are drowned out by the growing horror of what is happening. Despite the fatal blows, the creature rises, and its empty eyes once again turn to the bandit. Choi Seon-ho panics and fights off the living dead man, but his blows do no harm to him. Kang Minggu notices that his comrade has not returned for too long, and anxiety begins to arise in his heart. A subordinate offers the leader a cigarette, trying to defuse the situation and avoid causing unnecessary problems. A loud bang from inside the truck interrupts their conversation, and the people rush in panic to the container doors. Subordinates try to open the locked door, behind which their boss is faced with a nightmare. The door opens, and a terrifying picture appears before the bandits, their leader in the death grip of a reanimated corpse. One of the bandits rushes to help, trying to rescue his boss from the insatiable creature. With incredible brutality, the fighter delivers blow after blow, turning the dead man's head into a bloody mess. The comrades scream in horror, calling for their leader to be saved, but they themselves do not dare approach the monster. Suddenly, another dead man pounces on the savior from behind, sinking his teeth into his neck. The bite causes hellish pain, and the bandit's scream breaks the night's silence, full of despair and horror. The bandit can't believe that his deadly blows didn't stop the monster, which continues its attack. More and more living dead begin to fall out of the container, turning the scene into a real hell. Kang Min-gu watches the scene with icy calm, realizing that Choi Seon-ho, despite his strength, was doomed. The gang leader decrees death sentences for anyone who dares to associate with them, his eyes burning with cold fury. A scream of horror pierces the silence of the night as a young bandit finds himself in the zombie's death grip. The surviving bandits watch the bloody scene in horror, unable to explain this cannibalistic madness. Kang Min-gu calmly orders his men to retreat, intending to deal with the threat personally. The ruthless leader ends the life of his bitten subordinate with one blow, leaving him no chance of salvation. Kang Min-gu's icy gaze lands on his comrade's torn throat, confirming the seriousness of the new threat. A sudden attack from behind forces Kang Min-gu to act on reflexes, his blade meeting the dead man. With one lightning-fast movement, the fighter decapitates the creature, sending its head flying. A subordinate's cry warns the leader of a new danger creeping up from behind. Kang Min-gu easily deflects another attack, his movements honed to deadly perfection. Even after a dozen fatal blows, the dead continue to move, causing genuine amazement in the seasoned fighter. Rage boils within the leader's soul when he realizes that he is facing an enemy that simply refuses to die. Cold irritation gives way to rage, as such blatant disregard for death seems like a personal insult to him. The realization of the knife's uselessness makes the fighter think, and his sinister grin indicates the birth of a new tactic. The memory of the severed head becomes the key to the solution, and Kang Min-gu finally finds their weak spot. The deadly attack misses his face by a millimeter, and Kang Min-gu dodges the dead jaws at the last moment. A cold sweat breaks out on the fighter at the thought that the slightest delay would cost him his life. The leader switches to a new tactic, crushing the bones of the dead and rendering them unable to move. Even with broken limbs, the creatures continue to crawl, their relentless thirst for life causing disgust and anger. Kang Min-gu breathes a sigh of relief, the bloody massacre finally coming together into a clear picture for him. Armed with a bat, the leader approaches the immobilized enemy, ready to demonstrate exactly how to slit their heads. Kang Min-gu cynically respects the loyalty of the living dead man as he stands over his fallen body. The fearlessness in the monster's eyes evokes cold recognition from the leader, but does not grant the creature mercy. A brutal kick lands on the zombie, demonstrating the ruthlessness of a seasoned fighter. A powerful fist slams the creature into the wet asphalt, but this battle is far from over. The leader's foot pins the creature's head to the ground, but the unquenchable fire of undeath still burns in its eyes. Kang Min-gu scornfully reproaches the creature for the wrong decision that led him to this end. A chilling revelation pierces the fighter's mind, because even with a broken neck, the monster continues to move. Admiration for the creature's tenacity gives way to deadly determination, and the blade is raised for the final blow. A desperate cry from the car interrupts the execution, changing the rules of this bloody game at the last second. The senior bandit demands that they leave at least one sample for a reward, reminding them of the main goal of their mission. Panic grips the survivors at the sight of a bitten comrade, whose fear is mixed with disgust for these creatures. The boss in the car angrily reminds Kang Min about the financial side of the matter, demanding his share. Kang Min-gu coldly interrupts his elder, declaring his full responsibility for the fate of his own people. The subordinate's insolent tone infuriates the boss, revealing a crack in their hierarchy. A sinister smile appears on the elder's face, who sees Ming's rebelliousness as his greatest strength. The leader gives the order to remove the corpses, his thoughts already occupied with the upcoming meeting with Chairman Huang. The bandit packs up the zombie's body in disgust, cursing the boss's order that prevents him from simply getting rid of this abomination. The subordinate hisses angrily at the dead body, advising him to thank his luck for not being thrown into the river. In the car, the senior bandit tries to help the seriously wounded Choi Seon-ho, whose condition is worsening. The bleeding fighter lies unconscious, his pale face a silent reminder of the deadly cost of their cargo. The senior bandit gives the order to take the wounded man to the hospital, attributing his actions to stupid arrogance. The subordinate reports that loading is complete, and the senior orders the others to clear the area. The young bandit can't contain his indignation, calling his boss an idiot for his indifference. The young man cries out in despair that his comrades have died, and the greedy boss only cares about his own reward. Kang Min-gu coldly cuts off his subordinate's righteous anger, ordering the truck to be burned along with the bodies of their fallen brothers. The leader promises to honor the memory of the dead, but his words sound like a mockery of the feelings of the young bandit. Suddenly, the young man notices a survivor among the bodies, but his joy is clouded by horror in his eyes. The wounded comrade rises, his strange movements making Kang Min suspect something is wrong. The young bandit rushes to his friend, not believing his luck and not noticing the mortal danger. The young man tries to take his friend to the hospital, but he can no longer hear him, having turned into something else. At the last moment, Kang Minggu pushes his subordinate away, but the dead man manages to sink his teeth into the hand of another bandit. A bite in front of everyone turns another member of their gang into a bloodthirsty monster. The death of a comrade becomes the last straw, and rage pushes the bandit to a reckless attack. Kang Minggu watches in horror as his man transforms into one of these creatures before his very eyes. The realization that the virus is infectious pierces the leader's mind, explaining this entire bloody nightmare. More and more dead people rise up around them, former comrades who have now become mortal enemies. Kang Minggu tries to understand what caused this monstrous transformation, but the only answer he gets is a beastly roar. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the leader gives the only correct order: to flee. Kang Minggu fights his way through the crowd of hungry dead, but their number seems endless. At the last moment, one of the survivors drives a car, giving their leader the only chance for salvation. The bitten bandit is left behind, his pleas for help drowned out by the roar of the engine of the driving car. The car disappears into the night, leaving the unfortunate man to be torn apart by a horde of former comrades. The driver runs over the dead with a scream, but their bodies only slow the car down, turning the escape into a nightmare. The zombie breaks through the windshield, its death grip seizing the driver's face. The driver's face, distorted with horror, freezes in a final scream as the dead man's jaws close on his head. Having lost control, the car crashes into a building at full speed, turning into a fireball. Kang Minggu awakens amidst flames and debris, miraculously surviving the deadly accident. The fighter struggles to his feet, his gaze full of determination to survive despite the wounds and chaos. Kang Minggu grins at his own vitality, ready to rush back into battle even when he is left alone. The leader instinctively reaches for his knife, but is horrified to realize that he has lost his trusty weapon in the confusion. The annoyance of losing the knife gives way to anticipation of a long and difficult night of survival. At the Gansu wastewater treatment plant, far from the bloody carnage, life goes on as usual. A sudden alarm at 3 o'clock in the morning wakes the young researcher from her sleep. The girl, perplexed, assumes that the failure occurred in the purification system, not knowing the real cause. Lim Soo-jun, a researcher at the wastewater treatment plant, is disappointed to find that her night's sleep has been ruined. The heroine meets a security guard who informs her that the alarm is caused by an incident at the fence. The security guard points to smoke rising in the distance, suggesting that someone crashed into the fence. Lim Soo-jun peers anxiously into the darkness, trying to figure out how serious the accident is. The guards notice a man trying to climb over the wall and mistake him for an intruder. One of the guards contemptuously assumes that this is just another drunkard, unaware of the approaching real nightmare. The security guard looks at the intruder with disdain, unaware who actually climbed over the fence. Kang Minggu falls heavily to the ground, his body wounded, but his will to live unbroken. Lim Soo-jun is relieved to learn that the problem is not with the system and bids the guard good night. A sudden blow knocks out one of the guards, and the second doesn't even have time to understand what happened. The security guard realizes too late that the offender is not drunk at all. Kang Minggu towers over the terrified guards, his silhouette ominous against the stormy sky. The warning is drowned out by the sound of the shot, but the bullet misses its target. With a lightning-fast movement, the fighter disarms and kills the last guard, leaving no witnesses. Lim Soo-jung runs away in horror, realizing that she has witnessed a brutal murder. The girl desperately tries to barricade the door, but her fragile strength cannot withstand the fury of her pursuer. Kang Minggu knocks down the door with one blow, his bloodied face expressing only cold determination. The researcher begs the stranger to stop, not realizing that her words only fuel his anger. The wounded soldier leans against the wall, his words sounding like a threat mixed with despair. Kang Minggu declares that it is better to die here and now than to face what is haunting them. The fighter offers the girl a deal, promising protection in exchange for an open door and her trust. His words sound like the ravings of a madman, but they convey a desperate attempt to find salvation. Lim Soo-jun refuses to believe the killer. Her logic doesn't allow her to trust a man who just took the lives of 3 people. Kang Minggu's unyielding gaze suggests that she has no other choice. The next moment, a horde of zombies descends on the building, confirming the fighter's worst fears. In an army kitchen, away from the chaos, 2 soldiers discuss strange monsters they saw on the news. Lim Soo-jun listens to the stranger with disbelief, taking his story about monsters for an inappropriate joke. Kang Minggu asks the girl to help him bandage his wound. His exhausted appearance speaks for itself. A girl helps a wounded man, who shares the only thing he knows for sure: these creatures never give up. The fighter looks gloomily at the kitchen knives, realizing that something more substantial is needed against such an enemy. Kang Min-gu is about to go to the security office to get a phone to call the police, but he encounters resistance. Lim Soo-jung forbids him to call the police, suspecting that she is dealing with a dangerous criminal. A fighter reveals the terrible truth. A monster's bite turns a person into the same creature, and the police will only increase the death toll. The girl naively offers to explain everything to the authorities, not understanding the full scale of the impending disaster. Kang Min-gu smirks and shatters her illusions, predicting that no one will take their story about the monsters from the freezer seriously. Lim Soo-jung falls into despair, accusing the wounded man of only sowing panic with his gloomy chatter. A rumble outside interrupts their argument, and the girl realizes with horror that the monsters have already reached them. Kang Min-gu, drawing on his experience, quickly finds a weak spot in the building's defense. Windows in the backyard, made of ordinary glass, become the only entrance for the creatures. Armed with a baton, Kang Min-gu hands it to the girl, giving her her only chance of survival. The wounded soldier calms the frightened researcher, explaining that she only needs the weapon to buy time to escape. Kang Min-gu demonstrates to her a simple but effective technique that could save her life. Lim Soo-jun shouts in rage that she is not a murderer and has no intention of becoming like him. The fighter coldly remarks that now her survival depends only on herself. Kang Min-gu offers the girl to stay here in safety, but his words sound like a challenge. Fear overcomes pride, and Lim Soo-jung reluctantly agrees to go with the mysterious and dangerous stranger. Kang Min-gu allows the girl to go with him, but warns her to keep her distance. Lim Soo-jun offers to use the elevator, but her companion categorically refuses. The fighter explains that the elevator will turn into a death trap if the doors open to a crowd of monsters. Kang Min-gu orders the girl to maintain complete silence, as any sound could attract unwanted attention. A flashing motion sensor on the stairs indicates the presence of an enemy, and Kang Min-gu prepares for battle. A zombie appears from around the corner, its disfigured face making the blood run cold. The fighter rushes at the dead man with fury, but the narrow space of the stairs restricts his movements. With a series of brutal blows, Kang Min-gu dispatches one enemy, but this is only the beginning of the battle. Blood splatters everywhere, turning the stairwell into an arena for a deadly fight. Lim Soo-jun freezes in horror, unable to take her eyes off the bloody carnage unfolding before her. Having won, Kang Min-gu orders the girl to return to the kitchen, considering her a burden in the battle. Lighting a cigarette, the fighter coldly remarks that her presence will only hinder him in the upcoming fight. A new wave of the dead emerges from the darkness, their hungry gazes fixed on the lone warrior. Kang Min-gu, with a cheeky grin, asks the bastards to let him smoke in peace before he dies. The wounded soldier understands that in a narrow corridor, he will not be able to effectively fight against a superior number of enemies. He needs open space to use his speed and strength to their full potential. Kang Min-gu pushes back one of the monsters, breaking through their ranks to the saving exit. Armed with a kitchen knife, the fighter enters into an unequal battle, striking with honed precision. Every blow finds its target, but the dead continue to advance, feeling no pain. The fighter throws back another enemy, his movements full of fury and despair in this endless battle. Kang Min-gu makes his way to the kitchen, his body covered in wounds but his spirit unbroken. One of the dead men breaks through to the girl, and her scream echoes throughout the building. The fighter screams in rage, ordering Lim Soo-jun to hit the legs to immobilize the creature. Gathering all her willpower into a fist, the girl strikes with a baton, breaking the attacker's legs. The wounded monster falls with a roar, but this only intensifies its thirst for blood. Before she could even come to her senses, Lim Soo-jun found herself on the floor, pinned under the body of the writhing creature. Kang Min-gu ends the girl's suffering with one blow, killing the zombie that attacked her. The fighter looks at the unconscious researcher, realizing that he kept his promise to protect her. Kang Min-gu hoists the girl onto his shoulder, ready to continue his journey through this hell. The exhausted fighter curses fate, which does not give him a minute to rest. He turns the kitchen freezer into a makeshift shelter, the only safe place in the building. Kang Min-gu understands that even these invulnerable monsters will have a hard time breaking through the cold. The fighter covers the girl with his jacket, knowing that their shelter will soon become unbearably cold. This is all he can do for her. Now all she has to do is survive until the morning. Kang Min-gu prepares to face the new wave of the dead, his gaze filled with cold determination. Among the attackers, he recognizes his former comrades, who have turned into soulless monsters. Gritting his teeth, the fighter promises to put them out of their misery, preparing for one last act of mercy. Kang Min-gu rushes into the thick of the fight, his movements fast and deadly. Every blow is a farewell to the past, to those who were once his brothers. The fighter tears off the arm of one of the zombies, his face distorted by a grimace of pain and rage. With a cold grin, Kang Min-gu finishes off the last of his former comrades. A new enemy emerges from the darkness, its eyes burning with inhuman fury. Kang Minggu plunges his knife into the creature's neck, but even that can't stop its relentless attack. Lighting his last cigarette, the fighter accepts his fate with a bitter smile. The desperate pleas of the scientist who warned of the mortal danger in the truck come to mind. Kang Minggu realizes with horror that the warnings were true, and that he himself unleashed this nightmare. A broken phone becomes a symbol of a missed opportunity to call for help and save oneself. The fighter remembers the police outside and realizes he needs to learn more about this infection. Kang Minggu emerges from hiding, ready to act as bait and lure the creatures towards him. The zombie horde immediately reacts, rushing towards the lone figure in the night. The fighter realizes with annoyance that he underestimated their numbers and speed. At a construction site, friends discuss lunch. Their peaceful life seems infinitely far from the horror unfolding in the city. Samsik happily tells his friends that he received a letter from Jin from the army. Bo Anhwan and Yubin eagerly snatch the letter, eager to hear news from their friend. The friends read the letter with interest, in which Jin continues their old argument about their favorite idols. Bo Anhwan notes with a smile that even in the army, their friend remains true to himself and his hobbies. Friends laugh as they discuss Jin's success, not believing that video games could have helped him become a better shooter. A new worker appears at the construction site, who arouses the foreman's suspicions from the very beginning. Bo Anhwan approaches the newcomer to find out what he is so enthusiastically doing on his first day at work. A rude foreman takes away a newbie's phone, suspecting him of viewing indecent content. Samsik joins the viewing with curiosity, unaware of the horror that awaits him. A scene from a real apocalypse unfolds on the phone screen, causing friends to freeze in horror. The video shows bloody chaos, with crazed people attacking each other. Cries for help on screen merge with screams at the construction site, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Samsik can hardly believe his eyes, unable to understand why people are behaving like wild animals. Bo Anhwan tries to find a rational explanation, attributing what he saw to the high-quality special effects in the film. The newbie calmly explains that this is real footage from Noksapyeong Station that blew up the internet. Friends admit that they didn't see anything, because they were busy with hard work in the morning. The guy contemptuously calls them boomers, surprised by their complete ignorance of what is happening. The insult infuriates Bo Anhwan, and he is ready to pounce on the impudent newcomer. A newbie discovers that his phone has lost connection, and this becomes the first alarm bell. Bo Anhwan, seething with rage, vows to tear the impudent man to pieces, but his friends stop him. Samsik notices that the workers who went out for lunch still haven't returned, although they should have long ago. Bo Anhwan irritably assumes that they are simply drunk and asks Yubin to call them. Yubin is surprised to realize that even Bo Anhwan is not there and tries to call him. Samsik recalls that they left their phones in the car that drove away with the missing workers. Bo Anhwan tries to defuse the situation by suggesting that they work, and then everyone can relax together. Yubin tries to reason with his friends, suggesting that they wait for at least one of them to return. The sudden roar of helicopter blades makes the friends look up to the sky. The appearance of military helicopters only arouses curiosity in the boys. They still do not realize the scale of the impending disaster. The young man naively assumes that the soldiers brought them food, not understanding the true reason for their appearance. Growing anxiety leads the boy to suspect that the missing workers may have been in an accident. Samsik complains of hunger, his carefree demeanor a stark contrast to the looming threat. Taking up a telescope, Samsik enthusiastically begins to examine the surroundings in search of the missing. Bo Anhwan looks at his friend doubtfully, wondering where he got such a strange toy. Friends discuss a cheap telescope with a grin, doubting its usefulness. Bo Anhwan makes fun of the quality of the pipe, suggesting that it is impossible to see anything through it. Samsik admits with disappointment that his purchase turned out to be completely useless junk. The boy complains that he can only see what is within his line of sight and cannot look over the wall. Bo Anhwan points out the obvious with sarcasm, making his friends laugh with his straightforwardness. Samsik boasts about his useless purchase with a stupid smile, which irritates his comrades. Yubin and Bo Anhwan unanimously demand that the stupid toy be thrown away, tired of their friend's childish behavior. The newcomer, languishing from the heat, greedily drinks water, his thoughts far from work. Bo Anhwan asks if the newbie's phone is working, but there is still no connection. The guy can't understand why they are building a nursing home in such a remote place, far from civilization. Yubin suggests that this is due to the failure of the previous project to build a new city. Tired of waiting, Bo Anhwan suggests going out to lunch without waiting for the others to return. Samsik is happy to support the idea, but the newcomer reminds them that they don't have a car. Yubin calmly suggests walking, which sends the newcomer into a panic attack. The thought of a long walk under the scorching sun terrifies the guy. He is not ready for such sacrifices. Yubin suggests taking a shortcut to get to food in just 10 minutes. The newcomer throws a tantrum, refusing to go and demanding that food be brought here. Samsic wears gloves, explaining that it is convenient for climbing over fences and for his irresistible style. Yubin explodes in anger, demanding that they stop fooling around and get going. Samsic climbs over the fence with ease, mocking his friend's clumsy attempts. Military helicopters continue to circle the sky, and Samsic jokingly offers to buy one for Jin. Yubin sarcastically asks where Samsic got such huge savings to buy a helicopter. Bo Anhwan joins in on the joke, demanding a car for his birthday and payment of all his debts. Loud music attracts the attention of friends. They notice a strange old man nearby. The old man sings loudly. His loneliness and strange behavior only irritate the guys. The friends decide to leave to avoid going deaf from the loud music, ignoring the lone singer. Suddenly another strange man appears, his bloody hand making the guys wary. The stranger in the business suit looks completely crazy. His appearance is frightening and repulsive. Yubin notices something is wrong, his piercing gaze catching details that escape the others. The appearance of a businessman in such a place seems extremely suspicious and inappropriate to Yubin. The deep wound and the stranger's bloody clothes finally convince Yubin that something terrible is happening. Samsic, not noticing the danger, turns to the wounded man. His friendliness could cost him his life. The stranger raises his head, and his disfigured face makes Samsic recoil in horror. The next moment the creature pounces on Samsic, sinking its teeth into his neck. Bo Anhwan and Yubin scream in horror as they watch their friend fall victim to the bloodthirsty monster. Samsic screams in pain, but his words are drowned out by the roar of the monster clinging to his arm. The maddened creature bites into the guy's fingers, ignoring his pleas. Yubin looks at the monster's mad gaze in horror, realizing that the person in front of them is not a human. Bo Anhwan, true to his hot temper, immediately rushes into the fight to protect his friend. A powerful kick sends the creature flying, freeing Samsic from its death grip. The friends look at the bitten hand with concern, but Samsic only smiles ominously. Samsic pretends to be cheerful and claims he is perfectly fine, but his behavior is suspicious. The next moment, the guy laughingly admits that it was just a prank, which provokes the anger of his friends. Bo Anhwan breathes a sigh of relief, thanking the thick gloves that saved his friend from certain death. The fighter notices with alarm that the fallen enemy is rising again and asks Samsic for the gloves. Bo Anhwan confidently declares that he is not going to fight, his words sounding like a challenge. His friends look at him in bewilderment, not believing that the notorious fighter could resist temptation. With the air of a true gentleman, Bo Anhwan declares that he will settle everything with words, flexing his fists. He keeps his promise not to attack first, but his posture shows he is fully prepared for battle. The next moment the creature rushes to attack, and Bo Anhwan has every right to defend himself. The friends scream in panic, but Bo Anhwan is already ready to meet the enemy face to face. The fighter easily dodges attacks, his movements honed to perfection. A powerful knee strike lands on the monster, but it doesn't even think about stopping. Bo Anhwan steps back in shock, unable to believe that his crushing blow had no effect. The fighter feels like he broke the creature's ribs, but it continues to move forward, and this drives him crazy. Bo Anhwan sends the monster flying with one blow, saving his friend from certain death. The fighter looks at his glove in surprise, not understanding why the respected gentleman is behaving so strangely. The friends run up to Bo Anhwan with concern, their faces distorted with fear and worry. Samsic panics and accuses his friend of murder, demanding that he immediately surrender to the authorities. Yubin tries to calm his panicking friend, explaining that falling into the water could not have been fatal. The sensible young man insists on checking the condition of the fallen man, since leaving him is dangerous. Suddenly, Samsic notices that the man in the water is still moving, and this leaves him confused. The friends breathe a sigh of relief as they see the stranger climb out of the water and run away. The guys are confused by the strange direction in which the man ran, because there is nothing there except a dense forest. Bo Anhwan, having survived the shock, brushes off the oddities and drags his friends to lunch, trying to forget about what happened. Yubin can't get what happened out of his head. He is tormented by doubts and inexplicable details. He remembers the broken fence and realizes that the man could not have broken it with his body. Bo Anhwan interrupts his friend's thoughts, glad that no one was hurt and looking forward to a delicious meal. Yubin suddenly refuses the cold noodles, his thoughts occupied with something more important than food. A real hell unfolds on the city streets, where rice with gravy becomes a symbol of the former peaceful life. The desire to eat cold noodles becomes Yubin's last link to the normal world. His friends laughingly reject his proposal to split up, their cheerful mood seeming out of place. The young man complains of hunger. His simple human needs seem so far from reality. Bo Anhwan confidently leads his friends forward, promising that they are almost there. A strange sound makes the boys stop and listen, sensing a new danger. Samsic, with a naive smile, assumes that the strange sounds are coming from the parade. Bo Anhuan rejects his idea with bewilderment, finding no logic in holding a parade at such a time. The friends make fun of Bo Anhuan, who froze halfway as if he had seen a ghost. Coming out from around the corner, the guys freeze in horror, their eyes met with a picture of a real apocalypse. Burning cars, cries for help, and military helicopters in the sky blur the line between reality and nightmare. Samsic tries to convince himself that this is just a movie shoot. Refusing to believe what is happening, Yubin cuts him off abruptly, forcing him to face the truth and realize the seriousness of the situation. Bo Anhuan watches as the maddened woman devours her victim, and this horrifies him. The creature's eyes meet his gaze, and in them is reflected only primal hunger and madness. A horde of monsters rushes at the guys, and the instinct of self-preservation makes them run without looking back. The friends flee in panic, but a crowd of hungry creatures inexorably catches up with them. Samsic, still not believing it's real, continues to ask if this is a filming, which infuriates Yubin. Yubin finally gives this horror a name he heard on the news: zombie. A crowd of the dead breaks into the building, their furious screams echoing through the corridors. Panic grips the friends. They stumble and fall, losing precious seconds in this race with death. Samsic stumbles and calls for help, his cry of despair drowned out by the roar of the crowd pursuing them. The fighter leaps over the fence in one leap, demonstrating incredible agility and strength. He lands on the other side, ready to help his friends overcome the final obstacle. The young man extends a helping hand, his determined gaze leaving no room for doubt. The friends help each other climb over the fence, but one of the zombies has almost reached them. Bo Anhuan yells at Yubin to hold on tight, preparing for a desperate throw. With superhuman strength, the fighter throws both friends over a high fence, saving them from pursuit. Yubin and Samsic scream in horror as they watch their friend being left alone against a horde of zombies. Bo Anhuan turns around with a calm expression, his calm seeming insane in the face of what is happening. The rescued friends, relieved and angry, pounce on Bo Anhuan, who only smirks in response. Once safe, the boys are surprised to notice that the zombies can't climb over the fence. Bo Anhuan says thoughtfully that these creatures really do look a lot like zombies from movies. The exhausted friends fall to the ground, glad that they no longer have to run from this nightmare. Yubin interrupts their joy, reminding them that it is too early to relax because the danger has not passed. He points to a flimsy fence that might not withstand the onslaught of a maddened crowd. Fear grips the boys again as they imagine what will happen if this barrier falls. Samsic turns to his friends with concern, his carefree demeanor replaced by genuine fear. The guy horrifiedly assumes that their missing comrades could have become victims of these monsters. Yubin confirms his guess with a heavy heart, realizing that the chances of their survival are negligible. Bo Anhuan decides to return to the construction site to think about his next steps in relative peace. But their path is blocked by a new horde of zombies, and the friends realize that they are in a deadly trap. Bo Anhuan suggests hiding in a room at the subway station, but Yubin doubts the success of this idea. A terrifying scenario flashes through Yubin's mind, where they find themselves trapped with no chance of escape. The sensible young man explains that the three of them will not be able to check all the doors in the huge underground station. Samsic naively suggests to Bo Anhuan that he simply knock out all the zombies, not realizing that even his powers are not limitless. Bo Anhuan bitterly explains that he cannot knock out those who feel no pain at all. Samsic, with frightening simplicity, suggests simply killing these creatures, not understanding the weight of his words. Yubin directly asks Bo Anhuan if he is capable of murder, forcing him to make a difficult choice. Bo Anhuan is shocked by this question because for him, killing a person, even such a person, remains beyond the realm of possibility. Yubin insists that they are no longer people, trying to convince not only his friend, but himself as well. Samsic rushes forward with naive determination, promising to protect his friends with the stones. Bo Anhuan finally accepts the harsh reality and agrees to kill, but to do so he needs a weapon. The fighter explains that he cannot cope with a horde of maddened monsters with his bare hands. Yubin accepts that he is right, because in front of them are no longer people, but soulless monsters. The sensible young man looks around for something that could be used as a weapon. In desperation, Yubin suggests using stones, but Bo Anhuan realizes that this won't be enough. Samsic suddenly remembers seeing something suitable, and his eyes light up with hope. Samsic's sudden revelation takes his friends by surprise, and they don't understand what he could have seen. Samsic, with a mysterious look, calls his friends to follow him, promising them a real secret. He proudly shows them a large wrench that he found with his telescope. Bo Anhuan picks up the heavy key in surprise, not believing that Samsic could have found something so useful. Samsic, with a sly smile, reminds that he saw this key earlier, when he was fooling around with a telescope. The friends are shocked to realize that Samsic's useless toy actually turned out to be their salvation. Armed, Bo Anhuan weighs the key in his hand. his thoughts preoccupied with choosing his first victim. Yubin points to the 3 zombies that are watching them closely, as if waiting for the right moment to attack. Bo Anhwan bitterly admits his powerlessness before an enemy who knows no pain. Samsic suggests simply killing them, his words sounding like the only possible solution. Yubin directly asks Bo Anhwan if he is capable of murder, forcing him to make a choice. Bo Anhwan is deeply indignant, because for him, killing a person is a taboo. Yubin insists that they are no longer human, trying to convince his friend of the need for harsh measures. Samsic rushes forward with naive determination, promising to protect his friends with the stones. Bo Anhwan finally accepts the harsh reality and agrees to kill, but to do so he needs a weapon. The fighter explains that he cannot cope with a horde of maddened monsters with his bare hands. Yubin accepts that he is right, because in front of them are no longer people, but soulless monsters. The sensible young man looks around for something that could be used as a weapon. In desperation, Yubin suggests using stones, but Bo Anhwan realizes that this won't be enough. Samsic suddenly remembers seeing something suitable, and his eyes light up with hope. Samsic's sudden revelation takes his friends by surprise, and they don't understand what he could have seen. Samsic, with a mysterious look, calls his friends to follow him, promising them a real secret. He proudly shows them a large wrench that he found with his telescope. Bo Anhwan picks up the heavy key in surprise, not believing that Samsic could have found something so useful. Samsic, with a sly smile, reminds that he saw this key earlier, when he was fooling around with a telescope. The friends are shocked to realize that Samsic's useless toy actually turned out to be their salvation. Armed, Bo Anhwan weighs the key in his hand, his thoughts preoccupied with choosing his first victim. Yubin points to the 3 zombies that are watching them closely, as if waiting for the right moment to attack. The friends prepare for battle, their eyes full of determination and fear of the unknown. Yubin holds the fence with all his might, preparing for his first mortal fight in his life. One of the zombies breaks through the fence, its disfigured face twisted in a grimace of hunger. Yubin screams in horror, realizing that the person in front of him is no longer a human, but a soulless monster. Bo Anhwan rushes to help, his blow falling on the creature with incredible force. Even after a fatal blow, the zombie continues to move, which confuses the fighter. Yubin tries to lift the fallen fence to give his friend a chance to escape. Samsic is relieved to realize that their enemies are still mortal if you aim for the head. Suddenly, another monster attacks Yubin, and Bo Anhwan rushes to his rescue. A powerful kick sends the creature flying, saving Yubin from certain death. The enraged fighter unleashes a hail of blows on the zombie, turning its head into a bloody mess. He continues to beat the already dead body, pouring out all his fear and hatred. The friends with difficulty drag the distraught Bo Anhwan away from the corpse, bringing him to his senses. Yubin and Samsic beg their friend to leave before it's too late, but he can no longer hear them. The boys drag Bo Anhwan to the fence, trying to save him from himself and the advancing horde. Suddenly, Bo Anhwan screams in pain as his clothes get caught on the sharp edge of the fence. The friends try to calm him down, but the next second they see a new wave of zombies running towards them. The fighter finds himself trapped, his legs stuck, and a horde of hungry undead is already very close. One of the creatures grabs him by the leg, and a chilling horror grips the fighter's body. Bo Anhwan desperately fights off the monster, but his scream is drowned out by the roar of the advancing crowd. Yubin pushes his friend away, but finds himself trapped, surrounded by hungry zombies. Bo Anhwan falls to the ground, his head throbbing from the impact, but he can't afford to lose consciousness. A new creature emerges from the ground, its bloody hand reaching out to the unsuspecting boys. Cries for help make the friends turn around, and they see a zombie attacking an old man. The maddened creature bites into the unfortunate man's flesh. His screams are drowned out by the monster's roar. Samsic looks at what is happening in horror, unable to believe that this is not a bad dream. Yubin offers to help, but Bo Anhwan understands that they can no longer help him. The realization that they are too late forces the friends to run for their lives. The boys rush across the bridge, their hearts pounding with fear, while behind them a real hell unfolds. The entire city is engulfed in fire and chaos. The cries of the dying merge into a single death howl. The newcomer wakes up to screams, not understanding whether his comrades have returned or it is something else. He waves the noise away with irritation, his sleepy logic unable to comprehend the scale of the disaster. Bo Anhwan tries to break through the metal bars to find shelter at a construction site. Yubin looks at the bars with doubt, realizing that it won't be so easy to break. Bo Anhwan is not going to give up. He is ready to break as long as there is even the slightest chance of salvation. The newcomer, finally waking up, looks at his friends in surprise, not understanding what they were planning. Samsic proudly announces that he unscrewed the bolts. His resourcefulness could save their lives. Bo Anhwan orders the newcomer to help, but he still can't get over what's happening. With incredible effort, the fighter brings the sledgehammer down on the weakened structure. The newcomer screams in horror, not believing that his comrades decided on such a desperate and crazy act. The newcomer asks to let him catch his breath, not realizing that every second of delay could cost them their lives. Samsic grins and says that he will be grateful to them for saving him. But the guy doesn't believe a single word. The newbie demands that he stop talking nonsense and fix the stairs. His only desire is to return home. Suddenly he notices blood on his clothes and vest, and his face distorts into a grimace of horror. Panic grips the boy when he realizes that the destruction of the stairs was not an act of vandalism, but a desperate measure. Bo Anhuan admits with a heavy sigh that he had to kill to survive in this hell. Images of bloody carnage flash before the newcomer's eyes, and he finally realizes the full scale of the disaster. The guy refuses to believe in the reality of what is happening. His mind cannot accept such a monstrous truth. He dismisses the zombie story with a nervous laugh, trying to convince himself it's just a stupid joke. But the sight of a horde of the dead storming the building shatters his last hopes for a normal life. News over the phone confirms the worst fears. Violence and murder have engulfed the entire country. The government is calling on the army and police for help. But will they be able to stop this nightmare? Suddenly the phone goes dead and the last connection with the outside world is cut off, leaving them completely isolated. Bo Anhuan panics as he searches for his charger, but the newcomer realizes with horror that his bag is left downstairs. He points to his bag, which is lying right in the middle of the zombie-swarming crowd. The newcomer offers to take a risk and take the bag, but Yubin reminds him of the news and the mortal danger. The guy grabs a bottle of soju, suggesting he get drunk and forget instead of risking his life. Yubin rejects his offer with cold calm, his gaze full of determination. The sensible young man declares that the police will not save them, and now they can only rely on themselves. 5 hours have passed since the first news, and zombies are still roaming the streets, which means the authorities are powerless. Bo Anhuan bitterly admits that the authorities are powerless in the face of this plague. Samsic estimates that more than 10 hours have passed since the first video appeared, and the situation has only worsened. The newbie panics and screams that this isn't a movie and the same fate awaits them if they don't act. The guy desperately tries to call someone, but the dead silence on the line only increases his fear. Bo Anhuan suggests knocking out the panicker so that his screams don't attract unwanted attention. Yubin stops his friend, drawing his attention to Bo Anhuan's injured leg. The newbie remembers in horror that the zombie managed to scratch Bo Anhuan when he climbed over the fence. Yubin insists on treating the wound immediately, but Bo Anhuan dismisses his concerns. The newcomer recoils from Bo Anhuan in horror, his mind already painting a terrifying picture of the transformation. The boy's screams attract the attention of the zombies, who rush at their flimsy shelter with renewed vigor. The friends look at the newcomer in shock, not understanding what could have caused such a violent reaction in him. The boy panics and points at Bo Anhuan, accusing him of being bitten by a zombie. Bo Anhuan tries to calm him down, explaining that it wasn't a bite, just a scratch. The newbie doesn't see the difference. For him, any wound inflicted by a monster means certain death. Bo Anhuan is furious and yells that he is not transforming and demands that he stop talking nonsense. The newbie, scared to death, recalls zombie movies and insists that it is not the bite, but the infection. The guy demands to get rid of Bo Anhuan immediately before he turns into one of them. Bo Anhuan is shocked by the betrayal. He cannot believe that they are ready to throw him out to be torn apart. The newcomer grabs Bo Anhuan by the clothes, his eyes burning with mad fear and determination. He demands that Bo Anhuan jump down himself if he has any respect left for his friends. Bo Anhuan looks at the cowardly newcomer with disdain, his patience running out. Yubin stands up for his friend, reminding the newcomer that he has no right to decide who lives and who dies. The newcomer mockingly asks if they are sticking up for Bo Anhuan just because they are friends. The guy suggests waiting for the transformation to see if their friendship will remain as strong. The verbal altercation escalates into a fight, and Yubin has a hard time holding back the enraged Bo Anhuan. Samsic steps aside with an indifferent look, no longer bothered by his friend's arguments. Suddenly Samsic hears familiar music and realizes that it is not coming from the radio. Samsic tries to calm his friends down, assuring them that Bo Anhuan will be okay. He calls them to him, promising to show them something important that can resolve their dispute. Samsic points to a zombie below, who has the same radio they saw earlier hanging from his belt. The friends are horrified when they recognize the zombie as the same old man who sang by the bridge. Samsic reminds that they saw the old man after Bo Anhuan was scratched. Yubin comes to a shocking conclusion. If Bo Anhuan was supposed to transform, he would have become a zombie before the old man. Bo Anhuan panics when he realizes he is safe, but immediately wonders about his future. The newcomer looks at Bo Anhuan doubtfully, suggesting that the virus might manifest later. Bo Anhuan jokingly attacks the newcomer, promising to bite him first if he turns into a zombie. Samsic leaves with a mysterious smile, promising to return with something interesting. He goes down, his thoughts busy searching for something that might help them survive. Samsic finds what he's looking for, his joyful cry echoing throughout the empty building. He finds the bags of their missing comrades, but the newcomer, with superstitious fear, forbids him to touch the things of the dead. Bo Anhuan remarks with a grin that the newcomer will be more useful than Samsic, who only talks. Samsic happily finds a pack of cigarettes, his small victory seeming out of place in this chaos. Yubin, ignoring the search for cigarettes, focuses on creating something more important for their survival. He finds a drill and his sinister smile suggests that he has come up with a cunning plan. Yubin announces that the drill will be their new weapon, much to the confusion of his friends. The sensible young man explains that he is going to turn an ordinary construction tool into a deadly weapon. He shows his friends a sketch of his plan, which seems like sheer madness to them. The newbie, armed with a sledgehammer, admits that this whole undertaking seems absolutely hopeless to him. The friends begin to create a trap. Their coordinated work is the only chance of salvation. Samsic checks the tension of the ropes, his face serious, because their lives depend on it. The newbie suggests simply smashing the zombies' heads, but Yubin realizes that's too risky. The guy doubts the success of their plan, because they are acting at random, without any preparation. Yubin reassures him, explaining that this is the best they can do at the moment. A sensible young man dons protective goggles, preparing to become bait in their deadly game. He jumps down, his scream attracts the attention of the zombies, and now all that remains is to check if their trap will work. One of the dead men notices the bait and rushes forward with a roar, dragging the entire crowd along with him. The friends pull on the ropes in a panic, trying to raise the trap to the desired height. The plan works, and the deadly construction of nails falls upon the unsuspecting creatures. Yubin shouts in triumph. His crazy idea turned out to be a saving grace, but it's too early to relax. Bo Anhuan and Samsic raise the next trap, urging the newcomer to quickly finish off the survivors. The newbie freezes in horror, unable to strike the suspended zombie. Bo Anhuan, in a rage, offers to replace the cowardly guy and finish the job himself. Yubin stops him, saying that the newbie has already killed today, and there is no need to force him again. The sensible young man takes the sledgehammer into his hands, his determined look leaving no room for doubt. With a wild cry, Yubin unleashes all his rage and fear on the head of the helpless monster. The bloody mess flies in all directions, and Yubin, breathing heavily, lowers his weapon. Bo Anhuan runs up to his friend in alarm, but he, hiding his face behind dark glasses, assures him that everything is fine. The friends prepare for the next attack, their movements becoming more coordinated and confident. Yubin calmly informs them that there are 23 more zombies waiting for them on the floor below. With each new trap, the number of enemies decreases, but the tension only increases. With only 3 zombies left, Yubin realizes that hitting them is becoming increasingly difficult. Exhausted friends are looking for a way to speed up the process. Their strength is running out. They realize that attracting zombies with noise is becoming increasingly difficult, and a new plan is needed. Bo Anhuan jokingly suggests using the newcomer as bait, which earns him anger. Samsic, with a mysterious smile, invites them to go down and meet the enemy face to face. The newbie is horrified by this idea. He is not ready to risk his life for the sake of a crazy plan. Bo Anhuan smirks and declares that they don't expect help from a coward, which hits the newcomer hard. Yubin, despite the danger, agrees to the risky plan, his curiosity outweighing his fear. Bo Anhuan supports him, reminding him that they now know the enemy's weak points. Yubin gives the order to prepare for battle. The last and most decisive battle awaits them. The newcomer, in horror, refuses to go, his fear paralyzing his will and common sense. Yubin leaves him upstairs, instructing him to help them up when it's all over. Armed to the teeth, the friends descend, ready for the decisive battle. The newbie, holding a lifeline, warns that he will abandon them if the zombies get to him. Bo Anhuan looks up doubtfully, not knowing if he can trust his life to such a coward. Yubin reassures his friend, reminding him that without them, the newcomer is doomed to certain death. As they descend, the friends notice the first zombies, their hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. They find 2 of the 3 remaining monsters, but the last one is hiding somewhere, waiting for the right moment. Bo Anhuan suggests dealing with these 2 first, but Yubin insists on coming up with a plan. The fighter, without listening to objections, rushes into the attack. His recklessness could cost them all their lives. He easily dispatches one of the zombies, his movements fast and deadly. The second blow lands on another monster, turning its head into a bloody mess. With incredible agility, Bo Anhuan dodges the attack. His fighting skills are amazing. He finishes off the last of the 2 enemies with fury, his scream echoing throughout the empty building. Breathing heavily, Bo Anhuan looks around for the third one, but he seems to have disappeared into thin air. The fighter assumes that the last zombie is hiding somewhere outside, and orders his friends not to go far. They move forward cautiously, realizing that the enemy could jump out at them at any moment. A strange sound makes the friends freeze, their nerves stretched to the limit. Bo Anhuan decides to check the source of the noise alone, ordering his friends to be ready. He peers cautiously around the corner, but sees nothing but an empty roof, bathed in the rays of the setting sun. Bo Anhuan finds the last zombie entangled in barbed wire. The friends approach cautiously, wondering why the creature is not making a sound. They see that the wire has cut the creature's throat, preventing it from screaming. Bo Anhuan feels a strange sense of guilt as he looks at his helpless zombie grandmother. Yubin suggests that he kill her, but Bo Anhuan hesitates, unable to raise his hand against a defenseless creature. Yubin looks worriedly at his friend, whose hand is bloodied after a brutal fight. Bo Anhuan decides that from now on he will consider killing zombies as simple cleaning. Samsic remarks with a grin that their friend Jin, being a soldier, probably thinks the same thing. The sudden mention of Jin makes Bo Anhuan go cold with fear for his fate. The friends look anxiously towards the military base, hoping that their friend is safe. At this time, chaos reigns at the military base, and the soldiers are gathered in panic on the parade ground. Jin realizes with horror that they are in real trouble, and his army life is far from routine. The sergeant urges the recruits on with fury, his shouts echoing across the parade ground. The soldiers are given live ammunition, and Jin can hardly believe they are about to shoot to kill. The sergeant rudely interrupts his thoughts, rushing and urging him on, because there is no time to think. Jin is ordered to take the stores, his hands shaking with excitement and fear. The sergeant gives final instructions, reminding them to observe safety precautions. Jin realizes with horror that what he has in his hands are not training cartridges, but real live ammunition. The soldiers quickly take their places in the trucks, preparing to head off into the unknown. Arriving at the scene, Jin sees a huge stage before him, and his heart skips a beat in anticipation. Jin struggles to grasp the reality of what is happening, his world turned upside down. Tension hangs in the air, all the soldiers are scared, but the commander remains icy calm. One of the soldiers tries to defuse the situation, but his jokes only increase the general fear. A comrade shares rumors with Jin about the dead soldiers, his words sounding like an ominous omen. The soldier tells a scary story about ghosts that haunt the living until the end of their days. The story of a dead soldier returning to kill leaves recruits trembling with terror. The senior officer rudely interrupts the narrator, trying to stop the spread of panic. The sergeant addresses Jin, reminding him of his sniper skills and placing special hope in him. The soldier tries to cheer Jin up with feigned cheerfulness, but his words sound unconvincing. The commander looks at the frightened recruits with contempt, his disappointment visible in his eyes. He sarcastically encourages Jin, trying to relieve the tension and instill confidence in him. Jin smiles sheepishly, his belief in ghost stories seeming out of place in this situation. A sudden shot pierces the silence, and the soldiers freeze in place in panic. A bad feeling comes over Jin. He understands that they were given live ammunition for a reason. The soldiers arrive at the assembly point. The city is plunged into darkness and chaos. The troops disembark from the trucks, and their first combat operation awaits them. The commander gives the final orders, his voice stern and confident, leaving no room for doubt. One of the soldiers, unable to bear the tension, asks the question that worries everyone. He demands an explanation, but the commander only looks at him silently, his gaze cold and empty. Finally, he reveals the terrible truth. The city is teeming with zombies, and they are about to enter into an unequal battle. The word zombie echoes in the minds of the recruits, causing them to shudder in terror. The soldiers cannot believe their ears. Their minds refuse to accept such a monstrous reality. Jin looks at the commander in shock, his world crumbling before his eyes, giving way to a waking nightmare. Jin tries to convince himself that this is just a training exercise, but the seriousness in the commander's eyes says otherwise. The issued live ammunition becomes the final proof that this is not a game, but a real war. The commander, with cold calm, confirms their worst suspicions. This is reality. He explains that no one knows how and when the virus began to spread. The virus has engulfed not only the city, but the entire country, turning it into a battlefield. The soldier realizes with horror that their task is to kill, and this word takes on a new, terrible meaning. The commander confirms their mission, adding that they must rescue survivors if any are found. One of the soldiers can't stand the tension and vomits right there on the parade ground from fear and disgust. Jin recoils in horror. His nerves are stretched to the limit, and he is ready to break down at any moment. The commander calls everyone to attention, reminding them that they have very little time. He lays out a map, explaining their main task, to search the city for survivors. The second group is tasked with searching residential buildings, a task they consider suicidal. The soldier inquires about the layout of the premises, realizing that their small squad will not be able to search the huge buildings. Jin is alarmed to realize that their squad is the smallest and most inexperienced of them all. They have to search a 10-story building, and this task seems impossible to them. The commander informs them that he will remain on site to coordinate, and sends them on the mission alone. He hands over command to the most senior of them, who is shocked by the responsibility placed upon him. The commander confirms the appointment, his confident gaze leaving no room for objections. The newly appointed leader accepts his fate with a heavy sigh, ready to fulfill his duty. He addresses his squad, trying to instill in them a confidence he himself does not feel. The soldiers begin to argue in panic, their fear of the unknown turning into open disobedience. The commander admits that he is also scared. His honesty disarms and makes him shut up. He appeals to their conscience, asking whether they could remain on the sidelines if their families were in danger. His words resonate in the hearts of the soldiers, and shame replaces fear on their faces. Jin is the first to step forward, his determination becoming an example for others. Inspired by his actions, the rest of the soldiers join him, ready to do their duty. The newly appointed commander thanks Jin with a smile, his faith in his comrades returning. He gives the order to advance, and the squad, full of determination, heads into the thick of things. The soldiers move cautiously through the dark streets, every rustle making them flinch. One of the soldiers can't stand the tension, his doubts about the success of the mission growing with each passing minute. His comrade tries to cheer him up, reminding him that orders are orders, and they have no other choice. The newly appointed commander, having taken responsibility, tries to develop a plan of action. He decides to first search the apartments and surrounding area, ordering no one to go far. The commander understands that searching a 10-story building will take a lot of time and effort. He keeps Jin by his side, trusting his sniper skills and composure. Jin accepts the order without hesitation, his readiness to fight inspiring confidence in the others. The soldiers examine the corpses with apprehension, their nervous laughter merely an attempt to hide their primal horror. The soldier can hardly believe his eyes. The sight of a real dead man leaves him in shock. A sudden roar makes the recruits jump, their nerves stretched to the limit. Jin suggests that someone might have jumped out of the window to escape the zombies. The commander allows the inspection, but orders extreme caution. They find a survivor, but his cries for help are mixed with wheezing and pain. A bite mark on a soldier's leg becomes a death sentence for them. The next second, the wounded man pounces on his savior, his human form disappearing. The soldiers retreat in panic, their fighting spirit broken by the sight of their transformed comrade. One of the recruits is bitten, and his cry of pain echoes down the dark street. The commander understands that the bite means an inevitable transformation, and there is no time for salvation. He orders everyone to move away from the bitten man in horror, making a cruel but necessary decision. The soldiers panic and realize that the corpses they saw earlier can also rise again. The commander gives the order to prepare for battle, his voice trembling, but there is a steely determination in it. The soldiers raise their machine guns, their faces distorted with fear, but they are ready to do their duty. A horde of zombies emerges from the darkness, their hungry eyes fixed on the handful of terrified recruits. The commander screams in panic, ordering them to fire in bursts, but his words are drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Jin tries to calm down, remembering everything he was taught in training. His life depends on it. One of the soldiers finds himself in mortal danger, and the commander orders Jin to shoot. The sniper's shot hits its target and the zombie's head explodes into pieces, saving his comrade's life. But in place of one killed, dozens of new ones come, and the soldiers understand that a long and bloody night awaits them. The soldier screams in despair, not understanding why the bullets do not stop these monsters. The commander orders to aim for heads, but in the chaos of battle, this seems an impossible task. Jin realizes that he needs to protect himself first and foremost, because dead he can't help anyone. One of the soldiers falls, knocked off his feet by the onrushing crowd of maddened creatures. Left alone with the zombies, the recruit freezes in horror, his machine gun falling out of his hands. The next second, the monster pounces on him, and his cry of horror is drowned out by a bestial roar. The soldier fights back desperately, but the forces are unequal, and he finds himself in a deadly grip. The comrades open fire in an attempt to save their friend, but their bullets hit him too. Jin looks at the bloody mess in horror, unable to understand how to fight such an enemy. The commander shouts furiously at his subordinates, ordering them to stop panicking and pull themselves together. The soldiers open fire on the advancing crowd, their shots sounding like a desperate prayer. One of the recruits asks with horror what to do with his bitten comrades. The commander shouts in panic, ordering everyone to gather, his confidence evaporating before his eyes. He comes to the cruel conclusion that those bitten should simply be shot, not giving them a chance to transform. The soldier objects in rage, unable to accept such an inhuman order. The commander reminds that the bitten comrade is doomed, and they do not know when he will transform. He can't afford to leave a ticking time bomb in their ranks. The soldier looks at his wounded friend with pain, unable to raise his weapon against him. He suggests calling for reinforcements and observing the bitten man from a distance. Suddenly, the wounded soldier begins to rave, his words sounding like an ominous omen. A comrade tries to help the wounded man, but he no longer hears him, plunging into the agony of transformation. The next moment, the soldier turns into a zombie. His cry of horror is replaced by a bestial roar. Jin, without hesitation, shoots his former comrade, saving the commander's life. The soldiers look at what is happening in shock, their minds refusing to accept the cruel reality. The commander looks at Jin with gratitude, realizing that he had just saved his life. Jin bitterly explains that it was not his merit, but the order of the commander, which he gave earlier. He recalls that the commander was the first to notice the soldier's strange behavior and ordered him to shoot without hesitation. The commander admits with pain that he was hoping for a miracle, but was prepared for the worst. He looks sadly at the body of his subordinate, wishing him peace in a better world. Screams from the street tear them out of their thoughts. A new wave of zombies is already very close. A horde of the dead rushes towards them, their numbers seeming endless, their hunger insatiable. The soldiers open fire with a barrage, but their bullets only stop the advancing crowd for a moment. The recruits fire without stopping, their faces distorted with fear and despair. Jin realizes that the sounds of gunshots are attracting more and more monsters, driving them into a trap. He realizes that they can't stop shooting because it's their only chance of survival. Jin reloads his machine gun, his hands acting automatically while his mind tries to find a way out. Bullets rip through flesh, but the zombies continue to move forward, their relentlessness driving you crazy. Jin thinks with horror about how many more creatures could be hiding in this small house. The first battle takes the life of one soldier. 2 more are wounded and doomed to transformation. A zombie bite becomes a death sentence, and the soldiers realize that their comrades are no longer living. The commander, in despair, realizes that they have found themselves in a real hell from which there is no escape. The soldier suggests killing the wounded and leaving. His words sound like the only salvation. The commander takes responsibility, ready to commit a terrible act to save the others. The soldier falls into despair, realizing that their mission was doomed to failure from the very beginning. The commander tries to contact headquarters, but the radio is silent, leaving them completely isolated. He decides to split up to speed up the search. His plan seems like a desperate gamble. The newly minted leader divides his small squad into 3 groups, distributing areas of responsibility. Jin is assigned to a group that must search the most dangerous upper floors. The remaining soldiers receive their assignments, their faces expressing fear and resignation to fate. The commander looks at his subordinates, his gaze full of determination and readiness for the worst. The squads disperse, their footsteps echoing through the empty corridors, full of mortal danger. One of the soldiers suggests using the elevator, but the commander abruptly cuts him off. He explains that the elevator is a trap and suggests using the doors as shields. The soldiers move cautiously down the corridor, their nerves on edge. The commander orders the door to be opened, promising to cover, but his words sound unconvincing. The next second, a zombie pounces on them from behind the door, and a scream of horror breaks the silence. The monster turns out to be incredibly fast. Its movements are impossible to predict. The soldiers recoil in horror. The sight of a dead body coming to life before their eyes paralyzes their will. The commander orders the body to be checked, but no one dares to go closer to it. The soldier grins and declares that he hit the head, but his confidence seems feigned. The soldier reports with relief that the zombie is definitely dead, but his voice trembles from the horror he experienced. The squad, having made sure of safety, finally enters the building, ready for new challenges. The commander notices that one of the soldiers is hesitating, and his stern remark makes him hurry up. Suddenly, another zombie appears from the darkness, its unexpected appearance catching everyone by surprise. The soldier, in a rage, brings the butt of his rifle down on the creature, putting all his fear and hatred into the blow. But even after the crushing blow, the zombie continues to move, and this terrifies everyone. The soldier can't believe his eyes. His mind refuses to accept the fact that the monster is still alive. The comrade looks at him in shock, his face distorted with fear and bewilderment. The soldier comes to the conclusion that from now on, he should only shoot at the head to be absolutely sure. He tries to hide his trembling, convincing himself that everything is fine and it was just a scratch. On the 4th floor, the squad finds an emergency exit, and the commander decides to split up here. He gives the order to one group to go down and the other to go up. The commander reminds them that the safety of the survivors is their top priority, but his words ring hollow. He tries to hide his fear, convincing himself that it was just a scratch and not a fatal bite. One of the soldiers notices a zombie ahead, and his frightened whisper makes everyone freeze. The commander tries to contact the sergeant, but the radio is silent, leaving them without communication. The soldier assumes that the problem is in the radio waves and tries to tune the radio. He hands the radio over to a friend who is more tech-savvy, hoping for a miracle. The soldiers are perplexed, because even in the wilderness the radio should work. But here they are in the city center. The commander comes to the conclusion that the interference may be caused by something unusual, and they should check the area. The soldier suggests entering the building, as it is too dangerous to remain outside. The recruit looks at the approaching creature in horror, his finger frozen on the trigger. Desperation forces him to make a decision. He rushes at the enemy alone, ready to die. The sudden sound of gunfire causes the other squad to freeze, their mission interrupted mid-sentence. The soldier assumes that something is happening below, and offers to go down to help. The commander decides to go up to take a more advantageous position. The soldier objects, reminding them that they cannot cope with a crowd of zombies alone. The commander explains that their main task is to find survivors, and they cannot waste time on senseless slaughter. The soldier understands that the sooner they finish their search, the sooner they can return. The commander, resigned to his fate, leads his squad down towards the unknown. He orders 2 soldiers to quickly search the upper floors while he deals with the rest. The soldiers, obeying the order, run upstairs, their fear mixed with a sense of duty. The commander comes down. His cry of horror makes everyone freeze in place. He tries to calm the panicking soldier, but his words are drowned out by the growing chaos. The soldier fires furiously at the advancing creature, but his bullets fail to stop it. A precise shot to the head ends the monster's life, but it's just a drop in the ocean. The soldier looks at his comrade with pride, but the latter seems even more frightened. He sheepishly admits that although he is an excellent marksman, fear paralyzes his will. Suddenly, the soldier notices something in the darkness. His frightened whisper makes everyone wary. A new horde of zombies appears from around the corner, their numbers seeming endless and their hunger insatiable. The commander orders them to flee to their apartments, seeing them as the only salvation from the advancing horde. He hopes that the sounds of gunfire will attract other platoons so that they can hold out until help arrives. One of the soldiers stumbles. His fall could cost the lives of the entire squad. His comrade helps him up. Their brotherhood in arms becomes the only support in this hell. The soldier shouts furiously at his clumsy friend, his nerves stretched to the limit. The commander orders one of the privates to climb up the emergency ladder, dividing his squad. The soldiers race down the corridor, pursued by a crowd of hungry zombies. Their run, a race against death. Private Quan reaches the escape door, but his actions turn out to be treason. He slams the door right in front of his comrades, leaving them to be torn apart by the monsters. The commander looks at the closed door in horror, unable to believe such a base betrayal. Private Quan tries to justify his actions by saying that he is saving those who can still survive. He flees, leaving his comrades to die, his cowardice outweighing his sense of duty. The commander, in a rage, vows to kill the traitor, even if he himself has to become a zombie. The soldiers open fire on the advancing crowd, their bullets melting away before their eyes. Suddenly, one of the zombies pounces on the sergeant, and his scream of horror is drowned out by the roar of the crowd. The sergeant becomes a victim. His body is torn to pieces by hungry creatures. The commander flies into a rage, his cry of despair echoing down the corridor. He rushes into the thick of the battle, his machine gun belching fire, but the zombies keep coming. Jin and his comrades stand frozen in horror as they watch the carnage from their hiding place. They find a dead body in the elevator and realize that it was the cause of the stoppage. The soldier looks at the immobilized zombie with disgust, his appearance only evoking revulsion. The commander orders Private Choi to deal with the creature, but he hesitates. The soldier stops him, his intuition telling him it's a bad idea. He explains that the sounds of gunfire could attract even more zombies from the lower floors. A terrible picture appears in his imagination, where a horde of the dead is breaking into their shelter. The soldier suggests not to take any risks and leave the immobilized zombies alone. The commander agrees with his arguments, deciding to kill them later if necessary. The squad begins searching for survivors, their nerves stretched to the limit. The commander orders Jin to cover their rear, trusting his sniper skills. After searching the upper floors, the soldiers find neither zombies nor survivors, which seems strange to them. Suddenly, Jin freezes, his frightened gaze fixed on one of the apartments. He puts his finger to his lips, calling his comrades to complete silence. Jin raises his machine gun. His aim is the open window in which he noticed something. The commander asks anxiously what he saw there, but Jin remains silent, focused on the target. The next second, a child's cry is heard from the window, and the soldiers find the first survivor. They learn that it is a 4-year-old boy named Ju Bin, who is left all alone. The attempt to calm the child fails, and his crying becomes even louder, attracting unwanted attention. A soldier tries to calm a crying boy, promising him a quick meeting with his mother. The comrades realize with horror that the child is left alone, and his parents have most likely become victims of the zombies. A sudden roar makes them jump, and they realize that the child's cry has attracted hungry creatures. The soldiers are faced with a difficult choice: risk their lives to save the child or leave him here. They understand that there will be no second chance to return here, and the decision must be made now. The commander, despite the danger, decides to take the boy with him, unable to abandon him to certain death. Jin volunteers to carry the child, but the commander assigns it to another soldier so that the sniper is free. The commander orders that a note be left in case someone comes looking for him. He also instructs to contact Sergeant Choi and report the survivor found. Sergeant Kim suddenly announces that he needs to step away, his strange behavior arousing suspicion. He leaves a note and prepares to call the sergeant, but his thoughts are occupied with something else. The soldier tries to distract the boy by playing with him and promising to give him a ride in a helicopter. Suddenly he notices a strange wound on his comrade's arm, and his heart stops with horror. Horrible memories of his comrade killing zombies with a rifle butt come to mind. He realizes with horror that the child could have been injured in the commotion, and it might not have been just a scratch. At this time, Jin plays with the boy, unaware of the mortal danger that he may be hiding. Sergeant Kim notices a strange wound on his comrade's arm and demands an explanation. The soldier brushes it off, saying he was simply injured during the battle, but his words sound unconvincing. The sergeant demands to see the wound, his persistence escalating into open aggression. The soldier pushes him away in panic, his fear and reluctance to show the wound only increasing suspicion. Jin raises his machine gun. His patience is running out. He is ready to use force to find out the truth. Sergeant Kim, seeing a gun pointed at him, uses the child as a human shield. He screams in rage, demanding that the weapon be put down, his wild gaze leaving no doubt as to his intentions. A friend tries to calm Jin down, reminding him that the wound could be from a zombie bite. Sergeant Kim is screaming in rage. His patience is wearing thin, and he is ready to use force. The soldier tries to reason with him, reminding him that if he was really bitten, he should have changed by now. Sergeant Kim hysterically screams that he was not bitten, but his words sound unconvincing. The soldier suggests that he lower his machine gun in order to resolve the conflict peacefully. But Sergeant Kim sees a catch in this, his paranoia reaching its peak. He is sure that his comrades want to kill him, and his fear develops into aggression. Sergeant Kim threatens to kill the child if Jin doesn't put down his gun. His madness knows no bounds. In desperation, he pushes the boy aside, trying to buy time to escape. He rushes to the exit, leaving his comrades alone with the crying child and the growing threat. Suddenly, he vomits green goo and falls to his knees, his body racked with agony. He looks at his hands in horror, realizing that the transformation has begun and there is no turning back. Sergeant Kim tries to call for help, but his voice breaks into a beastly roar. He can't believe this is happening to him. His mind refuses to accept the terrible truth. The next second, he turns into a zombie. His eyes turn bloodshot and his human form disappears. Jin, with a pain in his heart, aims at his former comrade, ready to end his suffering. He asks like a child, trying to hide his trembling and fear of what lies ahead. The boy is fine, he is just scared, but there is not a single bite on his body. The comrade tries to cheer Jin up, but he has already made his decision and is ready for the final shot. Suddenly they realize the door is locked, and they are trapped along with the child and the approaching horde. A soldier tries to contact Sergeant Kim, remembering his alarming words about zombies. Jin's guess about the reaction of the dead to the sounds of gunshots finds its eerie confirmation. A horde of hungry zombies is breaking into the building, their numbers seeming endless and insurmountable. Heavy footsteps outside the door make the soldiers freeze in horror, anticipating a new danger. Private Kwan appears from around the corner, his exhausted appearance speaking of the nightmare he has been through. The sergeant asks anxiously what happened downstairs, but the answer is already visible in the soldier's eyes. Private Kwan reports with horror that zombies, attracted by the noise, destroyed their entire squad. A surviving soldier reports that there were at least 20 of the creatures down there, and their number is constantly growing. The commander's piercing gaze makes Private Kwan doubt that his lie has gone unnoticed. A report from another group comes over the radio, their calm voices seeming out of place in this hell. The soldiers are desperate to realize that they are trapped, without communication and with no chance of rescue. Jin begins to peer into the darkness, his mind frantically searching for a way out of the deadly trap. He notices the predictable behavior of the zombies, their movements subject to a strange and frightening logic. Jin hopefully reports that he has found a way to escape from this deadly trap. The sensible young man explains that the zombies move according to a certain pattern, and this is their only chance. He calculated that they had only 50 seconds to slip past the horde undetected. The commander understands that they will have no more than 30 seconds for everything. Jin clarifies that they only have 20 seconds, but that should be enough to get to the emergency exit. He confidently declares that this time is enough for salvation. But his plan has one flaw. The main problem is not the crowd of zombies, but a small child whose cry can destroy them all. Jin offers Sergeant Kim to take care of the child while he checks the accuracy of his risky plan. Sergeant Kim severely punishes his subordinate for his impudent proposal, demonstrating his instability. Despite the danger, the soldier again volunteers for reconnaissance, trying to protect his commander. A soldier tries to encourage Sergeant Kim by reminding him of his marksmanship skills and his readiness to fight. Sergeant Kim heads for the exit with feigned confidence, ready to face danger head-on. Sergeant Kim peers down the dark corridor, his plan dependent on the way being clear. The path seems clear, and a faint hope of salvation arises in the hearts of the soldiers. The soldiers begin to act. One of them carefully opens the door while the others cover him. Little Jubin drops a toy, and the loud bang it makes could kill them all. The sound of a falling toy echoes through the dead silence, attracting unwanted attention. Below, in the darkness, dozens of zombies react to the sound, their hungry gazes directed upward. A horde of the dead bursts into the corridor, cutting off the soldier's only path to salvation. The soldier looks at the flimsy door in despair, realizing that they only have a few seconds left. Panic grips the soldier, his brain frantically searching for a way out of the deadly trap. Sergeant Kim finds his commander, who is trying to contact headquarters using a radio. The commander reports on the current situation, his voice tense but full of hope. The radio announces that the rescue operation has already begun, and help is close at hand. Rescue will come from the sky. The helicopter will arrive on the roof of the building in just 15 minutes. The news of rescue fills the hearts of the soldiers with hope, and their faces light up with smiles of relief. The soldier asks hopefully about a general evacuation, but the commander's thoughtful look foreshadows a new problem. Commander Choi decides to retreat, realizing that their platoon is not enough to clear the entire area. Sergeant Kim is ordered to complete the search and proceed to the roof for extraction. Commander Choi looks in bewilderment at Sergeant Kim, who came alone, abandoning his men. Sergeant Kim reports in a panic that Private Choi has been pinned down by a zombie, his voice shaking with terror. Commander Choi desperately tries to contact Jin, hoping that he is still alive. Sergeant Kim stutters as he tries to explain what happened, but his words are drowned out by fear. He screams hysterically that Jin and the baby could die, and this drives him crazy. Commander Choi contacts Jin, his voice tense but determined. Jin reports that the survivors are safe, but zombies are already breaking through the front door. Commander Choi promises to come to the rescue, his words giving Jin a glimmer of hope. Jin reports that he is trying to escape using a rope system, which leaves the commander perplexed. Commander Choi orders Jin to go down with the child to the 3rd floor, where they will be waiting. Jin, clutching the frightened boy to himself, begins a risky descent down the rope. He breaks through the window and bursts into the apartment, his appearance catching everyone by surprise. Jin breathes a sigh of relief. His dangerous mission to save the child has been successfully completed. Suddenly he notices a robot vacuum cleaner, and his face contorts into a grimace of horror. Jin rushes to the vacuum cleaner in panic, but it is too late. It rolls out into the hallway. The radio announces Jin's arrival on the 3rd floor, but a new danger awaits him. Commander Choi suggests killing the 2 zombies in the hallway, but Jin realizes it's a trap. The commander bitterly realizes that they will have to sacrifice the salvation of one in order for everyone to survive. The commander decides to eliminate 2 zombies without using firearms. The soldier doubts that the knife will be effective against creatures that are immune to bullets. The recruit remembers Private Choi being beaten to death with a rifle butt and realizes that the main target is the head. He wonders if they'll be able to hit the head, given the monster's erratic movements. The commander does not want to take risks, but offers volunteers to stay and fight. Jin is the first to volunteer, not wanting to dishonor his rank as a marksman by retreating in the face of danger. The soldier, realizing that time is running out, decides to join Jin in this deadly fight. The commander looks at his brave men with pride, his faith in them returning. The last soldier, unable to bear the tension, panics, and tries to refuse to participate in the suicide mission. The commander, not wanting to leave the coward to certain death, sends him to the roof. Private Kwan accepts the order with relief, his tears of gratitude mixed with shame. He runs upstairs, leaving his comrades to fight for their lives, his betrayal being the last. The commander looks after him with disdain, his sinister smile indicating the birth of a cunning plan. He decides to use the traitor as bait and lure the zombies into a trap with his help. The soldiers step out into the corridor, their hearts pounding with fear, but they are ready to fight. The commander orders to aim for vulnerable spots to slow down the monsters. He takes command, his voice confident, instilling hope in his subordinates. The soldiers rush to the attack, their bayonets piercing flesh, but the zombies continue to advance. They retreat, realizing that their attack had no effect, and fear grips them again. The commander decides to finish it all with one blow before the second zombie joins the attack. A scream of terror pierces the night as a second zombie pounces on the soldiers, and the commander orders them to open fire. The soldier looks at the note left behind in horror, realizing that Park Jin-woo sacrificed himself to save the squad. The recruit brings the butt of his rifle down on the creature's head in rage, his face contorted with hatred and despair. A brutal blow ends the monster's unlife, but relief does not come. Only emptiness and horror remain in the soldier's soul. The comrade looks at Jin in shock, not believing that he is alive, and greets the survivor with a rude but joyful greeting. The surviving soldiers look at the corpse with bitterness, realizing that they should have postponed this suicidal sortie. The commander orders everyone to run to the roof immediately. The only way to escape is now open. Private Kwan reaches the escape door with relief, not believing his luck and fortune. The commander looks at Private Kwan with suspicion, his words full of doubt and hidden distrust. Private Kwan feels an inexplicable anxiety. His intuition tells him that something is wrong and he is making a mistake. Overcome by fear, Private Kwan decides to lock the door, cutting off his comrades from salvation. Private Kwan is horrified to see the roof swarming with zombies, his betrayal proven pointless. The horde of the dead rushes at the traitor, his cry of horror drowned out by the roar of the hungry crowd. Private Kwan panics and tries to open the locked door, but his own cowardice has become a death trap for him. The creatures pounce on him, their hungry jaws tearing through his flesh, leaving him no chance. Private Kwan's scream is cut off, his body disappearing under a pile of maddened monsters. The helicopter pilot watches the carnage with cynical calm, his words full of black humor. The pilot recognizes the building, but his joy is marred by the sight of a horde of the dead swarming below. A rescue helicopter flies over the heads of the zombies, its appearance a ray of hope in this hell. Hopes of rescue are dashed when the soldiers realize that the roof, their only objective, has turned into a death trap. The soldier, in despair, admits that even one zombie poses a mortal threat to him. The commander makes a difficult decision. The child becomes their main task, and they must save him. He comes on the line, his voice shaking, but he's ready to report the failure and request assistance. The message that the roof is swarming with zombies and landing is impossible becomes a death sentence for them. The commander tries to find out the exact number of enemies, but the answer, dozens, only increases their fear. He asks how long the helicopter can wait for them, and the answer, seconds, sounds like a mockery. The pilot gives them only 5 minutes, and this news plunges the soldiers into a state of shock and despair. They understand that shooting dozens of zombies in 5 minutes is an impossible task, and certain death awaits them. The commander asks the pilot to wait as long as possible, clinging to the last straw of hope. A panicked soldier suggests landing on a nearby building, but his words are drowned out by the growing chaos. The commander tries to calm him down, reminding him that panic will only make their situation worse. He remembers Private Kwan's words and realizes that both the first floor and the roof are equally dangerous. The commander bitterly realizes that all his men, except the traitor, died, and he was unable to save them. A sudden thought dawns on him. If Private Kwan survived, then he must have managed to get to the roof. He thinks with contempt of the coward who, despite his baseness, managed to survive. Sergeant Choi, lost in his thoughts, doesn't notice the soldiers descending. He decides to go to the roof alone to clear out the zombies and ensure the helicopter lands. He realizes that zombies react to people and gunshots, and this becomes the key to his plan. Sergeant Choi announces that he is going to act as bait to draw the entire horde towards himself. The soldiers object in horror, unwilling to sacrifice their commander for their own salvation. Sergeant Choi greets the proposed plan with cold doubt, predicting certain death for everyone. The reason for mistrust is a defenseless baby, who turns any undertaking into suicide. The young man is challenged to imagine a realistic way to escape this trap. The guy proposes a risky adventure in which he is assigned the role of bait to distract the dead. The sergeant, with venomous irony, acknowledges the plan as brilliant, preparing to deliver a harsh sentence. Words turn into actions, and the guy ends up on the floor, realizing the depth of the disagreement. A brutal accusation of selfishness falls upon a soldier with a child who tries to defend his position. The chilling memory of the zombie's speed makes one doubt the success of any plan. The young man tries to convince others of his value as bait, relying on his own speed. The comrades' doubts are growing, as no one can guarantee safety on the lower floors. Tensions reach their limits and the sergeant demands that the idle talk stop. Choi offers what he believes is the only solution: ruthless shooting to kill. The terrible truth is revealed. The guy believes that the best shooter should become the bait. Fear for his own life pushes the sergeant to a crazy act, and his rage turns on the child. Sergeant Choi, under the guise of concern for the soldiers, explains why the bait plan is doomed to fail. Despite the pressure, the young soldier, holding a child in his arms, shows unwavering determination to survive. A new, even more daring plan is born, in which the elevator plays a key role. The hero takes command, giving clear orders to carry out his risky plan. The first part of the operation begins, and 2 soldiers are sent by elevator into the heart of danger. The plan requires the group to split up, forcing the distrustful Sergeant Choi and the young man to work together for a common goal. The final instructions have been given, and now the group's life depends on the precise execution of this deadly plan. A deep breath before jumping into the abyss, and the rescue operation begins. The brutal countdown has started, and the guy has only 4 minutes to do the impossible. Sergeant Choi accepts the harsh conditions of a mission where even a second's hesitation could cost lives. Behind the mask of discontent, the sergeant hides his genuine concern for the impudent youth, silently begging him to return. The weight of responsibility weighs on the shoulders of the young man, who realizes that any mistake will be fatal. A step into the unknown has been taken, and now all that remains is to believe that the calculation will be correct. The nightmare becomes reality when a guy is met around the corner by a crowd of bloodthirsty dead people. Primal terror gives way to cold determination, and a burst of machine gun fire breaks the dead silence. Blood and lead hail mix in a brutal dance of death where the fastest survives. The face, spattered with blood, is distorted by a grim determination to help this world in the only way available. The roar of gunfire served its purpose, turning the soldier into a prime target for all the creatures in the building. A chase ensues for the bait, and the boy rushes down the stairs, dragging a wave of death with him. The goal has been achieved, and now the 6th floor becomes the arena for the final act of this deadly spectacle. An icy horror grips the young man when he finds that the path to salvation is blocked by a new horde of monsters. The trap had sprung, and now the soldier found himself between a rock and a hard place, surrounded by the hungry dead. There is no time left to think, and the guy raises his weapon, preparing to sell his life dearly. A well-placed shot to the leg turns one of the attackers into a living obstacle for the rest of the crowd. A desperate leap of faith over the railing becomes the only chance of salvation from a deadly encirclement. The brief respite offers only a terrifying view of the sea of hungry creatures, from which he is separated by only a few meters. The sound of gunshots pierces the silence of the elevator, and Sergeant Kim realizes that their comrade has encountered something terrible. The young soldier's panic is met with the icy calm of the sergeant, who forces him to remain silent for the sake of survival. Sergeant Kim is overcome with a sense of foreboding, imagining a nightmarish scene outside the elevator doors. The sudden silence seems deceptive, and the soldier's naive hope is shattered by the sergeant's harsh realism. The plan's brutal rules come flooding back, reminding me of the terrible choice I must make. The relentless countdown of seconds turns the wait into torture, bringing the moment of irreversible decision closer. The last 20 seconds become the fatal line after which duty collides with humanity. The young soldier's desperation spills over into panic, triggering a rage in the sergeant as he struggles to maintain control. A desperate knock on the elevator door breaks the tense silence, giving a ghost of hope for salvation. Recognizing a comrade makes hearts beat faster, and Sergeant Kim rushes to the button to rescue his friend from the clutches of death. A dramatic leap at the last moment saves Jin, and the elevator doors cut him off from the pursuing horde. A scream of horror gives way to an order, causing the soldiers to panic and press the close button before the dead break inside. Sergeant Kim immediately takes control of the situation, giving the order to cover the rescued comrade. The narrow space of the elevator becomes a temporary shelter, where 3 survivors try to catch their breath after the deadly race. The adrenaline recedes, leaving behind only the trembling and ringing silence of a saved life. The rest of the group anxiously awaits the reunion, listening to the hum of the rising elevator. The silhouette of a helicopter appears in the night sky, becoming a symbol of long-awaited rescue. Anxiety causes Sergeant Choi to repeatedly call Kim's group on the radio, fearing the worst. Sergeant Kim's tired but lively voice over the radio brings immense relief, confirming the success of the most dangerous part of the plan. The final push for salvation begins, and a shadow of relief finally appears on Sergeant Choi's face. A brief respite allows the soldiers to laugh bitterly at their fate, which resembles a bad horror film. The illusion of safety is shattered when a comrade screams about an approaching new wave of the dead. A terrible realization dawns on the soldiers, because the sound of the rescue helicopter has become a death trap for them. One of the soldiers makes the difficult decision to stay behind to cover the retreat of his comrades at the cost of his own life. Jin is once again ready to sacrifice himself, desperately ordering the others to run for salvation. Sergeant Kim is torn between anger and guilt, unwilling to accept Jin's next victim. Rescue seems so close when the soldiers finally reach the ramp of the takeoff helicopter. Questions about Jin's whereabouts cause confusion, and Sergeant Choi demands an explanation. Sergeant Kim, with a heavy heart, confirms Jin's order, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Despair grips the young soldier, who, in a panic, begs the pilots not to abandon their comrade. Cold calculation collides with emotion when a commander declares that risking the life of one person is unacceptable. The helicopter slowly rises into the air, leaving behind not only the roof, but also the last hope. Cornered, Jin screams with all his might, ordering him to take off before the horde of the dead catches up with him. Sergeant Kim leans over the edge of the ramp and desperately screams at Jin, begging him to take a leap of faith. With a final lunge, Jin pushes off the edge of the roof, hurling himself into the void to meet salvation or death. Time stands still and two hands meet in the air, one reaching for salvation, the other to give it. Instead of a firm grip, there is only a fleeting touch, and something small and cold remains in the sergeant's hand. The devastating realization of failure hits the sergeant as his fingers close around the empty space where Jin's hand should have been. An unexpected turn of events brings hope, and Jin desperately clings to the lifeline, dangling between heaven and earth. Relief mingles with anxiety as the helicopter flies away from the cursed building, carrying the miraculously saved soldier away on a rope. The tired grunt of one soldier is met by the quiet gratitude of another, while the rescued hero sleeps peacefully. The bitter realization of the horror he experienced makes one of the fighters doubt the justification of the mortal risk. A timid hope of meeting the main troops hangs in the tense air of the helicopter. The brutal truth hits the survivors, revealing chaos and the military's retreat to the last line of defense. The ominous mention of a nuclear power plant makes the blood run cold, hinting at the catastrophic scale of the tragedy. A new drama unfolds on a night road as a group of unknown people challenge the encroaching chaos. The roar of the engine and the crunch of bones merge into one as the car becomes a battering ram in a desperate fight for the way. A cold irritation froze on the face of the scarred stranger, for whom the crowd of dead people was just an annoying nuisance. The excruciating pain in the wounded shoulder becomes a constant companion of the lone fighter, without breaking his will. In the silence of the hospital room, two survivors freeze in horror as they see the nightmare return outside the window. The girl's panicked whisper is drowned out by her companion's warning gesture, reminding her of the mortal danger of any sound. The hopelessness of the situation makes the couple doubt the possibility of salvation, and they are at a loss as to what to do next. Behind the walls of the fragile shelter lies hell, as the hospital corridors are already teeming with hungry creatures. The realization of complete isolation from the outside world leaves a mark of hopelessness on the young man's face. A barely audible sound makes the couple shudder, and fear paralyzes them, turning them into living statues. A stranger with a knife bursts into their shelter, bringing with him the smell of blood and death. A merciless blade in the hands of a wounded fighter cuts a path through a crowd of infected with chilling calm. The path to salvation turns out to be strewn with bodies, and a trail of blood stretches behind the lone warrior, who no longer feels fear. The wounded man looks back with indifference at the chaos he left behind, feeling only a nagging pain in his shoulder. Desperate cries for help break the silence, and the terrified eyes of the survivors meet the cold gaze of their unexpected savior. A sudden knock on the door breaks the wounded soldier out of his reverie, causing him to turn towards the source of the noise. The frustrating realization that even simple medical care has become an impossible task angers the lone warrior. A cold calculation begins, and the stranger tries to assess the scale of the tragedy that occurred within the hospital walls. The horrific casualty statistics confirm the worst fears, turning the hospital into a mass grave. The stranger's quick mind puts the facts together, finding an explanation for their temporary salvation in the fire doors. The chain of logic is building, and now it becomes clear why the horde of the dead was unable to break through to the lower floors. The chilling truth hits the survivors as their fragile shelter is surrounded, and an entire army of the dead is trapped above. The only solution is found, and the wounded fighter points to the saving shutters that could be their chance. The brutal but necessary action causes panic among the survivors, who do not understand that they are being locked in for the sake of salvation. The harsh reality of the outside world is juxtaposed against their naive ignorance, leaving the couple speechless with shock. The roar and grinding behind the falling shutters prove the stranger right, revealing the hell from which they have been fenced off. Primal terror paralyzes the couple as their savior coolly turns away, thinking about his next move. The main goal remains unchanged, and the wounded warrior sets out in search of medicine, ignoring the fear of the people he saved. In the pouring rain, soldiers desperately try to bring order to the chaos by setting up a makeshift checkpoint. Heavy equipment mercilessly clears the way, demonstrating the military's serious intentions to hold the perimeter. A large-scale barricade operation is unfolding on the city streets, turning it into a veritable fortress. A weak voice crying for help comes from behind the barriers, but is met only by the wary glances of tired soldiers. The sentry's alarming cry breaks the monotonous work, and all guns instantly aim at the new threat. A hail of bullets rains down on the asphalt around a frightened girl caught in the crossfire. Desperate pleas to stop the fire leave the soldiers frozen in bewilderment, unable to understand what is happening. Disbelief is reflected on the soldier's face as he tries to comprehend that this is a living person in front of him, and not just another creature. A harsh reprimand falls on the young fighter for his haste, which almost led to a fatal mistake. An awkward apology for the sentry's mistake is met with the frightened silence of the rescued girl, still recovering from the shock. The soldier's concern helps the girl to her feet, and a weak word of gratitude escapes her trembling lips. The sudden discovery of a wound on the girl's leg forces the commander to give a sharp order for everyone to retreat immediately. Horror grips the girl, who cannot understand the reason for the sudden hostility on the part of her saviors. The barrel of the gun pointed directly at her, and the soldier's desperate cry leave no doubt about the seriousness of the threat. Obeying the order, the heroine sinks down onto the wet asphalt, still not understanding what she is being accused of. A cruel order forces her to lie down on the ground, completely submitting to the will of the military on whom her life depends. The icy question of the wound's origin hangs in the air, hinting at a terrible suspicion. Confusion turns to horror as the girl realizes why her injury caused such a deadly reaction. A harsh explanation puts everything in its place, since not only her life is at stake, but also the safety of the entire squad. The repeated question sounds like a death sentence, and the frightened girl understands that absolutely everything depends on her answer. A desperate attempt to bargain for one's life is met with a cold response, where salvation is not guaranteed to anyone. A lie becomes her only chance, and the girl assures the soldiers that the wound does not pose any danger. Mistrust forces the commander to give the order to verify her words, not relying on just one assurance. A thorough examination of the wound brings great relief, since the terrible suspicions, fortunately, were not confirmed. The temporary shelter provides a fragile sense of security, but the sight of a dead body outside the window reminds us of the constant threat. The soldier enters the tent to check on the rescued woman, showing professional care and concern. Words of relief conceal the cruel truth about the fate that would have inevitably awaited the girl otherwise. A chilling awareness of her own mortality overtakes the girl, who realized how close death was. The soldier tries to ease the tension by explaining the dire necessity of their actions, and offering a small token of reconciliation. Bitter experience forces the fighter to share horrific stories of lies that cost the lives of many people. The fragile hope of safety is shattered when the girl learns that she is still under suspicion. A merciless verdict of mistrust rings out in the soldier's words, for whom her life is still in question. The cruel test begins, and now silence for the heroine could become a death sentence. Mistrust remains the main rule of survival, and the fighter continues his merciless interrogation. To keep her from silencing, the soldier suggests asking questions, turning the torture of waiting into a conversation. The first question concerns her whereabouts, and the fighter tries to reconstruct the chronology of events at the water treatment plant. The girl's story about being rescued in the basement creates a new mystery, without explaining where all the dead people disappeared to. The main question about the mysterious zombie exterminator makes the girl shudder with terrible memories. The memory of the stranger fighting with berserker fury comes flooding back to her, mixing fear and admiration. The story of the lone warrior seems incredible to the soldier, raising doubts about the veracity of her words. The girl bitterly challenges his skepticism, reminding him of the madness of the world they now live in. The soldier accepts her rightness and informs her that help is on the way, promising to take her to safety. The word shelter sounds unfamiliar and alarming, giving birth to new questions about the future in the heroine's soul. Her timid request for a phone call reveals her desperate desire to learn the fate of her loved ones. The harsh reality hits the girl when the soldier explains that communication with the outside world has been cut off. The realization that the entire city has been plunged into chaos makes her heart clench with fear for her parents. With a quiet confession about his own family, the fighter shares his pain with them, uniting them in their common grief. Alarm shatters the fragile calm when a warning comes over the radio about a new wave of the dead. An unfamiliar military term makes the girl ask a question, the answer to which only promises greater horror. The realization of the true scale of the disaster hits the heroine when a soldier reveals shocking statistics. The horrific figures only highlight the hopelessness of their situation, turning the struggle into an endless nightmare. A chilling calculation makes the girl realize that humanity is on the brink of total annihilation. The stern warning of mortal danger even inside the camp makes the heroine nod in agreement. Quiet words of prayer become the only consolation in the face of the inevitable battle. A hail of lead falls upon the advancing horde, and the sound of machine gun fire merges with the roar of the dead. The bloody carnage continues, and every shot becomes only a short respite in this hell. A momentary silence falls as the commander gives the order to cease fire, leaving the soldiers among mountains of corpses. The horror he experienced finds vent in silent sobs, and the soldier tries to find words of support. The sympathy in his voice is mixed with the harsh reality that saving her will only prolong his own struggle. The terrible realization of the endlessness of this nightmare makes the girl ask about the chances of these brave people. The confidence in the commander's voice gives a fragile hope, revealing a plan to strengthen the defense. The horrific sight of the reservists' bodies shatters hopes into dust, forcing the girl to search for a logical explanation for their actions. The soldier's response is filled with the weight of duty, for his mission is much more important than it seems at first glance. The illogicality of the order causes a flash of despair and indignation in the girl. A mysterious hint about the high command makes the heroine realize that they are just pawns in someone else's big game. A soldier uncovers an absurd reality, where old military codes continue to operate in a world mired in chaos. Simple yet unwavering words about duty sound like a sentence, demonstrating the soldier's unwavering determination. The soldier's parting words are filled with bitterness, because her salvation means his return to hell. A feeling of guilt forces the girl to apologize for her naivety, realizing the price of someone else's heroism. Arriving at the safe zone is met with surprise, as she turns out to be the only survivor in the sector. Words of luck ring hollow, hiding behind them anxiety and knowledge of harsh protocols. Even confirmation that the wound was not a bite could not dispel the shadow of suspicion in the commander's eyes. The inflexible order to follow the rules sounds like a sentence, where humanity gives way to cold protocol. A fake smile and a request to wait only 20 minutes hides a terrible procedure. The harsh reality hits the heroine when she is tied up and muzzled, turning her from a rescued person into a potential threat. A terrifying story of a rescued man who turned mid-flight explains the cruelty of these precautions. The attempt at consolation, mentioning sacrifices for the sake of security, only underscores the ruthless logic of this new world. A terrifying sight of a Scale 6 horde opens up to pilots from above, demonstrating the full power of the coming apocalypse. The mysterious behavior of the dead, moving with a specific purpose, hints at the existence of some kind of collective intelligence. The girl's skepticism is shattered by a sudden, chilling insight that reveals the true nature of the threat. A memory of the lecture reveals a terrible secret, where the virus acts as a single organism with a central core. The circular movement of the dead finds its eerie explanation in the behavior of a bacterial colony. The horde's true purpose, reproduction, sounds like a death sentence to all humanity, turning them into a mere incubator for the virus. In another shelter, despair is growing as supplies of vital water are running low. The fear of thirst proves stronger than hunger, and panic begins to corrode the fragile unity of the survivors. Instead of despair, the group's leader proposes action, and the cold steel of the adjustable wrench becomes a symbol of their determination. A daring decision to venture outside in search of supplies becomes the last gamble in their fight for survival. Panic grips Yubin when his comrades propose a crazy foraging expedition. Jin dismisses the very idea of the plan with disdain, considering it a waste of time in their desperate situation. The agonizing hunger that has been tormenting the group for 2 days now becomes the main argument in favor of a risky adventure. The reckless simplicity of his proposal, to kill everything in his path, is shocking in its straightforwardness. Yubin tries to get through to the leader, reminding him that their past luck cannot last forever. The awareness of his own weakness and the small size of the group forces the guy in glasses to call for extreme caution. The cruel alternative, starvation in the shelter, becomes Jin's final argument in this dispute. A compromise is reached, and Yubin suggests conducting reconnaissance first, rather than rushing blindly into the thick of things. A real plan is born, where reconnaissance from above and a cunning trap become the key to survival. The enthusiastic reaction of a friend, who compares the deadly raid to a computer game, highlights their youthful naivety. Jin reluctantly agrees to the plan, admitting that the starving group is not ready for a direct confrontation. One of the guys supports Yubin with a sly smile, recognizing him as an unrivaled strategist in their company. The unexpected distribution of roles, where Jin is assigned the rearguard, causes him to burst into anger. Yubin skillfully diffuses the conflict by shifting attention to the practical details of setting up a death trap. The coordinated work begins, and 3 guys stretch barbed wire, preparing a trap for the dead. The first line of defense is ready, and the taut wire becomes an invisible but deadly obstacle. The cold calculation of the brilliant strategist continues, and Yubin determines the ideal place for the decisive blow. In his head, the death scene is already playing out, where the stumbling creature will expose its head to a crushing blow. Yubin gives the order to Jin, and their collaboration becomes the key to the success of the entire operation. The sudden concern for the fate of the random survivors shows that even in this hell, Jin has not lost the remnants of humanity. Heavy doubts hang in the air, because no one knows if there are still living people left in this hell. The idea of a random victim of a trap makes one of the guys grin maliciously, anticipating the suffering of others. Sam 6's sudden correctness sends Jin into a fit of rage, but Yubin is already thinking of a new idea. A simple yet effective warning system made from empty cans turns a death trap into a warning signal. The preparations are complete, and now the group faces the most dangerous part of the plan, reconnaissance in force. The countdown begins, and every hour brings them closer to twilight, when going outside would be suicide. The approaching evening makes Yubin nervous, but as long as the sun is on their side, they have a chance. A clear day and the absence of visible threats create ideal conditions for a sortie, instilling a fragile hope. The mission's objective is crystal clear: assess the enemy's numbers, find survivors, and only then make further plans. The team sets out to explore, and 3 friends venture into the unknown to face danger. The tension mounts, and Jin admits that the eerie silence is more nerve-wracking than any scream. The ringing emptiness of the abandoned station seems unnatural, because even the bodies of the dead are nowhere to be seen. Yubin urges his comrades to remain vigilant, reminding them that the absence of zombies does not mean their complete disappearance. Jin's reckless confidence in taking on an entire crowd single-handedly worries his friends. Jin's attempt to downplay the danger is met with cold calculation, as killing zombies is much more difficult than it seems. Harsh reality demands an accurate calculation of forces, and Jin is forced to admit that even 4 creatures are a serious threat. Sik himself proposes a reasonable compromise, where tactical retreat becomes the main rule of survival. Yubin maintains caution, because starvation seems preferable to a quick but painful death at the mercy of the dead. Jin reluctantly accepts his friend's arguments, though his wounded pride still yearns for a fight. A sudden discovery, a vending machine, becomes a ray of hope in this kingdom of death, promising to quench their hunger and thirst. A discovered vending machine proves a miracle for the thirsty group. Joy quickly turns to disappointment when the simple problem of a lack of coins turns into an insurmountable obstacle. A simple yet brilliant solution comes to Jin's mind, where brute force becomes the key to salvation. Confident in his own rightness, Jin pushes his comrade aside, preparing to solve the problem with one blow. A crushing blow from the hammer shatters the glass of the machine gun, and the ringing of shards breaks the dead silence. The fear of being attracted to someone makes Yubin look around nervously, aware of the possible consequences of their noise. The growing panic of his comrades makes Jin irritated, but requests to be more careful can no longer change anything. Jin's desperate attempts to open the stubborn machine cause his friends a mixture of horror and doubt about success. Yubin's strategic mind is already working ahead, reminding him of the need to retreat to a pre-prepared trap. Jin's fierce determination finally pays off, and his hand reaches the coveted prize. A long-awaited sip of cold soda becomes a moment of pure happiness, momentarily eclipsing the entire surrounding nightmare. The rational decision to sacrifice useless tools for precious drinks is made without hesitation. A feverish greed grips the group, and the boys begin to hastily fill their backpacks with loot, wanting to take even more. The voice of reason in the person of Yubin brings his comrades back to reality, reminding them of the main goal of their dangerous expedition. The brief moment of euphoria passes, and sober calculation forces the friends to once again assess the mortal danger of the further journey. A new tactical idea is born in Yubin's head, suggesting to use the height of the building for safe reconnaissance. Ominous bloody footprints on the ground leading into the building become silent testimony to the recent tragedy. A simple soda can in Yubin's hands turns into a clever alarm, ready to warn of any threat. The gloomy darkness of the stairwell engulfs the friends, and the lack of electricity turns the building into a death trap. A desperate plea for a lighter becomes the only hope for a tiny source of light in the impenetrable darkness. A tiny lighter flame plucks ominous bloody trails from the darkness, leading deeper into the corridor. A continuous trail of blood leading behind a closed door forces Jin to make the risky decision to go inside. Faint sounds from behind the door make Samsika freeze with horror, suggesting a safer route to the roof. Yubin's cold calculation clashes with Jin's hot determination, who prefers to eliminate the threat immediately, rather than run from it. A deathly silence hangs in the air as Jin grips his hammer, preparing to leap into the unknown beyond the half-open door. The oppressive emptiness of the room is met with the bewilderment of friends who expected to meet the enemy face to face. The mystery of the empty room only increases the tension, as it now becomes clear that the threat lurks further down the corridor. An ominous corridor that holds the secret of a wounded fugitive forces Yubin to warn his comrades to be prepared for a meeting with a whole group of the dead. Impulsive rage overwhelms Jin, and he rushes deeper into the corridor, ready to destroy the threat single-handedly, despite the screams of his friends. A surprise attack from a side room takes the leader by surprise, and a deadly fight begins in moments. The dead man's hideous grin is met with Jin's cold contempt, who forcefully pushes the creature away, preparing to strike back. Rage and disgust merge in one crushing blow, and Jin slams the hammer into the creature's skull, spraying blood across the walls. The friends' anxiety turns to horror when Jin orders them to stay put, preparing to meet the second monster. The second zombie's spontaneous combustion turns the fight into a fiery inferno, and the flaming creature lunges at the stunned Jin. A tired, victorious grin crosses Jin's face as he looks down at his fallen foe, ready to move on. The respite is over, and the two friends prepare for battle again, while a bloody handprint on the door promises a new encounter with death. The door suddenly swings open, revealing a brightly lit room teeming with dozens of hungry corpses. Jin's gaze fills with rage and he raises his hammer, ready to rush single-handedly into the thick of the dead. A desperate roar erupts from Jin's chest as he forces himself to see the attacking schoolchildren not as people, but as soulless monsters. Salvation comes from an unexpected direction when Yubin strikes, and a splash of blood on the sunny window becomes the final chord of this brutal scene. Jin's false calm tries to hide the trembling in Yubin's knees, who had just looked into the eyes of death. A bird's-eye view of the destroyed city completely dispels any illusions about the scale of the disaster. Completely blocked roads turn the city into a giant trap from which it is impossible to escape by car. Every avenue of escape, from small alleys to subway lines, is cut off, plunging the city into complete isolation. The offer to return to the shelter sounds like a death sentence, because only starvation awaits them there. The chilling realization that the city has become their prison forces Yubin to acknowledge the hopelessness of their situation. The question of how they managed to survive the previous battle hangs in the air, a reminder of the sheer chance of their salvation. Jin's unwavering optimism, insisting that winning is the only way to survive, seems crazy, but infectious. Sam's sudden burst of enthusiasm takes the friends by surprise, and a general frenzy engulfs the entire group. General euphoria and playful accusations create a brief moment of normality in the midst of the apocalypse. The commander's order to quarantine the wounded underscores the strict discipline and ruthless logic of survival. An important mission to deliver ammunition forces the commander to leave the camp, leaving behind clear instructions. A feeling of imprisonment grips the girl locked in the quarantine zone, and despair begins to undermine her will. Dry facts about the quarantine period sound like torture, and the girl feels like she's slowly going crazy from uncertainty and loneliness. The unexpected voice of a new neighbor in misfortune pulls the heroine out of the abyss of despair, giving hope for communication. The smile and ease with which the stranger speaks of her imprisonment leave the girl surprised and confused. A simple question about a new acquaintance's bare feet becomes the beginning of a strange but sincere conversation. The story of the escaped culprit of the accident momentarily returns them to a world where the main problem was ordinary human actions. The sudden recognition makes the heroine stare in shock at her new acquaintance, a popular TV star. A flirtatious smile and a friendly greeting from a celebrity transform a prison cell into a place of unexpected acquaintance. A shared prison sentence becomes a point of contact for two girls who find themselves in an equally hopeless situation. An unexpected gesture of kindness in the form of an offered loaf of bread makes the heroine see her famous neighbor not as a star, but as an ordinary person. Admiration for Tara's kindness and beauty is mixed with gratitude, giving birth to a warm feeling in the girl's soul. Concern about a new acquaintance's injured finger prompts the heroine to ask a question, unaware of the tragic story behind it. The story of a heartless driver who fled the scene of an accident is filled with bitterness and resentment at human indifference. The fatalism in Tara's voice, resigned to the lack of medical care, underscores the horror of their situation. The singer's unwavering optimism and relaxed attitude towards her injury genuinely surprise her neighbor. A feeling of shame for her own weakness and ingratitude falls upon the girl, inspired by Tara's fortitude. Words of support and confidence in a quick return to normal life help the heroine find new hope. An outstretched hand and an offer to put formalities aside become a symbol of a budding friendship in these inhumane conditions. The realization of the fragility of hope for a return to her past life makes the girl shudder with fear. A firm promise to try together, and Tara's warm smile finally break down the wall of alienation between them. Elsewhere, a shout from the rooftop breaks the silence, and a group of friends eagerly await a rope from their comrade. The delay with the rope makes the boys uneasy, and they begin to speculate about their friend's strange behavior. The worst guess about falling to the first floor is rejected, because the friends believe in the strength and agility of their comrade. A can of soda thrown down unexpectedly takes the group waiting for the rope completely by surprise. Anger and bewilderment grip the boys, who don't understand why their comrade is risking precious supplies. A joyful cry from the first floor, confirming the integrity of the jar, reveals the true purpose of this strange act. Irritation gives way to the realization that their comrade's recklessness was in fact a clever test. The true plan is revealed. The thrown rope and can were just a way to check the lower floor for zombies. The reproach of a newcomer left without help is met with the cold indifference of a leader for whom the result is more important than the methods. Confirming the safety of the lower floor becomes a signal for the group to temporarily retreat. Fatigue and disappointment from the failed expedition force Jin to decide to postpone building the stairs until tomorrow. The newcomer's belated return leaves the group surprised, mixed with guilt for abandoning him. Jin's furious outburst towards the newcomer demonstrates his inability to admit he was wrong. Jin's refusal to share his precious drinks with a guy he considers useless leads to a new conflict. The friend's cruel joke of depriving a newcomer of his share reveals the depth of the hierarchy in their small group. The newcomer's desperate plea and promise to be of service finally soften the hearts of his comrades, and justice is served. The grim reminder of the need to dispose of corpses becomes a heavy duty in this new world. The newcomer's nervous concerns about the latter's strength are met with Jin's irritation, tired of his cowardice. The awkward placement of the stairs becomes another challenge, but the group has no other choice. A stern reminder of the need to contribute to the common cause forces the newcomer to overcome his fear. The gruesome but necessary work of clearing away the bodies begins, and everyone contributes to the gruesome task. Grim reflections on their own mortality help the boys cope with the horror, turning cleaning into a philosophical exercise. The hard realization that they are all mortal becomes a bitter truth that unites the group in the face of chaos. Yubin's offer to help with the cleaning is met with refusal, as his strategic mind is their main asset. A rational distribution of tasks, with Jin as the main fighting force and Yubin as the brains, becomes the key to their survival. A new trap-setting mission sends the rookie and Jin on their next mission, giving them no time to rest. The hard work of carrying the bodies is complete, and now all that remains is to consign the remains to the flames, erasing the traces of this nightmare. Despite Sam Sik's fatigue, Yubin's keen gaze notices hidden strength and endurance within him. The heavy realization that they themselves created these corpses becomes an unbearable burden for Yubin. The roaring fire consumes the last traces of their gruesome work, clearing the land of dead flesh. The small amount of blood on the corpses prompts the young strategist to cold, analytical observation. A chilling theory about the bodies drying out during transformation is born in Yubin's head, further separating the beasts from the humans. The final cold conclusion allows the strategist to absolve himself and his friends of blame by recognizing these creatures as inhuman within. A moment of black humor at the funeral pyre lightens the mood for a moment, reminding them that they are just children in this hell. An unexpected request for a charged phone offers a glimmer of hope for contact with a lost world. The miraculous discovery of a network signal causes a general excitement, and the desperate group rushes to the source of hope. Official news paints a ridiculously optimistic picture, promising a quick resolution to the situation within a week. A wave of euphoria and relief washes over the group, but Yubin's analytical mind already senses a disturbing discrepancy in the report. The comments below the story reveal the horrifying truth, painting a picture of government collapse, lies, and general panic. The stark contrast between official propaganda and the desperate voices of people online destroys the last illusions of a quick victory. The chilling realization of government lies leaves friends in stunned silence, causing them to question everything they heard. Jin stares at the empty sky, trying to comprehend the cruel deception of the authorities who abandoned them to their fate. Yubin's sharp wit exposes government lies, pointing out the suspicious lack of video from supposedly safe areas. The senselessness of broadcasting false hope instead of useful information leaves friends confused, preventing them from understanding the authorities' brutal strategy. Sam Sika's frustration turns to anger as he points out the government's failure to provide even basic survival advice. A simple request for the time is met with Jin's trademark sarcasm, momentarily returning them to their old, carefree dynamic. Jin's caustic joke about Sam Sika's thwarted plans for the evening reveals the dark humor that helps them cope with an unbearable reality. The view through the binoculars suddenly turns nightmarish when Sam Sik recognizes two former classmates among the wandering dead. An irritated Jin demands that Sam Sik stop his pointless observations and finally state the exact time. A bitter regret for the past pierces Sam Shika when he sees his former classmates in the form of monsters. A flash of jealousy and anger engulfs Jin, who misinterprets his friend's observations. Recognizing another familiar face among the dead makes Jin go cold with horror and disbelief. Jin's desperate attempt to hide his awkwardness and jealousy behind aggression only elicits a tired grin from Sam Sik. A precise count of familiar faces among the zombies interrupts the squabble, returning the friends to the harsh reality. The mention of his ex-girlfriend's names makes Jin completely lose his cool, and he tries to hide his embarrassment. Yubin wryly comments on Sam Sik's new, strange hobby of trying to find patterns in chaos. The suggestion of trying one's luck away from the city center sounds like a reasonable alternative to a suicidal foray. Yubin's warning about the deadly danger lurking in the abandoned vehicle forces the group to seek new paths. Jin's doubts about the success of the foray along the railway lines highlight the practical difficulties of their plan. Sik himself interrupts the argument with a mysterious smile, assuring his friends that he has found the perfect way to get food. A simple cigarette on the ground becomes the key to his plan, turning into a schematic representation of one of the victims. Using improvised objects, Sik begins to explain his theory about zombie movement, surprising his friends with his powers of observation. The shocking discovery of 5 different zombie groups, each with their own roots, brings a frightening order to the chaos. Sik's incredible ability to analyze and systematize the behavior of the dead causes shock and admiration among his friends. A detailed analysis of the roots and time intervals of each group of zombies turns chaos into a predictable system. The perfect 20-minute window between groups passes becomes their only chance for a safe exit. Jin enthusiastically accepts the plan, seeing it as the perfect opportunity for a quick and safe operation. Sik himself makes the final but important adjustments to the plan, reminding them of hidden paths and the need to remain invisible until the very end. Yubin's cold calculation determines their next steps, and now every second counts. The last minutes before the first group of zombies appears turn into an agonizing wait. The accuracy of Sika's calculations is confirmed in the most horrific way when the first group of the dead appears right on schedule. The successful confirmation of the theory makes Jin nervously impatient, and he is already preparing for the next wave. Undisguised admiration for Sika's genius gives way to playful jibes, momentarily bringing carefree moments back into their lives. The lull before the storm is used to develop a plan of action against the remaining lone zombies. The time for action has come, and Jin, with a bloodthirsty smile, announces the start of the hunt. Armed to the teeth, the friends descend into the thick of things, ready to test their luck and strength. His wristwatch counts down the seconds until the next wave, and an icy dread grips Yubin as he realizes they are already here. The unexpected appearance of a group of zombies prematurely ruins all their plans, catching the friends off guard. Jin rushes into battle without hesitation, his hammer whistling as it comes down on the head of the first dead man. The bloodbath begins, and Jin, with berserker fury, destroys one creature after another. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, Jin does not retreat, continuing his deadly dance. The next blow finds its target, and another monster falls dead from Jin's crushing force. Yubin enters the battle, fighting off the attacking creatures and demonstrating unexpected bravery. Sik's surprise at his friend's unexpected courage is mixed with horror at the ongoing attack. The friends' coordinated work allows them to destroy another monster, but their strength is already running out. Concern for his injured friend causes Yubin to become distracted, and at that moment, he himself finds himself in mortal danger. A desperate one-on-one fight with the dead man puts Yubin on the brink of death, but he does not give up. At the last moment, when the creature's fangs were about to sink into his flesh, Yubin finds the strength to fight back. Sika's fierce determination to protect his friends at any cost demonstrates his hidden strength and loyalty. A panicked question about a possible bite is met with a hesitant but reassuring answer from Yubin. Sika is tormented by a feeling of guilt for his momentary hesitation, which almost cost his friend his life. Yubin's sincere gratitude for saving him finally breaks down the wall of alienation between him and his savior. Jin's incredible strength, single-handedly dealing with the rest of the group, evokes admiration and confidence in his friends. The devastation of the battle leaves Jin trying to comprehend what just happened on the streets of their hometown. The time calculation shows that they completed the task even faster than they planned, but it's too early to relax. The decision to immediately leave the danger zone highlights the group's growing caution and experience. A frantic race against time begins, and the boys sweep the shelves of everything that can help them survive. The cheerful anticipation of the next outing and friendly banter show how much the boys have changed and united in the face of danger. An unexpected chilling sound breaks the victorious euphoria, returning the friends to a cruel reality. Opening windows in a neighboring building become an ominous omen of a new, unexpected threat. Cries for help from the upper floors take the group by surprise, as they were sure that they were the only survivors in the area. The realization that they have been mistaken for rescuers leaves the friends with a difficult moral choice. Yubin's cold calculation takes over, and he suggests retreating immediately while they still have precious minutes. The distrust and disappointment in the eyes of the people who saw their saviors leave becomes a heavy burden for the group. Desperate cries for help and pleas for food haunt the fleeing boys, tearing their hearts apart with guilt. Hope for salvation turns to despair, and people begin to run out of their shelters, ready to do anything to survive. The primitive instinct of self-preservation takes over, and a crowd of people driven mad by hunger rushes at their friends. The fight for food turns into a brutal battle to the death, where humanity finally gives way to animal hunger. Surprise at the sudden appearance of many survivors is mixed with anxiety for one's own safety. The realization of the approaching wave of zombies makes Jin freeze with horror, because now they are trapped. Sam's desperate cry, trying to warn the maddened crowd of danger, is drowned out by the general chaos. The brutal struggle for survival turns people into beasts, and now everyone is for himself. The desperate plea of a mother, ready to do anything to save her hungry child, is heartbreaking. Sam Sika's cold contempt for those who have lost their humanity demonstrates his strong moral principles. A false hope of salvation in a huge market pushes a group of survivors to take a reckless and deadly step. Jin's desperate attempts to stop the people running towards certain death prove futile. The countdown to the next wave of zombies turns into torture, and the tension reaches its limit. The last minute before the disaster makes Yubin realize that delay will cost the lives of not only them, but all these people. The brutal truth about the impossibility of saving everyone forces Jin to make a difficult choice in favor of his group. The leader's unwavering determination, ready to sacrifice others for his own, shatters the last hopes of salvation. Desperate pleas for help from a stranger are met with an icy wall of indifference. A flash of rage causes Jin to throw off the man clinging to him, making it clear once and for all that they are not rescuers. A selfish request to be led to a car in the middle of an apocalypse only evokes contempt and anger in the group. A sudden kick from Sam Sik becomes the final warning for the annoying stranger. The pathetic attempts to bribe his saviors only highlight the baseness and despair of this man. The last 30 seconds before the zombies arrive turns the situation into a deadly race against time. Icy silence in response to an offer of reward becomes more frightening for a man than any refusal. A crushing blow from Jin finally ends this pointless argument, clearing the way for them to retreat. Sam Sik's dark humor, suggesting to simply knock out the annoying stranger, is met with nervous laughter from his friends. The man's unconscious body becomes a heavy burden, and something frightening appears in his emotionless face. The unexpected appearance of an unfamiliar girl who rushes to the wounded man brings even more confusion into the chaotic situation. Jin's warning that shaking can only do harm shows his growing responsibility and experience. The belated realization that they have missed the zombie schedule leaves the group cold with horror. The desperate cries of people fleeing become the harbinger of a new wave of the dead pouring into the streets. Panic grips the friends, and Yubin gives the only correct order: to run immediately. A sudden surge of determination forces Jin to turn around to save the girl left with her wounded brother. The difficult but necessary decision to shoulder the unconscious body becomes the only chance for salvation. Yubin's offer to carry the wounded man to the nearest house is met with gratitude from the desperate girl. The tension mounts, and Sam Sik interrupts the exchange of pleasantries, reminding them that every second counts. The safe haven is close, and a desperate dash through the alley becomes the final test. The exhausted group finally reaches the entrance, and the steps of the stairs lead them to temporary salvation. The brief respite is filled with heavy breathing and the realization of how close death was. An unexpected obstacle in the form of a locked door turns their hideout into a death trap. Yubin's confusion, who was sure the door was open, was replaced by horror at the realization of their situation. Sik himself is in a panic trying to figure out who could have locked the door, since it was definitely open a few minutes ago. The roar and grinding sounds behind them leave no doubt. The dead have tracked them down and are now breaking into the entrance. Desperate kicks at the locked door and pleas for help are met with icy silence from behind her. The girl's cold response from behind the door, claiming she's seeing them for the first time, leaves Jin shocked and furious. Jin's rage explodes in a crushing blow of his hammer on the door, separating them from salvation. The roar of the blows makes the walls shake and instills a primal terror in the people barricaded inside. The fear of the wrath of armed strangers proves stronger than the fear of the dead, and the people decide to open the door. The long-awaited click of the lock becomes a signal for action, and Jin throws the door open with fury. The rescue turns out to be a trap, because the dead have already broken through into the entrance and are rushing up the stairs. At a critical moment, Jin takes command, distributing weapons and preparing his friends for defense. Sam Sik and Jin's furious battle cry breaks the silence as they rush forward to face the oncoming nightmare. A deadly battle rages on in a narrow space, and every blow becomes a matter of life and death. Jin's merciless blows crush the skulls of the dead, but their flow seems endless. A desperate order to retreat forces the friends to abandon their position and run deeper into the apartment, escaping the horde. A panicked attempt to barricade the door turns into a race against time, where every second counts. A bloody hand thrust through the crack becomes a symbol of their desperation, and Jin orders that the door be held at all costs. With their combined efforts, the friends manage to cut off the monster's hand, buying themselves a few precious moments. The relief of winning the battle is mixed with the bitter realization of how close they came to death. An awkward silence is interrupted by a question about how he is feeling, and Jin tries to hide his concern for the girl he saved. The girl's embarrassed apology for her betrayal is met with a magnanimous gesture from Sam-sik, relieving the tension. Jin's attempt to justify his rude behavior by citing an emergency only highlights his awkwardness and guilt. The unexpected appearance of other survivors in the apartment presents the group with a new, even more difficult problem. Fear of losing the last crumbs of food forces one of the survivors to make excuses, hinting at the unwelcomeness of new guests. Jin's icy offer to open the door again and leave them to be torn apart by the dead leaves everyone speechless in horror. Panic grips the apartment owner, who tries to justify himself in the face of uninvited guests. Jin's icy calm and his insistence that they simply calm down only instills even more terror in the survivors. The headache from the stress and the blow makes the man shudder as Jin watches him with false concern. The veiled threat in the simple offer to remove the mask makes the man tense, realizing Jin's true motive. A jealous rage grips the brother, who misinterprets Jin's words as a threat to his sister. The girl's desperate attempts to explain the misunderstanding are drowned out by the torrent of anger and suspicion from her brother. The ridiculous explanation about the bun only increases the confusion and suspicion of the brother, who does not understand what is happening. An awkward reconciliation occurs when Jin admits his guilt, and both sides decide to put the conflict behind them. The stranger's penetrating gaze and his questions about Jin's family and work reveal him to be a man accustomed to judging people. Sam-sika's answer about working at a recruiting agency arouses the stranger's unexpected interest, hinting at their possible past. A carelessly discarded jacket reveals the identity of Sam-sik, who turns out to be a subordinate of a well-known figure in criminal circles. Surprise and disappointment are reflected on the man's face when he realizes that his new acquaintances are just small fry. An unexpected request for help leaves Jin baffled, and he suspiciously tries to understand the man's motives. A desperate desire to save himself and his sister pushes a man to make a risky proposition, where his car becomes the main bet. An attempt to bribe the group with money seems to the stranger to be the last chance for salvation in this collapsed world. Jin's cold refusal, explaining the futility of money and cars, dashes the man's last hopes. The stranger's disbelief forces Jin to reveal his cards, explaining that they have already conducted reconnaissance. Sam-sika's story about the view from the roof becomes irrefutable proof of their rightness and the hopelessness of the situation. The realization that they had passed through a station teeming with the dead makes the man look at them with new eyes. The sly question about the safety of their own shelter reveals in the stranger a person who is always looking for the best option for himself. Jin's irritation at the stranger's pointless questions is mixed with fatigue from the current situation. Yubin's awkward attempt to smooth things over only highlights the complete lack of understanding between the groups. The request to leave Sam-sik alone shows how much Yubin values his friend's unique abilities. Sam-sik's incredible ability to see in the dark leaves Yubin shocked and amazed, revealing new sides to his friend. A detailed account of the zombies' movements, taken in complete darkness, confirms Sam-sik's unique vision. The precision of his observations and the ability to see the smallest details in the dark make Yubin believe in his comrade's superpowers. Revealing the secret of perfect vision, Sam-sika explains his incredible analytical abilities. Sik himself sheepishly admits that he never advertised his vision, considering it something ordinary. Nighttime observations confirm yesterday's theory about the group's movements, but with alarming adjustments to the schedule. Precisely calculating the time until the next wave and the duration of their journey turns the sortie into a deadly race. The 10-minute window between the zombie groups becomes their only chance for salvation, but Yubin is plagued by doubts. Jin's confidence in his own abilities and willingness to single-handedly deal with the remaining zombies on the stairs instills a fragile hope. The terrible truth about the Grey One, the body in the bag, poses an insoluble moral and practical dilemma for the group. An unexpected gesture of mercy from one of the survivors, offering a body bag, becomes a ray of humanity in this hell. The cold farewell and the order never to return sounds like a death sentence, but Jin accepts it without hesitation. The unexpected request to leave a bag of money in exchange for food shows how quickly old values have become devalued in this world. The siblings' decision to follow Jin's group leaves him with a difficult choice, but Yubin sees it as an opportunity. Doubts about the girl's physical stamina force the group to consider the risks associated with her joining. The girl's self-confidence and readiness to face difficult challenges finally convince the group to accept them. The united group emerges from their temporary shelter, ready to face a new, even more deadly threat together. Sam-sika's warning about a lone zombie on the stairs puts the group on edge in anticipation of the final confrontation. An unexpected encounter with the last dead man face-to-face becomes the final test before going outside. Jin's crushing blow puts a bloody end to the clearing of the stairs, and the escape route seems clear. Yubin's desperate attempt to talk some sense into Jin, who is so caught up in finishing off the corpse, shows how much tension is weighing on everyone. The distribution of roles in combat demonstrates the increased trust and cohesion of the group in the face of a new threat. Taking on the role of a battering ram, Yubin charges forward, cutting a path through the few but dangerous enemies. The chilling fear of the unknown makes Yubin hope that their noise hasn't attracted the attention of the other groups of zombies. A brief moment of calm in the narrow alley gives a fragile hope that they managed to slip through unnoticed. An unexpected and unfamiliar sound breaks the silence, and panic again grips the group, sensing a new disaster. The nightmare becomes reality when zombies begin falling from the rooftops, turning the narrow alley into a death trap. A relentless rain of dead bodies falls upon the group, and the desperate struggle for survival flares up with renewed vigor. Jin's bewilderment at being confronted with a completely new type of threat is mixed with horror at the hopelessness of their situation. The terrifying guess that these are infected residents locked in their apartments explains this deadly rain. Jin's unwavering determination to move forward becomes their only chance of escape from this hell. Primal terror paralyzes a stranger who comes face to face with a true nightmare for the first time. His sister's warning about zombies behind him breaks his brother out of his stupor, but it's too late. Desperate cries for help are drowned out by the roar of the dead, and the man is left alone with his terrible fate. An unexpected salvation comes in the form of Yubin, who, risking himself, rushes to help a helpless man. The realization of his own weakness in the face of this inexorable force makes Yubin doubt their chances of survival. Rage and despair give Yubin strength, and he deals a crushing blow, saving not only himself, but the entire group. Concern for the girl makes Yubin forget about his own safety, and he rushes to her aid. The gratitude in her voice is mixed with relief, but the sound of approaching danger cuts off this brief moment of calm. The selfish desire to get his bag back pushes the man to a reckless act, and he rushes back into the thick of things. The importance of the contents of the bag, which contains the contacts of influential people, becomes a matter of life and death for him. The moment of triumph when he finds his bag turns out to be the last in his life, and a rain of dead bodies falls on him. Horror and disbelief are reflected on the faces of survivors who witnessed such a brutal and senseless death. Sam Sik's cold determination to abandon the dead and save himself reveals the cruel logic of this new world. The desperate cries for help from the man being torn apart are drowned out by the roar of the crowd, and Jin rushes into battle to save the others. Faced with her brother's imminent death, the girl freezes in horror, and Yubin forcibly drags her away from this nightmare. A desperate dash through the crowd of the dead becomes their only chance for salvation, and every step is taken with incredible difficulty. Jin's command to duck causes everyone to instinctively obey, and at that moment a fatal blow passes over their heads. The crushing blows of Jin's hammer and Yubin's shovel cut a path to salvation through the dense ranks of the dead. The long-awaited rescue turns out to be behind a high fence, and now they face the final test on the road to safety. Teamwork and mutual support become the key to overcoming the final obstacle, and Jin prepares to help the girl. An unexpected injury sustained during the fight causes Yubin to collapse to the ground, wasting precious seconds. The girl's dexterous and graceful jump over the fence without anyone's help causes shock and surprise among the guys. Her care for the injured Yubin, and her calmness in an extreme situation, show that she is not as simple as she seems. Admiration and surprise at the girl's incredible physical fitness are mixed with relief at their rescue. The reminder of an abandoned bag of food forces Samsika to choose between safety and hunger. The brutal truth that without food, they are doomed anyway forces Samsika to make a risky but necessary decision. The realization that they are risking everything again for food makes Jin reluctant to admit that Samsik was right. Complete exhaustion after the battle falls upon the friends, and they collapse to the ground, trying to catch their breath. Jin's irritation at his friend's carelessness in demanding food instead of rest reveals his hidden fatigue. Jin's awkward attempt to apologize for his helplessness in the situation with the girl's brother shows his vulnerable side. Warm words of support and a promise to protect her become the first ray of hope for the girl after the loss of her brother. Samsika's playful banter eases the tense atmosphere, bringing some light and humor back into their small world. Jin's ridiculous recollection of his first meeting with the girl causes Samsik to burst into a fit of sarcastic laughter. The unexpected accusation of secretly falling in love with a celebrity takes Samsik by surprise, forcing him to justify himself. Jin's outburst of anger over the inappropriate mention of Jenny shows how much he worries about the fate of his beloved. The girl sadly admits that her disguise proved useless in the face of the boy's observation. Taking off her mask and cap, Pink Punch's Jenny finally reveals her true identity, leaving her friends shocked. The shock of realizing who is in front of them leaves Yubin and Jin speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Sam Sika's keen eye notices a discrepancy in the story, and he begins to doubt the relationship between Jenny and the deceased. Confirmation of Sam Sika's guess, and the revelation of the truth that the deceased was its director, adds even more tragedy to the story. Memories of the director's warm, almost paternal attitude cause a new wave of pain and grief in Jenny. Jin's unexpected question about the fate of another group member, Tara, shows his deep personal interest. Disbelief and shock are reflected on the boys' faces when they learn that Jenny and Tara were together at the time of the attack. The painful memory of her friend being bitten while saving a child leaves Jenny speechless with pain. In an empty quarantine cell, Tara sings a sad song about love and devotion, not losing hope of salvation. The director's harsh verdict, delivered even before the bite, echoes in Jenny's memory, explaining her despair and feelings of guilt. The memory of a sunny morning 4 days ago transports us to a world that had not yet known the horror of the apocalypse. A poster of the popular band Pink Punch on the wall becomes a symbol of a bygone era of carefree glory. The peaceful sleep of two friends in a luxurious apartment seems like the last island of calm before the approaching storm. A panicked doorbell and the director's desperate cry mercilessly tear the girls from the arms of sleep. Sleepy bewilderment gives way to irritation when the girls cannot understand the reason for such an early and noisy awakening. The director's insistent demands to get ready immediately catch the girls off guard, hinting at the seriousness of the situation. The order to disguise themselves causes even more confusion among the girls, because they are accustomed to fame, not secrecy. The alarm in Jenny's voice betrays her fear, as the director's behavior resembles the beginning of a real war. The director's furious cry that the situation is worse than any war, and they only have 30 minutes makes the blood run cold. The promise to explain everything on the way and the strict order to wait at the door leave the girls no choice but to obey. Fear and bewilderment are reflected on the friends' faces as they try to comprehend the reality of the threat and hastily prepare to escape. The director's phone call, in which he desperately tries to correct the error in the number of people, reveals his panic. The bustling preparations are interrupted by an argument about the choice of clothes, and the director starts shouting, unable to cope with the tension. The crazy suggestion to buy new things instead of wasting time shows how out of touch the director is with reality. The question of those infected makes the director freeze with horror, but he lies to avoid sowing panic. The threats and pleas in the phone conversation show that the director's life now depends entirely on this call. Desperation makes the director start shouting, demanding that the girls hurry, because every second counts. The final order, to leave immediately, rings like a gunshot, and panic finally overwhelms all three. The confusion of the girls, left without their leader, is mixed with the horror of the unknown that awaits them ahead. A desperate escape through an underground parking garage is interrupted by a sudden injury, and the pain in Tara's leg becomes the first harbinger of trouble. An unexpected gesture of kindness in the form of an extended shoe makes Tara forget her pain and fear for a moment. Finding a lonely injured child in the middle of an empty parking lot comes as a shock and a challenge to her. The director's desperate cries, rushing her into the car, clash with her growing concern for the baby's fate. The protective instinct takes over, and Tara, ignoring orders, tries to help the abandoned child. The director's anger and irritation, unwilling to waste precious time saving someone else's property, spills over into a stream of threats. A desperate cry of horror from the car becomes a harbinger of tragedy, but it is too late to change anything. A sudden attack by a child who turns out to be infected turns an act of mercy into a deadly trap. The betrayal of the director, who blocked the car doors, and the desperate pleas for help of the abandoned friend sound like a death sentence. The director's cold and ruthless decision to sacrifice Tara for his own salvation reveals his true nature. Desperate cries for help from the departing car are drowned out by the roar of the engine, leaving Jenny alone with her grief. The hopelessness and horror of realizing that she was abandoned to certain death finally breaks Jenny's will. The girl is overcome with painful sobs and guilt for not being able to save her friend. Helplessness and regret that she was unable to stop the director become an unbearable burden for her. Sam Six's attempt to console the girl and relieve her feelings of guilt shows his unexpected sensitivity and kindness. The realization that she is left completely alone, having lost everyone who was dear to her, plunges Jenny into the abyss of despair. Sam Sika's cold and direct question breaks her out of her stupor, forcing her to face the harsh reality. Sam Six's quiet but firm voice, reminding them that each of them has lost someone, unites them in their shared grief. Memories of dead friends and colleagues flash through the boys' heads, making their pain tangible. Sam Six's unexpected and terrifying assumption about his mother's fate causes shock and panic among his friends. The bitter admission that there is simply no room in this new world for strong and selfless people like his mother reveals the full depth of his pain. Samsika's determination to move on despite the pain of loss becomes an example of resilience for the entire group. The memory of her mother as a living source of strength helps Jenny find the courage to continue living. The hope that her friends will live a long and happy life becomes her last and greatest wish. The responsibility of being a survivor, as the custodian of the memory of those who died, falls heavily on Jenny's shoulders. The unbearable pain of realizing all the losses finds an outlet in bitter tears, and the girl can no longer contain her grief. Sam's warm embrace and silent support become her lifeline in the ocean of despair. Elsewhere, a lone scarred warrior tries to clean himself up, washing away the blood and dirt of the day. The tired and wounded reflection in the glass of water makes him smile bitterly at his miserable fate. The knowledge that his appearance is unlikely to help him in communication is mixed with a grim irony about his future. The timid plea of the survivors to stay together is met with the cold indifference of a lone warrior, accustomed to relying only on himself. The stranger drags a bag of food behind him with disdain, considering what is happening to be a bad and cheap movie. The sight of dead people locked behind bars only evokes in him cold irritation and a desire to get away as quickly as possible. His sarcastic promise to deal with the dead people's faces shows his dark humor and complete lack of fear. A blow to the grate attracts the attention of all the creatures, and the frightened couple looks in horror at their mad savior. An icy warning that noise will attract more creatures leaves the couple speechless in fear. The survivors' horrified apologies show how terrified they are not only of the dead, but also of this cruel man. A generous offer of food in exchange for a favor becomes an unexpected chance for salvation for the couple. A simple request for help with an injured shoulder turns into a deal where the price of survival is medical care. By revealing his wound and demonstrating incredible physical strength, the stranger proves his value as an ally. The confidence in their usefulness and the promise of becoming their main weapon sounds like an offer they can't refuse. The shocking realization that the famous Jenny will now be part of their group leaves the newcomers stunned. Disbelief in what is happening forces him to ask again and again, trying to accept this new, surreal reality. Jenny's embarrassed but sincere smile and her promise to be helpful finally melt the ice in the guys' hearts. The sight of the embarrassed celebrity leaves the newcomer speechless, and only an enthusiastic groan escapes from his chest. His fussy attempt to get to know him better and his awkward handshake betray his extreme excitement and fanatical trepidation. A friendly brawl and playful teasing of the newcomer brings back a bit of the old, carefree atmosphere into their lives. The sudden change in the weather and the first drops of rain tear Yubin away from the general joy, causing him to frown. Decreasing visibility and an approaching downpour turn their shelter into a trap, cutting off all escape routes. Yubin's cold calculation determines their immediate future. 3, maybe 4 days of complete isolation from the outside world. Jean's awkward request to Jenny marks the beginning of their closer acquaintance. Jean proudly shows Jenny her new room, trying to create at least the illusion of comfort and safety for her. The girl's delight at the bright and spacious room filled with sunlight becomes the best reward for Jin. The small problem of missing a door is solved in a simple but effective way, and the temporary shelter is ready. Jenny's genuine joy and gratitude make Jin feel like a true hero in this crumbling world. The stunning view from the window and the singing of birds momentarily take them back to a world where beauty and tranquility still existed. An unexpected bouquet of wildflowers collected by Jean becomes a touching and awkward expression of his affection. Embarrassment and fear of being misunderstood force Jin to make excuses, downplaying the significance of his romantic gesture. Jenny's genuine admiration and gratitude for this little island of beauty in the midst of chaos disarms Jean. The happy smile of a girl clutching a bouquet becomes for him a symbol of hope that not all is lost. Beyond their fragile refuge, the world continues to descend into chaos, and a hungry horde of the undead seeks its next victim. The grim satisfaction of seeing a funeral pyre is mixed with the heavy realization that all this is for the sake of one person. A phone conversation reveals Hoban's loyalty to his boss, whom he is trying to protect from the impending chaos. The boss's refusal of dinner and his anticipation of the most interesting things hint at sinister and cruel plans. With a sadistic smile, the boss prepares for his entertainment, and the rubber gloves become a symbol of the coming cruelty. The choice of weapons from a collection of knives and axes shows all the perversion and sadism of this man. Chained and tortured, the captive becomes a silent victim in this ritual of inhuman cruelty. A perverse curiosity compels the boss to watch his victim, finding pleasure in her suffering. Despite being blinded, the captive feels the presence of his tormentor, and his voice is full of hatred and contempt. The cold assumption that his smell gave him away shows how out of touch the boss is with human feelings. A brutal knife strike to the captive's mouth becomes an act of absolute power and sadism. The severed tongue, thrown on the floor, becomes a macabre symbol of victory in this perverted game. With a bloody knife in his hand and a mad grin on his face, the boss challenges his victim to deprive him of his last weapon, his voice. The temporary peace in the shelter is interrupted by a sudden noise that causes Yubin to wake up in a cold sweat. Alarm grips the friends, and they try to understand the source of the strange sound that disturbed the silence of the night. A startled Jenny peeking out of her room becomes silent confirmation that everyone heard the noise. The inability to see anything in the darkness and pouring rain only increases the tension and fear of the unknown. Yubin's irritation at how a simple rainy night turned into a source of panic is mixed with real anxiety. The weak light of the flashlight proves useless against the impenetrable darkness, leaving the group completely in the dark. Even Sam Sika's unique vision proves powerless against the wall of rain and darkness that hides the source of the noise. Jin's rational suggestion to ignore the noise and wait until morning collides with the newcomer's growing panic. Fear of a new, unknown threat forces Jin to make a risky decision to deal with it immediately. Yubin's analytical mind supports the leader's decision, as limited visibility makes any delay mortally dangerous. The unexpected discovery of a lone wounded victim below comes as a complete surprise to the group. The realization that what they were facing was not a zombie, but a new type of monster, forced Yubin to immediately formulate a plan of action. The decision to split the group, with the 3 strongest going into battle and the rest remaining as cover, seems the only correct one. The distribution of support roles, with the newcomer and Jenny responsible for coverage and control, shows growing trust within the team. Jenny's willingness to carry out her part of the plan despite her fear demonstrates her inner strength and determination. Estimating the distance to the target and preparing for the fight fills the air with tense anticipation of the upcoming battle. Careful progress through the darkness and rain turns into a deadly game of cat and mouse, where any mistake could be the last. The need to be extremely attentive forces Yubin to strain all his senses, preparing to meet an invisible enemy. A sudden attack from the darkness takes Yubin by surprise, and he finds himself face to face with a swift and agile monster. Jin's desperate cry of warning of danger saves Yubin from a fatal blow at the last moment. Jin's hammer strikes with a crushing blow, missing his friend's head by a millimeter, destroying the creature and saving his life. The quick and coordinated work of Jin and Sam Sik, covering each other, makes them a deadly duo. The brief respite after the destruction of the first wave brings no relief, for the unknown still awaits them. Yubin's unexpected injury, having stumbled into his own trap, becomes a bitter irony of fate. The pain in the injured knee is mixed with annoyance and guilt for his carelessness, but friends rush to help. Yubin's confidence that he can walk on his own despite the pain shows his resilience and unwillingness to be a burden. Jin's caring yet stern order to stay put and not move demonstrates his leadership qualities and concern for his friend. Jin's quick and skillful bandaging of the wound, using his shirt, becomes a symbol of their growing friendship. The need to tightly bandage the wound becomes a harsh reality, and Jin gets to work without wasting any time. Concern for his wounded friend makes the newcomer nervous, but his attempts to calm the situation only betray his own panic. The absurd and rude proposal to get closer leaves Yubin shocked and confused until Jin explains the real reason. Jin's sarcastic remark about not being able to examine the wound through his pants makes Yubin blush in embarrassment. The lack of medication and the severity of the wound force Jin to act decisively, despite his friend's protests. Confused and frightened, Yubin finally agrees to be examined, realizing the seriousness of his situation. The awkward request for Jenny to turn away shows how shy Yubin is, even when he is on the verge of pain and fear. The horrific sight of the deep bleeding wound confirms the worst fears. This is far from a simple scratch. The realization that they don't have even basic disinfectant supplies leaves the group despondent. Yubin's attempt to hide his pain and fear behind bravado and confidence in a speedy recovery deceives no one. Jin's confusion as to why his friend would risk so much for a stranger is mixed with admiration for his selflessness. The cry of pain that escaped Yubin during the bandaging showed how much pain he was suffering, hiding it behind a smile. The decision to wait out the night before moving on becomes the only correct one in their precarious situation. The promise of finding a cure at first light becomes Yubin's only hope of salvation. The sincere gratitude in Yubin's voice shows how much he appreciates his friend's care and support. A quiet groan of pain coming from the darkness keeps Jenny awake, and she looks anxiously towards the wounded man. A sleepless night spent at the bedside of a suffering friend reveals the girl's growing affection and compassion. The gentle lullaby that Jenny sings to calm the delirious Yubin becomes a symbol of budding feelings. Memories of the horror she experienced and hope for a new bright day are mixed in her song, full of pain and faith. The contrast between the tender song and the harsh reality where their friends were fighting for their lives highlights the fragility of their small world. Jenny's gentle lullaby transports the wounded Yubin to a dream world where he sees his friends alive and well again. The girl's kind words and gentle touch on his head become his last bright memory before falling asleep. A sudden awakening in a cold military camp tent brings Jin back to the brutal reality of the apocalypse. The young soldier who came to replace him at his post, with his appearance, only emphasizes the endlessness of this exhausting war. Jin's growing concern about the vulnerability of their flank is met by his comrades' naive optimism. Limited visibility and poor lighting turn their position into a death trap, where the enemy can appear at any moment. The knowledge that their flimsy fortifications will not withstand the onslaught of the horde makes Jin feel doomed. The fragile hope of the machine gun tower as his only salvation cannot dispel his dark forebodings. Envy of the soldiers at the main gate, where all the firepower is concentrated, is mixed with the bitter awareness of one's own vulnerability. His friend's attempt to calm Jin down by reminding him of the quiet night only increases his anxiety about the unknown. An overwhelming sense of danger and the understanding of the critical vulnerability of their position haunt Jin. The corporal's irritation at Jin's constant whining shows how much the tension and fear have worn down everyone around him. The cynical suggestion that zombies need living humans to reproduce is becoming a topic of dark debate. The corporal's simple yet logical explanation of the need for human flesh to spread the virus silences Jin. The corporal's bitter admission that they were in a real hole confirmed Jin's worst fears. The chilling suggestion that they may have wiped out all survivors in the area comes as a shocking revelation. The incredible number of shops around their position seems to the corporal like a cruel joke of fate in this hungry world. The regret that he did not stock up on ammunition in advance reveals a hidden fear and uncertainty even in an experienced corporal. The young soldier's curiosity, trying to understand the reason for the corporal's uneasiness, is met with tired irritation. The promise to tell everything after the shift becomes the only way for the young fighter to get answers to his questions. Memories of the past and the realization of his own inexperience make the corporal see himself in the young soldier. The story of the last duty with a demobilized sergeant becomes the beginning of a strange and instructive story. The accusation of hinting at sleeping on duty causes Jin to burst into righteous anger, mixed with slight embarrassment. The strange behavior of the sergeant, who begins digging the ground on his last night of service, leaves the young corporal perplexed. The discovery of 2 boxes of ammunition, which the sergeant then buries again, seems like a completely insane act. The mystery of the origin of the huge amount of ammunition and the strange behavior of the sergeant haunts the soldiers. Disbelief in the corporal's story is mixed with curiosity, since the strict accounting of ammunition in the army makes this story almost impossible. The request to keep the secret and the confession of trust become an unexpected honor for Jin from his senior comrade. The annoyance of having gotten himself into this strange mess again is mixed with the suspicion that the corporal simply made it all up. The sudden and pungent smell of blood makes Jin tense up, and his heightened senses sound the alarm. The confusion and fear in his comrade's eyes only confirm that Jin has sensed something that is inaccessible to an ordinary person. The hateful smell, which Jin cannot stand, becomes for him an unmistakable signal of approaching danger. An uncanny ability to hear footsteps from great distances makes Jin the perfect sentry. The panic and fear of a comrade who cannot see or hear the threat collide with Jin's icy confidence. The appearance of a countless horde of the dead from behind the hills confirms the worst fears, and hell begins. The first shot and a desperate cry of horror become the signal for the beginning of a hopeless battle for survival. The mystery of why zombies are so furiously attacking an insignificant object haunts Jin even in the middle of battle. The 5th level of danger and the constant flow of the dead turn their defense into a real hell on earth. The desperate order to stick together and not let the creatures get close sounds like a last prayer in the face of imminent death. The realization that he's already fired 3 magazines, and the stream of creatures continues to flow, makes Jin freeze with horror. The uselessness of thermal imaging against zombies, and the enormous distance to the target, finally convince Jin of the hopelessness of their situation. The corporal's desperate suppressive fire becomes nothing more than a waste of precious ammunition. The realization that the fire is not directed at the target, but blindly, makes Jin understand that they cannot survive like this. Horror and despair grip the young soldier as he realizes that their position is doomed. Jin's icy calm and quick tactical calculation become their only hope of salvation. Precisely timing the arrival of the first wave of zombies turns their retreat into a deadly race. A comparison of the running speed of a human and a zombie shows that they have no chance of error. The brutal countdown to complete encirclement forces Jin to give the order for an immediate retreat. The madness of the corporal, who has fallen into a battle trance and refuses to retreat, puts the lives of both soldiers at risk. Jin's desperate attempt to bring his commander, who has lost touch with reality, back to his senses is met with a wall of rage. A flashbang grenade thrown by Jin becomes their last chance to buy a few precious seconds. Blinded and disoriented, the zombies freeze for a moment, giving the soldiers an opportunity to charge. Jin's desperate command to run without looking back sounds like a gunshot, and they rush away from this hell. A race against death, where every step could be your last, and behind you can hear the roar of the pursuing horde. A sudden order to duck and a blow to the helmet saves Jin from an invisible threat lurking in the darkness. The unexpected appearance of a mysterious ally who single-handedly destroys his pursuers seems like a real miracle. The appearance of a whole squad of armed fighters from the darkness comes as a complete surprise to the exhausted soldiers. Relief at being rescued is mixed with bewilderment, as they had no idea another group of survivors existed. The terrifying conjecture that the first line of defense had been completely destroyed explains the appearance of this horde in their rear. The disbelief that the two of them managed to contain and destroy an entire army of the dead makes Jin doubt the reality of what is happening. A desperate order to retreat to the inner sector becomes their only chance of salvation. The glimmer of hope that he could shoot from cover makes Jin forget his fear. The corporal's panicked request to slow down shows how exhausted he is, physically and mentally. An awkward request for ammunition is met with bewilderment. But in their world, survival is more important than politeness. The rude but honest order to take everything necessary and not ask unnecessary questions demonstrates the harsh laws of wartime. The disappointment that they received only magazines instead of grenades is mixed with relief at the help they received. Cynical assumptions about the reasons for their dangerous situation reveal the corporal's deep mistrust of the command. The sudden realization that they had received not just ordinary cartridges, but entire boxes, causes Jin both shock and delight. An emergency formation and the order to advance to the defensive line return the soldiers to harsh reality. Confusion and fear are reflected on the faces of Jin and the corporal when they realize that they are being sent into the thick of things. The lieutenant's furious shout makes the hesitant soldiers wake up and run to their positions. The sight of the countless horde of the dead approaching their line makes the blood run cold. The chilling calculation that there are 1,000 zombies for every soldier sounds like a death sentence. A desperate order to open fire becomes the signal for the beginning of a hopeless and bloody battle. A barrage of fire descends upon the advancing horde, turning the battlefield into a fiery inferno. The bloody carnage continues, and each shot becomes only a short respite before the next wave. Desperate belief that they will manage to get out alive is mixed with rage and hatred for the advancing creatures. The realization that the recruits are shooting blind sends the lieutenant into a fit of rage and despair. Physical and mental exhaustion make accurate shooting impossible, and tension reaches its limit. Despite knowing that he's dealing with nothing but walking meat, Jin can't stop his hands from shaking and can't take aim. The sound of a collapsing gate and a desperate cry for help foreshadow the inevitable breakthrough of the defense. The pitiful reinforcements of a few new recruits only evoke in the corporal a bitter smile and a sense of utter hopelessness. The lack of support from the main gate makes Jin realize that they are left alone against an entire army of the dead. The terrible realization that the main group has already been destroyed becomes the last straw of despair for him. An incessant stream of bullets mows down the first ranks of the attackers, but their place is immediately taken by new creatures. The mountains of corpses that rise in front of the barriers become an involuntary obstacle for the following waves, giving the soldiers a short respite. Desperation and hunger drive the zombies to insane actions, and they begin to climb over the bodies of their fellows to overcome the obstacle. A primal horror grips the soldier when, right in front of his face, the grinning face of a dead man appears from a mountain of corpses. Panic and fear paralyze the young fighters, and they freeze, unable to shoot point-blank at the enemy who has broken through. A desperate attempt by one of the recruits to escape from a creature clinging to him through a fence ends in failure. The dying cries for help of a soldier being torn apart are drowned out by the roar of the crowd and the roar of gunfire. Rage and helplessness force his comrades to open heavy fire on the creatures that tore their friend to pieces. The last breath and death rattle become a terrible ending to the short and meaningless life of a young fighter. The mad carnage continues, and every soldier understands that he could be next in this bloody harvest. Physical and mental exhaustion reaches its limit, and Jin feels that he can no longer keep up this pace. The inner voice calling for surrender clashes with the unbending will to live, and Jin forces himself to continue the fight. The click of an empty magazine becomes more terrifying for a soldier than any scream, because now he is left unarmed in the face of the enemy. The corporal's sudden and insane order to move forward, into the thick of the battle, seems like suicide to Jin. The commander's furious shout breaks Jin out of his stupor, forcing him to obey and run towards certain death. At the last moment, when Jin was about to meet his death, he sees something in front of him that makes him freeze in horror. A sharp push from the corporal saves Jin from certain death, knocking him out from under the blow of a breaking zombie. Desperate point-blank shooting into the pressing crowd becomes their only chance to gain a few seconds. The corporal's irritation at seeing Jin frozen in shock, mixed with panic at the realization of their hopeless situation. The memory of how the corporal saved him from the zombies and the chilling gaze of a new, unknown enemy make Jin go cold. The corporal's order to retreat immediately breaks Jin out of his stupor, and they start running together. Relief at being rescued is mixed with gratitude, and Jin realizes that he owes the corporal his life. The corporal's awkward joke about them now being even lightens the mood and strengthens their camaraderie. The banter and friendly bickering against the backdrop of mountains of corpses shows how accustomed they have become to this new, cruel world. Complete physical and mental exhaustion knocks the corporal off his feet, and he collapses to the ground, unable to take another step. The bitter irony of fate, where a senior officer is forced to save a greenhorn, brings a tired smile to the corporal's face. The lieutenant's furious shout forces the exhausted soldiers to their feet, not giving them a second to rest. Jin's concern for his exhausted commander forces him to remind them of the need to retreat. The corporal's wise decision to pretend to be dead among the corpses in order to wait out the danger seems the only correct one. The brutal necessity of pretending to be dead in order to survive becomes the ultimate test of their humanity. The internal struggle and the need to pull himself together force Jin to gather his strength and cool his head. The unexpected and strange action of the soldiers pouring water on the corpses leaves Jin puzzled and alarmed. The desperate order to hold fire and wait until all the corpses are wet seems insane, but Jin obeys. Powerful jets of water crash down on mountains of dead bodies, and steam rises above the battlefield, creating a surreal scene. Confusion over the command's strange tactics is mixed with fear, as the fence could collapse at any moment. Doubts about the adequacy of the order and fear of the unknown make Jin and the corporal freeze in tense anticipation. A sudden insight and a mad order to turn on the switch become the last, desperate hope for salvation. A powerful electric shock passed through the metal fence turns their flimsy defense into a death trap. A hellish dance of electricity and death incinerates the horde of the dead, turning the battlefield into a terrifying spectacle. The lieutenant's triumphant roar and the order to open fire on the remaining creatures sound like a hymn of victory. A bad feeling makes Jin doubt the success of this brilliant but too cruel tactic. The terrifying reflection in a comrade's eyes, where burning dead bodies fall from the sky, becomes a harbinger of new troubles. An unexpected turn of events occurs when electricity throws zombies into the air, turning them into living projectiles. A rain of burning bodies falls upon the camp, sowing panic and chaos among the soldiers, who are unprepared for such an attack. The lieutenant's desperate attempt to restore order and return the soldiers to their positions is drowned in general horror and panic. The insane threat to shoot deserters on sight shows how much the commander has lost control of the situation. The first victim of his madness is one of the soldiers, whom he kills in cold blood in front of everyone. The point-blank shot that ends the life of a young fighter becomes the last straw, and horror gives way to rage. Surrounded on all sides by the dead, the lieutenant meets his terrible death with a mad smile on his face. The realization that without command they are doomed forces the soldiers to make the only right decision: to flee. A desperate dash across the battlefield, where every step could be their last, becomes their only chance for survival. Finding a working jeep in the middle of this hell seems like a real miracle and gives a fragile hope. Arguments about subordination fade into the background when the chance to get out of this hell alive is at stake. The brutal truth that their deaths will change nothing forces the corporal to make the difficult decision to retreat. The corporal's confidence in his driving skills and his determination to take charge give Jin hope. The roar of an engine and the screeching of tires break the silence, and the jeep, knocking down the dead in its path, carries the two survivors away from this nightmare. The corporal's sudden recollection of his turbulent past on the Freedom Highway leaves Jin puzzled. The stern order to hold on tight becomes the final instruction before the mad race begins. Jin's desperate cry as he tries to stay in the speeding jeep is drowned out by the roar of the engine. The corporal's confusion, not knowing what to do next, forces Jin to take the initiative into his own hands. A daring plan to use the jeep as bait to distract the zombies from the main forces is born in Jin's head. The icy calm and cynical agreement of the corporal, tired of the inaction of his comrades, is alarming. A risky maneuver, when a jeep approaches a crowd of zombies at full speed, makes the blood run cold. A crowd of dead people, attracted by the noise and the headlights, rushes towards the car, turning the road into a death trap. Jin's desperate cry about a zombie right ahead causes the corporal to swerve the wheel, narrowly avoiding a collision. The coordinated work of two soldiers, where one drives the car and the other shoots back, becomes their only chance of survival. The panicked question of whether the corporal is safe betrays Jin's underlying concern and growing affection. Complete encirclement and the realization that they have nowhere else to run forces the corporal to make a desperate decision. The crazy plan to cover each other and shoot until the last bullet sounds like a death sentence. The question of how many pursuers there were, and the answer of about a dozen, made the corporal realize that they were in serious trouble. Having to turn around and go back to the very heart of hell seems like suicide to Jin. The corporal's rage and despair, unable to understand why the zombies are not taking their bait, spills out into a stream of curses. Jin's observation that the zombies are moving towards the university becomes the key to solving their strange behavior. The terrifying knowledge that command staff is at the university turns their mission into a race against time. A desperate determination to destroy as many creatures as possible and distract the rest becomes their final suicidal task. The zombies' complete indifference to their bait and the desperate cries for help coming from the university leave Jin baffled. The desperate cries for help from the other soldiers come as a complete surprise to Jin and the corporal. The sight of their comrades being pursued by a whole horde puts them before a difficult moral choice. The realization that there simply isn't enough room for everyone in their small jeep makes the corporal hesitate. Jin's unwavering determination to at least try to save his comrades outweighs all doubts. The corporal's irritation at Jin's untimely heroism is mixed with hidden admiration for his courage. The horrific sight of zombies overtaking and tearing apart their comrades becomes a brutal lesson in survival. Jin's desperate call to go faster collides with the harsh reality that their old jeep is already at its limit. The corporal's curses towards the old jeep, which lets them down at the most crucial moment, are full of bitterness and despair. A risky maneuver, where the corporal drives up close to the fleeing soldiers, becomes their last chance for salvation. The cold order to shoot at pursuers in exchange for rescue shows that in this world, everything has a price. A desperate, suppressive fire opened by the rescued soldiers from the jeep buys them a few precious seconds. The corporal's sudden order to concentrate fire on one point takes Jin by surprise, but he instinctively obeys. The corporal's precise shot, which destroyed the unexpected threat, once again demonstrates his incredible experience and skill. The realization that the rescued soldiers brought an even larger crowd with them comes as a shock to Jin. Now their little bait has turned into a huge target, and all hope lies only in the main forces at the gate. The corporal's unwavering determination to complete his mission at all costs instills confidence in Jin. The corporal's desperate cry to hold on becomes the signal for the most insane maneuver to begin. The jeep rams the fences at full speed, and the screeching of metal mixes with the roar of the dead. A mad dash through barricades in a crowd of zombies turns into a bloody meat grinder. The inhuman tension and wild speed force the soldiers to cling to the sides of the vehicle, praying only for survival. The corporal's black humor, hoping that his students will not miss anything while he is alive, betrays his weariness and fatalism. The corporal's icy calm and willingness to take on the most dangerous part of the mission instills confidence in the soldiers. The mad race through the crowd of dead continues, and every meter is incredibly difficult. The realization that the rear wheel is damaged comes as a shock to Jin and a harbinger of his imminent death. The forced slowdown on a narrow stretch of road makes them an easy target for the pursuing horde. Desperate cries of horror and panic fill the jeep as the soldiers realize their speed is inexorably decreasing. A malfunction of a car that can no longer go faster becomes a death sentence for them. The corporal's desperate attempts to squeeze maximum speed out of the car are dashed by the harsh reality. They are doomed. A chilling calculation reveals that the zombies are running faster than their damaged jeep, and a collision is inevitable. Precisely calculating the distance to the main gate and the time they have left turns their desperate struggle into a mathematical problem. The last 5 minutes before rescue become an eternity for the soldiers, and they open heavy fire on their pursuers. A hail of bullets mows down the first ranks of the horde, but their place is immediately taken by new, even hungrier creatures. A desperate order to jump out of the car and run to the gate becomes their last chance for salvation. The soldiers take up defensive positions at the gates, preparing to meet the wave of the dead they have brought with them. Panicked cries are drowned out by the roar of gunfire, and friendly fire almost becomes the cause of their deaths. The corporal's furious shout makes the recruits stop firing and fall to the ground, saving themselves from stray bullets. A desperate dash to the saving gates under heavy fire from both sides turns into a deadly roulette. A barrage of fire from the gates rains down on the horde, turning the battlefield into a bloody meat grinder. A merciless leaden rain mows down hundreds of the dead, giving the survivors a short but precious respite. The inhuman stress and horror of what they have experienced makes the soldiers fall exhausted, but they are alive, and that is the main thing. The sight of blood-spattered soldiers fills the lieutenant with horror and suspicion, as any contact with the dead is mortally dangerous. The terrible thought of possible infection makes him go cold, and he looks at his subordinates with horror. Desperate assurances that they were not bitten, and the demonstration of bruises become a last attempt to prove their purity. The icy distrust in the lieutenant's eyes and his order to look sound like a death sentence for the survivors. The order to put Jin and the corporal under surveillance shows that in this new world, no one can be trusted. The radio transmission of orders to clear away the corpses and strengthen the perimeter underscores the brutal routine of this endless war. A new order to clear the area and move to defend the perimeter becomes another test for the tired soldiers. The bitter realization that reinforcements have arrived too late sends Jin into a wave of anger and despair. A furious rebuke of the soldiers who stood by while their comrades died escapes the corporal's lips. The icy reminder of subordination and the threat in the lieutenant's voice silence the corporal, but do not extinguish his anger. The lieutenant's disdainful attitude and his unwillingness to even remember the names of his subordinates only arouse hatred in the soldiers. The ridiculous excuse about an order from headquarters forcing them to remain inactive sounds like a mockery of common sense. The corporal's outburst of rage, unable to believe the absurdity of the order to watch the mindless zombies, reveals the depth of his despair. The soldier's desperate attempt to justify himself by citing orders only adds fuel to the fire, causing the corporal to become even more angry. The realization that their command is made up of the same mindless idiots as the zombies shocks Jin. The lack of understanding of the true motives of the command that gave such a suicidal order haunts Jin. The terrifying guess that the command could have given this order without understanding the situation seems the most likely. The realization that they were abandoned to certain death due to incompetence or malice sends a chill through Jin. The bitter regret that the main forces were not concentrated on defending the power plant shows the strategic error of the command. The appearance of Sergeant Choi, who comments ironically on their rest, interrupts their gloomy thoughts and brings the soldiers back to reality. The explanation that Jin and the corporal are under surveillance sounds like a death sentence and completely deprives them of freedom of action. Sergeant Choi's clumsy attempt to lighten the mood with a joke about team building is met with icy silence. Jin's despair, not understanding why they are being sent to certain death, is mixed with fear and defiance. An icy gaze and a quiet accusation of betrayal silence Jin, realizing the depth of the chasm between them. The humiliating order, given with contempt, finally breaks Jin's will, and he obeys, hiding his hatred. Jin's internal monologue, full of rage and frustration with the command, shows how much he has changed. Zombies' incredible ability to climb corpses like steps makes them an even more deadly threat. The endless barrage of fire and the knowledge that they should have retreated sooner fill the air with despair. The red flare that soars into the night sky becomes a final, desperate call for help. A sudden attack from the flank, where one of the soldiers ends up in the clutches of a dead man, sows panic in the ranks of the defenders. The loss of a rifle in battle, and the desperate cry of a comrade forbidding him to risk it for the sake of a weapon, puts a soldier before a difficult choice. The fatal bite and the dying scream of horror become a terrible reminder of what awaits each of them. The primal fear of becoming a zombie proves stronger than the fear of death, and the soldier makes a desperate decision. The unwillingness to surrender alive and turn into a monster pushes him to a final, heroic, and suicidal act. The realization of the futility of their struggle and the endlessness of this nightmare finally breaks the soldier's fighting spirit. A desperate cry for help and the realization that they are out of ammunition sounds like a death sentence. The complete devastation and lack of ammunition for the entire group makes them easy prey for the advancing horde. The last magazine, handed over by Sergeant Choi as a parting gift, becomes a symbol of their doom. Choi's icy and ruthless decision to sacrifice everyone for his own salvation reveals his true, monstrous nature. The disbelief and shock in the eyes of the soldiers, who realize that their commander had abandoned them to certain death, are replaced by rage and despair. The desperate call to stay and fight to the end sounds like a last attempt to preserve honor and dignity in the face of inevitable death. The knowledge that only 3 are ready to fight, and the generous gesture of the sergeant sharing his last bullets, fill the air with tragedy. Handing over the last magazine to an unarmed comrade becomes an act of supreme self-sacrifice and faith in military brotherhood. The weary determination in the sergeant's voice, ready to take on this hopeless battle alone, inspires the others. The sincere gratitude and admiration in the young soldier's eyes shows how much he respects his commander. The brutal and unexpected order to remove the helmet and turn one's back sounds like preparation for an execution, not a fight. The parting words addressed to his comrade and the cold steel of the rifle pressed against the back of his head transform this scene into an act of mercy. Tears of pain and determination mingle on the sergeant's face as he prepares to save his friend from a terrible fate. A desperate cry interrupting the execution and a request not to shoot make the sergeant freeze in bewilderment. The sudden appearance of lights on the road becomes a ray of hope in the impenetrable darkness for the doomed soldiers. The arrival of long-awaited reinforcements seems like a real miracle, capable of changing the course of this losing battle. A desperate order to abandon positions and run to the vehicles becomes a signal for the exhausted soldiers to save themselves. The need to create a defensive perimeter before the horde arrives turns their retreat into a tactical operation. Jin's misunderstanding of the order to leave his advantageous position on the hill leaves him confused and doubtful. A clear order to disperse and organize a firing line forces the soldiers to obey without hesitation. A sudden insight and understanding of the commander's brilliant tactical move makes Jin admire his skill. A barrage of fire from the roofs of trucks rains down on the advancing horde, turning the road into a fiery inferno. A merciless leaden rain mows down the first rows of the dead, but new ones immediately take their place. The lieutenant's furious shout to aim for heads brings the panicking soldiers back to the brutal reality of battle. Jin's cold tactical calculation, realizing that shooting at the legs is now more effective, shows his growing experience. A brilliant idea to use the bodies of dead zombies as a barricade is born in Jin's head in the midst of chaos. This brutal yet effective tactic will allow them to not only slow down the horde, but also create a living shield from the immobilized creatures. Jin's attempt to share his tactical insight with the corporal is met with a wall of misunderstanding and irritation. Jin's desperate plea to trust him, despite the breach of subordination, shows the seriousness of his intentions. Reluctantly, the corporal still obeys the young soldier's intuition, deciding to take a risk and trust his plan. A barrage of fire aimed at the zombies' legs turns the advancing horde into a crawling mass of mangled bodies. The shock and admiration of the genius and cruelty of Jin's plan leaves the corporal speechless. The corporal's order to pass on the new tactics to the rest of the soldiers becomes a turning point in this hopeless battle. The fury of the lieutenant whose orders were ignored falls upon the soldier who dared to take the initiative. The accusation of insubordination and threats from the commander show how out of touch he is with the reality of combat. The lieutenant's brutal attempt to punish the rebel right in the middle of a battle demonstrates his complete madness and incompetence. The soldier's desperate attempts to justify himself and explain that it was not his initiative are drowned out by the commander's torrent of anger. The threat of execution on the spot for disobedience becomes the last straw, and fear is replaced by cold determination. The sudden appearance of Jin, who with icy calm aims his rifle at his commander, leaves everyone in shock. The cold steel pressed to the lieutenant's temple, and the quiet admission that he was forced to do so, mark the beginning of an open rebellion. A desperate reluctance to die because of the stupid orders of their superiors forces the rest of the soldiers to support Jin. A cleverly fabricated story about a stray bullet that supposedly killed the lieutenant becomes their shared bloody secret. The witnesses' panicked agreement and ridiculous excuses show how much they fear Jin and his determination. A brutal kick that sends the lieutenant's corpse to be eaten by zombies becomes the final act of their rebellion and farewell to the past. A cold order to move on, thrown over Jin's shoulder, marks the birth of a new, ruthless leader. The strange comparison of Jin to a robot makes the corporal wonder what is going on in this guy's soul. An outstretched helping hand and a silent invitation to rise become a symbol of their new, growing camaraderie. Jin's obvious joy at being back on the team, and the corporal's humorous response show how close they have become. The memory of the bloody battle where Hoban single-handedly held back the onslaught of the horde takes us back to the very epicenter of hell. The clearing of the last pockets of resistance becomes the final chord in this brutal and bloody battle. The feeling of relief and victory against the backdrop of the rising sun and mountains of corpses creates a surreal and eerie picture. The bitter news of the death of all their comrades from other posts falls upon Jin, destroying the joy of victory. The rage and helplessness from the realization that they are left completely alone makes Jin start screaming. The contrast between their deadly battle and the carefree fun of the explorers in the rear seems the height of cynicism and injustice. Fatigue and disgust at the senselessness of what is happening force the corporal to seek solitude and peace. The unexpected appearance of one of the researchers, asking permission to join, makes the soldiers wary. A generous offer of coffee and sandwiches becomes an unexpected gesture of reconciliation and kindness. The simple taste of coffee and food outside the base seems like a real feast to them, restoring the taste for life. Jin's gloomy silence and reluctance to accept the treat reveal his inner conflict and mistrust. The inability to understand how one can enjoy life when their comrades have died torments the soul of the young soldier. The researcher's attempt to explain his behavior and show a photograph of his daughter becomes a bridge between their worlds. The question about his daughter makes the researcher's face change, and his cheerfulness is replaced by deep sorrow. The bitter confession that his hometown was surrendered to the enemy and his daughter died reveals the true reason for his behavior. The memory of the happy days spent with his daughter becomes unbearable torture for him. The knowledge that his little girl was given such a short life fills his heart with endless pain. Jin's sincere remorse for his lack of restraint and sympathy for the researcher's grief demonstrate his growing maturity. The scientist's good-natured response and his apologies for the inconvenience caused create an atmosphere of mutual understanding and unity. The disbelief that their lives were sacrificed to protect an inanimate object still haunts Jin's soul. The bitter desire to give his life to save people, and not a pile of scrap metal, shows the true values of the young soldier. Jin's sincere and pain-filled words resonate with the corporal, who shares his feelings. The researchers' confidence that their sacrifices were not in vain sounds like an attempt to justify a cruel necessity. The question of how their sacrifices helped people forces the scientist to move on to shocking explanations. A simple calculation shows that even the most accurate marksman is not capable of single-handedly saving the world from this plague. The realization of his helplessness and inability to save even one life while in this position depresses Jin. The chilling truth that their mission is to save thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of lives, leaves the soldiers in shock. The realization of how many lives are at stake and the importance of their mission forces Jin and the corporal to take a fresh look at the situation. The lack of understanding as to why it is impossible to simply shut down a dangerous facility reveals the naivety of soldiers unfamiliar with nuclear physics. The explanation that human presence is required to monitor the cooling rods sounds like a death sentence. The question of how long they will have to remain in this radioactive trap hangs in the air, full of fear and uncertainty. The answer 5 years sounds like an eternity, and the soldiers' faces reflect horror and hopelessness. The realization that at least 5 years await them in this hell makes the corporal shudder with despair. The question of whether they can hold out that long remains unanswered, and there is only a heavy silence in the air. The dire prediction that their country and all of Northeast Asia will turn into hell if they fail leaves them no choice. A complete and unconditional agreement that this cannot be allowed unites the soldier and the scientist in the face of a common threat. Jin's quiet whisper of agreement to the necessity of this sacrifice shows that he has accepted his terrible fate. Jenny's warm smile and gentle greeting become the best awakening for Yu-bin after a hard night. The girl's concern for his well-being and injured leg shows her sincere care and concern. An unexpected gesture of kindness in the form of an outstretched can of drink takes Yu-bin by surprise, causing embarrassment and gratitude. The question of the rest of the group's absence brings them back to the harsh reality, and anxiety once again settles in Yu-bin's heart. The news that his friends have gone on a risky foray for medicine leaves the boy shocked and angry. Irritation at the recklessness of his friends in leaving him alone is mixed with concern for their fate. His desperate attempt to get up and follow them, despite the pain in his wounded leg, shows his devotion. A sharp pain and falling to the floor makes Yu-bin realize how helpless he is in this situation. Jenny's estimate of when his friends will leave only increases his anxiety, as they have been gone for too long. Bitter regret that she couldn't stop the boys is mixed with uncertainty about her own influence on them. The story of how Jin resolutely rejected her help, considering it too weak, hurts the girl's pride. Jenny feels hurt and disappointed when she doesn't understand why her desire to help was met with such hostility. A sudden concern for the fate of the newcomer, Rocky, whom Jin might also have dragged along, makes Yu-bin's heart go cold. The story of how Jin forcibly dragged a resisting Rocky on a sortie shows all his inflexibility and recklessness. Jenny's firm promise to return and finish what she started before leaving sounds like a challenge and a vow. Not understanding what exactly she started makes Yu-bin anxiously await her return. Jenny's desire to contribute to the common cause and not be a burden becomes her main motive. Her sincere request not to take away her opportunity to be useful shows her strong character and unwillingness to give up. The silent diligence with which the girl sets about washing becomes her silent answer to all doubts. The offer of help and collaboration marks the beginning of a new stage in their relationship, based on mutual respect and support. Jenny's sincere praise makes Yu-bin blush with embarrassment and delight, feeling like a true hero. An inner voice sternly scolds Yu-bin for his inappropriate thoughts, reminding him of the harsh reality of their situation. The realization that he should be grateful for his rescue, and not daydreaming, makes him pull himself together. Jenny's sudden admission that she understands everything leaves Yu-bin confused and worried. The revelation that Jin told her about his fanatical love for Terra comes as a real blow to Yu-bin. The memory of the shameful moment when he confessed his love to Terra causes a wave of shame and anger in the boy. An awkward attempt to justify himself and explain that his preferences are completely different only makes the situation worse. Internal anger at Jin for making him look bad is mixed with despair at the awkwardness of the moment. Jenny's cheerful laughter shows that she was only teasing him from the beginning. The shock of realizing that it was all just a joke turns to relief and embarrassment on Yu-bin's face. Jenny's admission that she is used to this kind of behavior from fans and her lighthearted attitude towards the situation finally diffuses the situation. The inner monologue, full of rage and humiliation, shows how much this joke hurt Yu-bin's pride. The unexpected turn in the conversation and Jenny's serious tone make Yu-bin tense up, expecting something important. The gentle compliment that he is very cute when he is shy makes Yubin's heart skip a beat. Completely disconcerted and happy, the guy in glasses tries to hide his embarrassment at work, muttering that clothes won't wash themselves. His thoughts about how being the butt of her jokes isn't so bad after all show how much he's fascinated by the girl. The friends' return from their outing interrupts this intimate moment, and they anxiously await news. Rechecking the situation with binoculars becomes a routine but necessary precaution. The sight of a group of zombies wandering aimlessly down the street is not surprising, but something about their behavior is alarming. A strange and inexplicable change in the behavior of the dead causes Sam Sick to become alarmed, and to have a premonition of a new disaster. The realization that the zombies' behavior has changed forces Sam Sika to take a new look at the threat. The shocking revelation that their safety window has increased leaves the newbie baffled. The confirmation that they now have a full 25 minutes seems too good to be true. A naive question about why this is bad shows that the newbie has not yet realized the full danger of the situation. Sam Sika's chilling explanation that their tactics are based on predictability ruins all their plans. Failure to understand the seriousness of the problem and the suggestion to simply return to the old calculations reveals the naivety of a newbie. The decision to take Rocky along on a risky expedition, despite his fear, shows how much their relationship has changed. Sam Sika's weary resignation and reluctance to argue with the reckless newcomer only highlight the tension within the group. The realization that extended time is a trap, not a gift from fate, forces Sam Sika to look for a new solution. The target of their new foray is a pharmacy, where they hope to find vital medications for Yubin. Jean's overconfident promise to single-handedly take on 15 zombies in the drugstore seems like reckless heroism. Sam Shik's skepticism, reminiscent of their past battle, clashes with Jin's unwavering confidence in his abilities. Jin's admission that he has become stronger and more experienced, and his new, improved hammer, gives hope. The promise of a new tactic he has developed intrigues and makes his friends eagerly await the details. The simple yet ingenious idea of aiming for legs instead of heads to immobilize the enemy seems revolutionary. The plan to lure zombies to the store and use broken glass as an additional obstacle seems well thought out and cunning. The distribution of roles, where Jin takes on the main striking force and Sam Sik covers him, shows their coherence. A simple yet deadly task, stay close and finish off the immobilized, becomes Sam Sik's mission. A clumsy demonstration of a new tactic and a rookie's nearly injured leg bring them back to harsh reality. The discovery of a new, unknown group of zombies at the end of the alley disrupts all their plans and puts them in danger. Sam Sika's new observation of another group of zombies shows that their behavior is becoming increasingly chaotic. Not understanding why the zombies are acting so strangely causes the group to become uneasy and question their tactics. Meanwhile, in the quarantine cell, Sujong looks longingly at the bars, losing track of time. The constant artificial light and lack of windows blur the line between day and night, plunging her into a state of apathy. Caring for the wounded Tara, who was not even given proper care, makes her forget about her own suffering. A desperate plea for painkillers for a friend, addressed to a heartless security guard, remains unanswered. The worry causes Sujong to call out for Tara in a panic, fearing that she has passed out from the pain. Tara's attempt to hide her pain behind bravado and jokes about nightmares fails to fool her worried friend. The countdown to liberation becomes the only meaning for Tara, helping her to hold on. The anticipation of freedom and the firm belief that she will be out in 4 hours give her hope. The realization that she will have to spend another 30 hours here plunges Sujong into despondency. Tara's warm promise to wait for her at the gate and their cheerful gesture become a symbol of their growing friendship. Mutual promises to take care of each other after their release give both girls faith in the future. The sudden appearance of soldiers, roughly grabbing one of the prisoners, disrupts the fragile peace in the quarantine zone. The order to follow them and the shock of realizing that she is about to be put in a cell causes the woman to panic. Desperate cries that she is not a criminal and attempts to escape are met with the icy calm of the soldiers. The cold threat of being kicked off the base if she doesn't comply leaves the woman in an impossible dilemma. The soldiers' relentless countdown and threats to complain to her superiors show all her despair and powerlessness. The brutal force with which the soldiers push her into the cell demonstrates the cruel laws of this new world. The prisoner's wise advice to her not to resist shows that he has already resigned himself to his fate. Tara's attempt to comfort her new neighbor in misfortune shows her kindness and compassion. The humiliating situation in which the woman finds herself causes her only silent despair and shame. Tara's warning to be careful with the new prisoner reveals her insight and life experience. The bleeding wound on the woman's arm and her exhausted appearance become silent testimony to the horror she experienced. Watching another group of zombies wander down the street becomes a routine, but still disturbing experience for the boys. The impatience and desire to start the expedition as soon as possible show how much hunger and thirst are pressing on the group. Samsika's determination not to linger and worry his remaining friends in the shelter underlines his responsibility. The newcomer's jealous and sarcastic remarks towards Samsik reveal his hidden insecurity and envy. Jin's irritation with Rocky's empty chatter and his order to move out become the signal for the beginning of a dangerous mission. The distribution of roles, where the newcomer remains on guard and the two strongest go into battle, seems to be the only correct decision. A brief but tense dialogue before the descent into hell shows how much the boys trust each other. The sight of a deserted, blood-soaked street, with only a few lone zombies wandering around, creates a false sense of security. The sudden appearance of a dead man from around the corner and the furious swing of Jin's hammer mark the beginning of a brutal fight. A crushing blow that crushed the zombie's head should have been an easy victory, but everything doesn't go according to plan. The realization that their hope for the broken glass was not fulfilled makes Samsik go cold with horror. The incredible strength of the tempered glass, which withstood the zombie's blow, turns their cunning plan into a deadly trap. Panic and despair overwhelm Jin as he realizes their plan was doomed to fail from the start. A furious blow to the next zombie and a desperate cry for help show that the situation is getting out of control. Helplessness in the face of an unexpected obstacle and the realization that their tactics are not working fills Samsik with horror. Samsik's desperate cry, announcing that zombies don't die from falling onto glass, sounds like a death sentence. Jin's desperate order to flee becomes the signal for Samsik to begin a deadly race. The realization that he has to fight a dozen zombies alone makes Jin doubt his abilities. The internal struggle with fear and uncertainty ends in victory, and Jin rushes into battle with fury. Cold tactical calculation prevails over panic, and Jin understands that his main goal is to immobilize, not kill. The coordinated work of two friends, where one cuts a path and the other finishes off the wounded, becomes the key to their success. Inhuman rage and adrenaline allow Jin to single-handedly hold back the onslaught of the crowd, clearing the way to the pharmacy. Complete physical exhaustion and numb hands from the strain make Jin realize that he is at the limit of his abilities. The proximity of the goal and the realization that there is very little left give him new strength for the final push. The appearance of the last three zombies blocking the path to the pharmacy becomes the final test of his will and strength. The promise to deal with the last of the creatures and end this nightmare sounds like an oath made to oneself. The incredible leap and devastating blow thrown in mid-flight demonstrate the full power and desperation of Jin. Losing his weapon at the most critical moment puts him in a mortally dangerous position, face to face with a hungry dead man. A sudden attack from the flank, where a zombie latches onto the shoulder of its fellow, gives Jin a few precious seconds. Unarmed but unbroken, Jin engages in hand-to-hand combat, proving that his greatest weapon is rage. A crushing blow from his fist, which crushed the zombie's skull, shows that even without a hammer, he remains deadly. A final kick that sends the headless body to the ground puts a bloody end to this brutal battle. The tired grin and the realization that his fists could also be used as weapons brought Jin a bittersweet satisfaction. The decision to pick up his trusty hammer and find a lighter weapon shows that he has learned his lesson from this fight. An unexpected discovery in the form of a baseball bat becomes a real gift of fate for Jin. The ideal combination of lightness and lethal power of the new weapon instills confidence and readiness for new battles. The reminder that they only have 15 minutes left forces the friends to act quickly and decisively. The deceptive silence and lack of visible threats in the pharmacy create the illusion of safety, but tension hangs in the air. A clear division of tasks, where one searches for medicine and the other collects everything necessary, demonstrates their coordination and experience. A careful collection of medicines and a filled backpack become their main reward and a chance to save their friend. The question of whether antibiotics have been found shows that saving Yubin remains Jin's top priority. Samsika's unexpected discovery, which found something else instead of antibiotics, leaves Jin perplexed. The sudden appearance of zombies on the street, where they shouldn't be, ruins all their plans and leaves them in shock. The realization that their brilliant theory about zombie movement has failed leaves Samsika cold with horror. Jin's desperate attempt to escape collides with Samsik's cold calculations, who realizes they won't make it in time. The offer to stay and fight sounds like suicide, but in their situation, it is the only chance. Samsika's incredible acrobatic feat of climbing up a wall in the blink of an eye leaves Jin in shock and admiration. A desperate order to drop his weapon and flee leaves Jin with an impossible dilemma between survival and the ability to defend himself. The uselessness of their weapons against such a crowd, and the knowledge that without them they will become easy prey makes Jin hesitate. One last push, and Samsik, already safe, desperately calls out to his friend who remained below. Jin's throw of the weapon onto the roof and desperate leap become his last bet in this deadly game. Their combined efforts, where one pulls and the other clings with all his might, become a symbol of their unbreakable friendship. The relief of being saved is mixed with the bitter realization of how close they came to failure. Checking the time and realizing that the next group of zombies is supposed to appear for another 5 minutes is puzzling. The chilling speculation is that the zombies' movement patterns have changed, leaving them in even greater danger. A sudden realization and a bitter smile on Sam Sik's face showed that he had finally understood the reason for this strange glitch. The analytical mind of Sam Sika notes a strange change in the zombies' behavior, which ruins all their previous calculations. The realization that their safety window has increased, but at the cost of slowing down groups, leaves a new player perplexed. The confirmation that they now have a full 25 minutes seems too good to be true. A naive question about why this is bad shows that the newbie has not yet realized the full danger of the situation. Sam Sika's chilling explanation that their tactics are based on predictability ruins all their plans. Failure to understand the seriousness of the problem, and the suggestion to simply return to the old calculations, reveals the naivety of a newbie. The decision to take Rocky along on a risky expedition, despite his fear, shows how much their relationship has changed. Sam Sika's weary resignation and reluctance to argue with the reckless newcomer only highlight the tension within the group. The thought that Jin is currently having fun with Jenny reveals Rocky's jealousy and envy. Tired washing of clothes together and a quiet, intimate conversation create an island of calm in the midst of chaos. The feeling of unreality and the strange closeness to the celebrity make Yubin feel uneasy. The admission that he would never have thought he would find himself in such a situation underscores the surreal nature of their situation. Yubin's flirting and playful threats show how much he is fascinated by the girl and is trying to hide his embarrassment. The cheerful bickering and playful accusations against Yubin create a light and relaxed atmosphere. Rocky's unexpected return, out of breath and alone, interrupts their idyll and brings them back to harsh reality. The question of where the others are hangs in the air, and worry is reflected on Yubin and Jenny's faces. Rocky's furious accusations against Yubin, who he believes abandoned his friends for fun, are full of bitterness and resentment. The shocking news that Jin and Sam Sik are stuck on the roof of the pharmacy leaves everyone in horror. The disbelief in Rocky's story and the accusations of lying show how much Yubin trusts his friends. The realization that the zombies' behavior patterns had actually changed, and they had missed something important, sent a chill through Yubin's spine. Having to leave Jenny alone to save his friends leaves Yubin with a difficult choice. A stern order to stay on guard and not do anything stupid becomes Roka's final instruction before Yubin leaves. An unexpected touch and a desperate plea for help show how much Jenny is afraid of being alone. Refusing to take her with him, dictated by concern for her safety, sounds cruel, but fair. Yubin's furious cry as he explains his helplessness and inability to protect her is full of pain and despair. His inner monologue, full of self-flagellation for his weakness and injustice towards Jenny, shows his vulnerability. The determination to apologize to her as soon as he returns becomes Yubin's main motivation. Left alone, Rocky and Jenny head to the roof to keep an eye on the situation, and awkwardness hangs in the air. Yubin's sincere apology for his abruptness and admission that he cannot guarantee their return creates a moment of trust. The realization that he still can't even protect himself, let alone her, makes him feel helpless. Jenny's enthusiastic reaction to his offer to go with him despite the danger takes Yubin by surprise. Annoyance at his own stupidity and the forgotten flashlight become yet another reason for Yubin to self-flagellate. Jenny's wise remark that anyone would be at a loss in such a situation calms and encourages him. The decision to take the longer but safer route shows that Yubin is willing to take risks, but wisely. His annoyance at not having brought a gun and his firm resolve to make a list of what he needed indicate his growing responsibility. Jenny's sudden fall, startled by a rustling sound, makes Yubin freeze with horror, fearing the worst. Relief that she is unharmed and her sheepish apology for the false alarm diffuse the situation. The request to let her know if she hears anything again, and his assurance that they have dealt with the threat, create an illusion of security. Jenny's timid request to hold his hand to feel calmer becomes the beginning of their rapprochement. A gentle touch and an offer to hold on to his shirt if she's scared show budding affection. The tranquil view of the city from the rooftop contrasts sharply with the chaos below, creating a deceptive sense of peace. The realization of how far away their friends are and how many dangers separate them fills their hearts with anxiety. The precise count of zombies on the way to salvation and the enormous distance make their mission almost impossible. The desperate question of what to do and the realization of her own helplessness plunge Jenny into despondency. The test of time and the realization that they have almost no chance left force Yubin to look for an unconventional solution. An ordinary stationary knife in his hands and a scratch on the wall become the first strokes of a brilliant and crazy plan. A timid glance from behind cover and the sight of the wandering dead at the pharmacy only confirm their worst fears. A schematic representation of the zombies' routes on the wall, and a precise calculation of the time until the friends' arrival turn their rescue into a tactical task. The realization that their friends are surrounded on all sides and have no chance of breaking through makes Yubin's heart go cold. The idea that the change in zombie behavior is related to the expansion of their territory explains the emergence of new groups. Irritation and anger at the fact that these creatures have ruined their perfect plan are mixed with fear of the unknown. The hopelessness of the situation, where there is neither time nor strength for a breakthrough, forces Yubin to look for the only right solution. The desperate question of how to get his friends out of the trap becomes the main and only meaning for him. Jenny's unexpected and crazy proposal, based on action movie stunts, seems like a last elusive hope. The idea of using a rope to cross from roof to roof like in the movies sounds absurd, but brilliant. The disbelief and shock on Yubin's face are replaced by the realization that this crazy idea might work. A sudden revelation and anger at his own stupidity make Yubin believe in this unrealistic plan. The decision to immediately put the plan into action and go down becomes their first step towards saving their friends. Trying to fit into a 5-minute window and risking the trip alone seems like madness, but Jenny is adamant. Her determination to go alone so as not to put the injured Yubin at risk shows her dedication and fortitude. Yubin's confidence that they will reach their friends by air sounds crazy, but it gives hope. Concern for Tara, who is suffering from pain in the next cell, makes Sujong forget her own fear. A desperate plea for help addressed to the heartless guards is met with a wall of icy indifference. A sudden cry of horror from the next cell makes Sujong go cold, anticipating the worst. The inhuman wheezing and convulsions that shake the woman's body in the next cell become the harbingers of her transformation. The horrific transformation, where green foam begins to come out of the woman's mouth, leaves Sujong in shock. The newly transformed creature's furious attack on the bars and its insane roar fill the air with primal terror. The confusion of why the zombie attacked her and not Tara raises a chilling question in Sujong. Tara's selfless act of drawing the monster's attention to herself, saving her friend's life. The soldier's desperate attempt to hold the maddened creature against the bars turns into a life-or-death struggle. The arrival of a rapid response team in gas masks becomes the girl's only hope of salvation. The cold and merciless order to eliminate the threat immediately sounds like a death sentence for the woman who is approached. The warning to close one's eyes and ears becomes the last act of mercy before the cruel execution. The dry report on the elimination of the threat and a return to normal operations underscores the ordinariness of this nightmare for soldiers. The relief that it's all over is mixed with the horror of what she's been through, and Sujong tries to calm her friend down. The shock of what she saw, and the realization that she had witnessed a brutal death, finally breaks Tara's will. Uncontrollable sobbing and incoherent babble about how the woman's head flew off reveal the depth of her trauma. Sujong's desperate attempt to calm her friend and convince her that this won't happen to them is met with a wall of horror. The constant repetition of not being bitten and the memory of the accident become an obsession for Tara. The memory of the director's betrayal and her desperate pleas for help, which remained unanswered, plunge Jenny into the abyss of grief once again. A desperate run through an empty parking lot, filled with cries for rescue, becomes Tara's last hope. The sight of the burning and destroyed city she once knew leaves the girl in shock and disbelief. The realization that her world has collapsed overnight makes her question the reality of the nightmare that is unfolding. The furious accusation that she has been bitten, and the order to get away, thrown out by a terrified survivor, come as a blow to her. The brutal fight for the car, where everyone is ready to kill for a chance at salvation, shows how quickly people lose their humanity. The irritation and weariness in the voice of one of the survivors, who does not want to waste time arguing, betrays his tension. A crushing blow to the head of the infected with a bat becomes an act of brutal, primal justice. The victory over the threat and the contemptuous words addressed to the dead show how much fear has distorted their morality. The horror and disbelief on Tara's face as she witnesses the cold-blooded murder show her unpreparedness for this new world. The decision to return to her empty and safe apartment seems to her the only salvation from the madness happening outside. The realization that a man was killed simply because he was suspected of being bitten leaves her in a state of shock and disgust. The unexpected appearance of those very same killers in her shelter and their hypocritical offer of help seems like an evil mockery of fate. The terrible thought that her wounded leg could become a pretext for reprisal makes her go cold with horror. The primal fear for her life and the memory of her mother become her last source of strength. The sight of two dead men trying to break into the elevator and the realization that she is trapped takes away her last hope. a desperate fight for life in the confined space of an elevator, where she was left alone with two hungry creatures. The carnage that spattered the elevator walls and the silence that followed the death of the monsters brought only temporary relief. Post-traumatic shock and uncontrollable sobbing become a reaction to the horror experienced and one's own cruelty. The fear that her bite will be discovered and she will become the next victim forces her to make a desperate decision. The cold steel of the knife in her hand and the firm determination to cut off the bitten body part become her only chance of survival. Tara takes the scissors with trembling hands, and the determination to fight for life at any cost is reflected in her eyes. The hellish pain from the self-inflicted surgery and alcohol disinfection makes her scream, biting her mouth to avoid attracting attention. The ice water she plunges her injured leg into becomes her only salvation from pain and a way to hide the bite marks. The belief that the rescuers will not abandon her now, and the hope of a quick release, give her the strength to endure this torture. Hunger and thirst, which torment her after sunset, and a poorly bandaged wound become new tests of her will. The pitiful and emaciated reflection in the mirror, where instead of a brilliant star she sees only a shadow of herself, plunges her into despair. The realization of complete loneliness and the absence of any hope of salvation slowly kills her will to live. Complete exhaustion and hunger knock her off her feet, and the thought that all the food in the house has already spoiled takes away her last hope. The hopelessness and fear of starving to death alone makes her wonder if this is how she will die. A sudden rush of adrenaline and a fierce refusal to give up forces her to rise to her feet and fight to the end. Her transformation from a pathetic victim into the strong and confident woman her fans knew her to be becomes her final act of defiance. The memory of happy days spent with her friend and the realization of the meaninglessness of fame without her fill her heart with pain. The farewell to her friend, whom she wishes to see survive, and the cold steel of the scissors in her hand become a symbol of her final, desperate decision. Tears and trembling lips whispering goodbye show that she hoped for a different outcome until the very end. A cold blade to her throat and the determination to end her suffering become her last choice. An unexpected call for survivors from the street breaks her out of her stupor and gives her a glimmer of hope. A desperate dash to the window and a cry for help become her last bet in this deadly game. The genuine joy and tears of relief when she sees the rescue helicopter seem like a real miracle to her. Calm and peaceful, she sits in the helicopter, and the bottle of water in her hands becomes a symbol of the life saved. A playful request for an autograph from one of the rescuers brings her back to a world where she was a star again, not a victim. The enthusiastic cries of the soldiers, recognizing their idol, momentarily return Tara to the world of glory and adoration. The uncertain question of where they were flying to, and the sight of the destroyed city outside the window brought her back to the harsh reality. An awkward remark about inappropriate clothing for quarantine and the promise of a change of uniform leave Tara with mixed feelings. Her gratitude and willingness to wear any clothes show how much her priorities have changed in this new world. Caring for her injured leg and directly asking about her origins makes Tara relive that terrible moment. Lying that she was hit by a car becomes her only way to hide the truth and save her life. The air is filled with tense anticipation as preparations are made for the air bridge, where the final bolt becomes decisive. Successfully creating a passage in the fence becomes their first step towards implementing a crazy but brilliant plan. The playful offer to do the honor and her confident acceptance show how much she trusts Yubin. Testing the reliability of the improvised bridge and realizing that the beam is much more stable than the mesh gives them confidence. Yubin's fear and doubt, who fears for her safety, clash with her unwavering determination. Yubin's playful jibes and feigned resentment that she turned out to be lighter than he thought ease the tension. Successfully overcoming the first stage and being ready to descend shows that their crazy idea is starting to work. Testing the structure together to ensure it can support their weight is the final step before they begin. The tense muscles and concentrated face of Jenny, pulling on the rope, show the seriousness and danger of their undertaking. The successful securing of the rope and readiness for the next stage fills their hearts with hope for the rescue of their friends. Yubin's wry remark that one side appears weaker, and his willingness to explain the plan speak volumes about his leadership qualities. A detailed analysis of the plan to create an air bridge using fences and well-placed buildings sounds like a brilliant strategy. Knowing they'll have to get creative to bridge the gap between buildings presents a new challenge. The idea of tying themselves with a rope for extra security shows how much they are willing to risk to save their friends. Jenny is a little confused about how the tricky knot works, but Yubin is ready to explain everything. A little rope trick that should ensure their safety becomes a key element of a brilliant plan. Jin's irritation at the unfortunate location of their shelter is mixed with relief that the zombies haven't noticed them yet. Impatience and fear of the heat on the roof make Jin hurry his friends, wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. Doubts about whether he can jump to the neighboring roof and the awareness of the risk make Samsika hesitate. The idea of crossing the planks seems too risky to Jin, and he begins to doubt the success of their plan. The sight of a tall building blocking their path makes Jin completely lose heart, considering their mission impossible. Samsik's confidence that they won't die of hunger, and his calmness only irritate Jin. The reminder of a backpack full of food becomes a real salvation for Jin and restores his faith in success. The determination to survive at any cost, and the firm belief that they will get out unite the group again. The sudden revival of the zombies below and their strange behavior cause alarm and confusion among the friends. The sudden appearance of Yubin and Jenny from around the corner, pursued by a crowd of dead people, comes as a shock to them. The desperate run of two trying to escape from a hungry horde seems like a mad and lost race. The realization that his brilliant plan has actually turned into a suicidal marathon leaves Yubin horrified. Regret that his injured leg does not allow him to run faster is mixed with despair and pain. Jenny's support, who doesn't abandon him and helps him escape, becomes Yubin's only salvation. The desperate plea he makes to himself to pull himself together and not give in shows how scared he is. Jenny's incredible athleticism and strength as she climbs the wall with ease becomes their last chance. The successful completion of the first stage, and her willingness to help him give Yubin hope for salvation. The hellish pain in his wounded knee, which pierced him at the most crucial moment, threatened to ruin all their plans. Jenny's desperate cry for help makes Yubin forget about the pain and gather his last strength. One last push, and they both find themselves on the saving roof, far from the hungry horde of the dead. The relief of being saved is mixed with the horror of what she has experienced, and Jenny can barely stand on her feet from fear. The readiness for the next stage of the plan and the enthusiasm in Jenny's voice show her unwavering will to win. The awkwardness of having to use her torn sweatshirt as a rope makes Jenny feel embarrassed. The disgust and embarrassment on Yubin's face when he sees the makeshift rope are mixed with gratitude. An unexpected find in the form of old but durable clothes becomes a real salvation for Jenny. The willingness to move on, and the determination in their eyes, shows that they are not going to give up. Yubin's promise to hold her tightly during the crossing gives Jenny confidence and peace. The realization of how close they are to a fatal fall makes her heart stop in terror. The sight of zombies swarming below and the flimsy structure underfoot turns their crossing into a deadly attraction. The fear of falling and the desperate plea for rescue show how much she trusts her life to Yubin. A firm vow to save her, even at the cost of his own life, becomes the highest expression of Yubin's feelings. An internal monologue and an attempt to calm herself by remembering her training sessions help Jenny cope with her panic. Her graceful and confident leap onto the flimsy structure demonstrates her incredible physical fitness. Relief and admiration for her courage are mixed with anxiety, and Yubin desperately asks her to be careful. The realization that the structure is much flimsier than it seemed makes Jenny move with extreme caution, successfully completing the first section, and her willingness to help him fill Yubin's heart with pride and relief. Now it's his turn to take a leap of faith, and fear mixes with determination not to let her down. His confident and effortless jump onto the net, despite his injured leg, shows how much he has changed. The tired but contented remark that this is just the beginning shows how exhausted but not broken they both are. The question of how to take the makeshift bridge with him seems like an impossible task, but Yubin already has a plan. A sly smile and an explanation that it was all about a special unit show that the young strategist had thought everything through to the last detail. Yubin's casual attitude towards his brilliant plan and his modesty make Jenny admire him. Jenny's playful jibes, accusing him of being arrogant, create a light and relaxed atmosphere. The embarrassment and the internal monologue about her talent for spurring on show how much Yubin is fascinated by the girl. The genuine joy of her smile, and the knowledge that he will never get tired of it, betray his budding feelings. Their decision to move on and their willingness to take on new challenges shows that they are not going to stop there. The reflection in a shop window of two survivors building a bridge over an abyss seems like sheer madness to their rescuers. The disbelief in what is happening and the assumption that they are imagining it all show how surreal this picture is. A disdainful attitude towards madmen who risk their lives, and the certainty that they will soon end up on their roof. An unhealthy anticipation and vulgar thoughts about a new toy reveal a hidden threat in one of the observers. The crazy look and the ominous "I'm the first" show that for these people, other people's lives are worth nothing. The realization that the gap between the rooftops is too wide becomes a new, unexpected obstacle for Yubin and Jenny. The desperation and fear in the girl's voice, not understanding what to do next, makes Yubin look for a new solution. The unwavering confidence that they can handle it, and the brilliant idea of pushing out the central beam, give hope. A simple but effective engineering idea, loosening the bolts and sliding the support out, seems like the only solution. The successful extension of the bridge and the knowledge that they will now definitely have enough fill Jenny with delight and admiration. The admiration for his genius and the question of how he came up with this idea make Yubin feel embarrassed. Panic and fear of being discovered when she is so close make him deny it and downplay his achievements. An inexplicable rustling sound makes Yubin freeze, and his instinct for self-preservation sounds the alarm. Anxiety and uncertainty that he had misheard something made him peer intently into the darkness. A terrible dilemma, zombie or survivor, haunts him, because their future tactics depend on it. The reflection in the cloudy glass and the sudden movement behind it confirm his worst fears. The chilling realization that someone is hiding behind the door makes Yubin go cold with terror. The alarming whispers and the hint of a hidden threat leave Jenny confused and afraid. An unexpected movement in their direction and the suggestion of an impending attack make the observers tense. Yubin and Jenny's desperate dash for cover comes as a complete surprise to observers. A mad throw of a rock through a window, intended as a distraction, becomes the first step in their risky plan. Jenny's desperate order to throw the flower pot out the window becomes their last hope of salvation. Jenny's confusion about why Yubin is acting so strange causes her to panic and fear. A desperate attempt to reach out to those hiding behind the door and explain that they are not enemies is drowned out by general fear. The threat of armed strangers who refuse to let them in puts Yubin and Jenny in a desperate situation. The realization that they were being watched all this time and the pain in his injured leg sap Yubin of his last strength. A desperate offer to bring food in exchange for salvation becomes their last trump card in this deadly game. The unexpected consent and the glimmer of hope for salvation make Yubin believe in a miracle. The cruel and humiliating demand to leave the girl as collateral causes shock and anger in Yubin. The cynical explanation that the girl is their only guarantee shows the full baseness and cruelty of these people. The hypocritical offer to join them and become part of their friendly team sounds like a mockery. The cold and firm refusal thrown in the enemy's face and the subsequent threat of violence show that Yubin is not broken. Yubin's furious cry, ready to die but not betray, shows the full strength of his feelings and devotion. The unexpected retreat of the enemies leaves the guy perplexed, but he doesn't have time to understand the reason. Heavy dumbbells dropped from the roof become an unexpected and deadly weapon in this crazy war. The ominous promise to give him hell shows that these people do not forgive insults and are ready to do anything for revenge. The discovery of a flower pot, prepared in advance for defense, causes only bewilderment and contempt among the bandits. Yubin's sudden appearance right in front of the enemy takes him by surprise, giving the guy precious seconds. The furious throw of the wrench and the realization that this is his only chance fills Yubin with determination. A cry of pain and despair escapes the bandit's chest as the heavy tool hits him right in the head. A defiant cry and insults hurled by the second bandit become a signal for Yubin to launch a new attack. The knowledge that his new opponent is armed with a knife and gratitude for the protective gloves mix in his head. A calculated analysis of the enemy's speed, and the understanding that he is not as fast as the zombies gives Yubin confidence. The bandit's furious attack, determined to disembowel him, is met with cold calm and tactical calculation. Confidence in his ability to dodge a blow and counterattack becomes the key to his victory. A devastating blow with a wrench, delivered in midair, knocks out his opponent. The triumphant cry and kick at the defeated enemy show how much the battle has changed Yubin. The pain from the blow that landed directly on his head, and the realization that he had underestimated his opponent made the bandit shudder. Jenny's sudden warning about a new threat from behind breaks Yubin out of his victorious euphoria. A sharp blow from behind by the third opponent, and Yubin's cry of pain indicate that the fight is not over yet. The realization that with a wounded leg he cannot cope with two opponents forces him to look for a way out of the situation. The desperate thought that he needs to distract one of the attackers at any cost becomes his last hope. The rage from the blow to the face and the threat to make him pay for it show that the bandit does not intend to give up. Yubin's desperate cry for help and the bandit's willingness to stab him to death create a deadly tension. The realization that he won't get out of this fight alive forces Yubin to look for any, even the most insane, way out. A sudden and brilliant decision to use the rope as a noose becomes his last chance for salvation. A brutal blackmail, where a friend's life becomes a bargaining chip, leaves the bandit frozen in indecision. A contemptuous refusal and a furious attack show that the life of a comrade is worth nothing to this man. Yubin's desperate attempt to intercept the knife with his bare hands and the enemy's sarcastic remark about his recklessness. The incredible pain and shock of realizing that the gloves were unable to fully protect him momentarily paralyzes Yubin. The relief that he can finally breathe turns to horror as he realizes he's fallen into a new trap. An unexpected help from Jenny, who pulls the rope with all her might, gives Yubin precious seconds. A furious blow from Yubin's whip causes the bandit to drop his knife and retreat, writhing in pain. Inhuman rage and the desire to kill distort the bandit's face, and he rushes into the attack again, determined to finish what he started. The realization that he won't be able to survive this fight with his injured leg forces Yubin to look for new, unconventional solutions. The cry of pain as the rope wraps around his neck, and the fall to the ground sap the last of his strength. Jenny's unwavering determination to keep him from reaching the knife, and her desperate efforts to keep him at bay. A desperate order to fall on their backs, and a combined effort to strangle the enemy becomes their final, maddening tactic. The death rattles and convulsions of a bandit caught in a deadly trap become the eerie music of their victory. The furious curses hurled at his dying enemy show how much this fight has changed Yubin. A sudden elbow to the stomach from a weakened but not broken enemy takes Yubin by surprise. The pain of falling to the ground, and the realization that the rope has loosened, sends a chill of terror through Jenny. The bandit's lifeless body lying at her feet becomes a terrifying symbol of their victory and the cruelty of this world. The gap between the roofs and the thin rope, like the only thread of life, highlight the fragility of their situation. Jenny's desperate cry for help and her dash to the edge of the roof fill the air with panic and fear. The sudden attack of the last bandit, who has grabbed Yubin's leg, threatens to drag him into the abyss. Concern for Jenny, who is on the brink of disaster, makes Yubin forget about his own pain and danger. The realization that their enemy is dead and the relief of being saved are mixed with shock and fatigue on Jenny's face. Having to watch over the rope holding the dead man's body becomes a new and painful ordeal for Yubin. Jenny's desperate cry, begging him to get out, becomes his last source of strength in this unequal struggle. The fear that the rope will not hold and he will fall into the abyss paralyzes his will and body. The need to quickly detach the corpse to save himself forces Yubin to act at the limit of his abilities. The inhuman effort and pain in his wounded leg as he tries to free the dead man become real torture for him. The desperate pleas for help and admission of his own wrongdoing from the bandit hanging over the abyss sound like cruel irony. The icy fury and determination in Yubin's eyes show that he is no longer the naive boy he used to be. The inhuman pain as Yubin tries to break the bandit's fingers and his scream of terror fills the air with despair. The fear of death and pleas for mercy show how quickly the tough guy mask slips in the face of imminent death. Yubin's internal struggle, unable to bring himself to kill a person, even one like this, reveals the remnants of his humanity. The bandits fall into a crowd of hungry zombies, and his dying cry become a cruel but just retribution. The realization that they have just caused the death of a person, and the horror of what they have done, are reflected on the faces of the survivors. The unexpected turn of events when Yubin falls from the roof and ends up hanging upside down makes Jenny freeze with horror. The relief that he is alive and the joyful cry that everything is okay bring hope back to the girl's heart. Jenny's desperate attempt to pull the injured Yubin to the roof becomes their last hope for salvation. The inhuman effort and pain in his injured leg force Yubin to cling to life with all his might. His desperate plea for help to Jenny shows that he cannot cope without her. Tears of relief and tender hugs after rescue become a moment of absolute happiness and unity for them. The fear of losing him and the realization of how dear he is to her makes Jenny cling to him even tighter. Yubin's clumsy attempts to calm her down, and his embarrassed smile show the depth of his feelings. The sudden realization that he is wounded tears Jenny from her embrace and makes her go cold with horror. Relief that the wound is not deep is mixed with anxiety and the need to find a first aid kit. The certainty that there is no one else in the building and the relative safety allow them to relax a little. The decision to search the third floor for a first aid kit and supplies seems the only correct one in their situation. The discovery of a locked grate on the lower floors confirms their guess that they are alone here. Dirty footprints and shoes left at the door become silent evidence that someone lived here. The discovery of a first aid kit and the opportunity to finally treat their wounds becomes a real gift of fate for them. The decision to gather some food and supplies before leaving shows their growing foresight and experience. The unexpected discovery of a change of clothes and the opportunity to finally change clothes seems like the height of luxury to them. Yubin's ridiculous outfit choice and Jenny's playful banter create a moment of lighthearted fun. The realization that they have lost a lot of time and the need to signal their friends brings them back to the harsh reality. Fear for their friends, who might think they are dead and go looking for them, makes them hurry. Concern for Jin, who would not hesitate to go into the thick of things to save them, becomes the main worry. The question of how they will contact their friends hangs in the air, and anxiety and uncertainty are reflected on their faces. A simple request to take down the curtain and use it as a rope shows how resourceful Yubin has become. The realization that the next span between rooftops is even longer makes him go cold with fear. Fear of heights and the realization of how risky their undertaking is are reflected on Jenny's face. The sight of the dizzying heights beneath their feet and the flimsy structure that is supposed to be their bridge is terrifying. Jenny's deep breath and the determination in her eyes show that she is willing to risk everything to save her friends. Her graceful and effortless run across the fragile bridge over the abyss demonstrates her incredible physical fitness. The inability to enter the building through the roof and the need to find another way in become a new obstacle. Doubts that a small stone can break a window show how little time and resources they have. Caution and a reluctance to harm any possible survivors inside prompt Yubin to check the building first. The deceptive silence and the absence of any signs of life inside create the illusion of safety. The confidence that they can act without fear of unnecessary noise pushes Yubin to take a decisive step. Jenny's sudden desire to break the window herself and her confidence in her own abilities surprise Yubin. The memory of her time as a pitcher and her perfect stance before throwing fills the air with tense anticipation. A powerful and accurate throw, executed with professional skill, reveals her hidden talent. The sound of breaking glass and Jenny's triumphant cry become a symbol of their small but important victory. Admiration and pride at her incredible throw mixed with relief on Yubin's face. Jenny's decision to go first and secure the bridge and her care for the injured Yubin show her leadership qualities. The realization that the zombies didn't react to the sound of the breaking brick, but noticed their movement, becomes the key to the mystery. The chilling realization that zombies react exclusively to people, not noise, changes everything. Jenny's desperate attempt to climb through the window and the horror of finding a hungry dead man waiting for her inside. The sight of zombies climbing the walls of the building becomes the final straw for Yubin and Jenny. The realization that their deception has been exposed and they are now trapped makes Yubin's heart go cold. A desperate leap onto the flimsy structure, escaping from the dead falling from above, becomes their only chance. The successful landing and the knowledge that they miraculously survived bring only temporary relief. The furious attack of the zombie that jumped down after them shows that there is no escape from these creatures. A desperate order to grab the rope and a brilliant plan to use it as a weapon are born in Yubin's head. The idea of throwing zombies off the grate with a rope seems crazy, but it is the only right thing to do in their situation. Their combined efforts, where one pulls and the other helps, turn them into a well-coordinated team fighting for life. The fall of the dead man from a height and his death rattle become the eerie music of their victory. The cry of pain and the furious look he cast at his wounded hand show the price he paid for this victory. The relief and nervous laughter after the horror they had experienced shows how scared they were. The sudden appearance of a flag in the window opposite causes confusion and anxiety in Sam-sik and Jin. The knowledge that this is a signal from their friends and the relief that they are alive fill their hearts with joy. The phone call and the cry of joy that they were finally able to connect becomes a real miracle. The ingenious plan to use the fence as a bridge leaves Jin and Sam-sik shocked and amazed. Joyful cries and promises to wait for them at the site instill in everyone hope for a quick reunion. The confidence and calm in the voices of friends, despite the horror they have experienced, inspire and give strength. The irritation and fatigue of soldiers forced to carry out night missions is mixed with relief from the presence of armored vehicles. The power and firepower of the armored personnel carrier instill confidence and a sense of superiority over the enemy and soldiers. Rumors that this squad has already dealt with a level 3 wave make them real heroes in the eyes of the new recruits. Anger and disappointment towards the command that abandoned them to certain death fill Jin's soul. The corporal's cynical and cruel explanation that the whole problem is due to the incompetence of high command leaves Jin in shock. The young soldier's inability to understand how personal scores and nepotism can cost lives fills him with horror and disgust. The bitter truth that their commander was simply set up, and they became bargaining chips in someone else's game, is revealed in all its ugliness. The realization that the person responsible for this failure was simply removed from his post only evokes a contemptuous smirk from the corporal. The disbelief that the command could have been inactive for so long, and the suspicion that they had their own reasons, haunts Jin. The recognition that their new superiors are tankers with no experience in infantry combat becomes the last straw. The thought that the zombies' night raids are no different from the daytime ones, and that they are just as dangerous, makes Jin nervous. The order to move on to a new, even more dangerous mission interrupts their dark thoughts and returns them to reality. A desperate march to the armored vehicles under cover of night becomes a new challenge for the tired soldiers. A new mission to protect fuel cells at a remote gas station seems like suicide to them. The sergeant's furious and humiliating order, urging on his subordinates, shows the full extent of his despair and fear. The awkward silence in the APC and the corporal's offer to defuse the situation show how tense everyone is. A burst of laughter, caused by a loud rumble in Jin's stomach, momentarily breaks the oppressive atmosphere. Thanks for saving them from an awkward silence, and an introduction to the new team leader, Sergeant Lee Ilbyong. The confidence and calm in the new commander's voice instills in the soldiers a fragile hope of success. The joyful and slightly naive presentation of Jin, ready for new exploits, brings a smile to everyone's face. A playful but stern reprimand from the sergeant for insubordination brings Jin back down to earth. The realization that they have arrived and the question of whether to open the doors fills the air with tense anticipation. The discrepancy between their location and the actual purpose of the mission leaves the sergeant puzzled and suspicious. The need to wait and assess the situation before acting shows the sergeant's growing wisdom and caution. The discrepancy between their mission and location leaves Jin puzzled and suspicious of command incompetence. The discovery of a group of zombies at the fuel pumps confirms their worst fears and makes the mission even more dangerous. The categorical ban on opening fire, so as not to attract even more creatures, puts the soldiers in a hopeless situation. The abandonment of the idea of using ramming technology and the realization that they will have to resort to stealth make the task more difficult. The cruel necessity of using his own people as bait leaves one soldier shocked and outraged. The cynical and ruthless statement that any war is a risk shows that for a commander, people are just expendable material. The new order to lure the zombies out of the station and lead them away becomes a suicide mission for the soldiers. The bitter realization that they are being used as cannon fodder again sends the corporal into a wave of anger and despair. The naive question of why he can't just shoot the zombies one by one reveals the young soldier's inexperience. The ban on the use of weapons before reaching the safe zone and the need to act silently seem like a death sentence to them. The realization that they will have to go to certain death with their bare hands plunges Jin into shock and horror. The incomprehension of why the commander insists on this suicidal plan causes open disobedience among the soldiers. The icy, unyielding reminder that an order is an order leaves them no choice but to obey. The fear of the tribunal turns out to be weaker than the fear of imminent death, and one of the soldiers tries to object. Doubts about the success of the mission and the realization that one stray bullet could ruin everything make the soldiers hesitate. The heavy silence and depressed state of the group shows how demoralized they are by this order. A cruel but logical decision to choose the most senior officer as bait becomes their last hope. The sergeant's ironic remark that he expected this shows his willingness to take the hit. The knowledge that there may be other groups of zombies around the station makes their mission even more risky. The need to find a safe place to destroy zombies becomes the main task for the group. The absurd proposal to decide who will go to certain death with the help of a children's game shows the full extent of their despair. Jin's confident and calm voice, proposing his own plan, interrupts the pointless arguments. The lieutenant's irritation at his subordinates wasting time on empty talk results in a stream of threats. The unexpected decision of 2 volunteers to go on a suicide mission leaves the commander shocked and perplexed. A desperate dash by 2 daredevils towards a crowd of zombies becomes the beginning of a risky operation. The joyful cry that the zombies have taken the bait instills hope for success in the hearts of those who remain. The lieutenant's confusion as to why the bait is leading the zombies in the opposite direction sends him into a fit of rage. Jin's brilliant plan, having found the perfect place for an ambush, only becomes clear at the last moment. The coordinated work of 2 groups, where one lures and the other waits in cover, turns into a deadly dance. A powerful blow that knocks the first zombie down signals the start of a bloody massacre. The order to open fire, given the moment the zombies are trapped, sounds like a victory hymn. A barrage of fire from cover mows down a crowd of the dead, turning the narrow passage into a veritable meat grinder. Explaining the genius plan, where risk is minimized and effectiveness is maximized, shows Jin's tactical genius. The lieutenant's furious attack on the smart guys who disobeyed the order shows his wounded pride. The successful completion of the mission and the report on the destruction of the threat cannot soften the commander's anger. Threats of violence and promises to make hell come true for them show that for the lieutenant, his own power is more important than the lives of his soldiers. The icy calm and quiet menace in the sergeant's voice, reminding them that a zombie bite would feel like heaven, silences the lieutenant. The misunderstanding and indignation of soldiers who, risking their lives, completed the task, but instead of gratitude received only threats. Jin's cold and indifferent admission that he suppressed the rebellion, and that it was the order of the day, is shocking in its brutality. The corporal's awkward attempt to cheer up his subordinates with a joke only leaves them bewildered. The poster of a popular band he shows them becomes a small island of normality in the midst of chaos. Admiration and surprise at where he managed to get this poster are mixed with gratitude for this small gift. The corporal's recognition as a legend and the soldiers' genuine joy show how little they need to be happy in this cruel world. A sudden and eerie premonition, based on smell and vibration, makes Jin tense up and listen. The corporal's anxiety, not understanding what is happening to his comrade, betrays his confusion and fear. The confident statement that there are zombies somewhere nearby shocks the corporal and makes him believe in Jin's superpowers. The message that Jin is especially sensitive today, and the command to relax sound like an attempt to reassure both himself and others. A desperate cry about approaching zombies and the announcement of a third level of danger turns their relaxation into panic. The chilling horror and the knowledge that a whole wave of the dead is moving towards them makes the blood run cold. The sight of a countless horde of zombies bursting out from behind the hills, and the roar of armored vehicles fills the air with the anticipation of carnage. The decisive order from the commander of the armored column to prepare for battle gives the infantrymen hope of salvation. The clear distribution of roles, where the second car covers the lead car and the third remains on defense, demonstrates their coherence. Incredible firepower and coordinated work of tank crews turn the zombie offensive into a bloody meat grinder. A barrage of fire from heavy machine guns mows down hundreds of the dead, turning them into a bloody mess. The infantrymen's admiration and slight envy of the armored vehicle's power are mixed with relief that they are not alone. The realization that they too have their own, albeit not such a powerful advantage, gives Jin confidence. The sudden static on the screen and the distorted image of a screaming man make the operator freeze with horror. The realization that zombies were able to break through to one of the cars and destroy the camera leaves everyone in shock. The inability to see what is happening behind the armored car, and the commander's desperate cry for help, create a deadly tension. The furious order to remove the zombies from the lead vehicle's armor shows how tense the situation is. A precise sniper shot that takes off a dead man's head demonstrates the highest level of training of this unit. The merciless fire to kill opened on the horde turns the battlefield into a real meat grinder. The realization that at this rate there will soon be nothing left of them makes the corporal panic. The wise advice to tighten the strap on his helmet to protect his neck proves to be a lifesaver for Jin. Intermittent radio reports and screams of terror from the second car indicate that the situation is getting out of control. The commander's desperate attempt to contact the third vehicle guarding the fuel compartments remains unanswered. The inability to see what is happening in the rear and fragments of communication leave soldiers at a loss. A sudden and powerful explosion rocks their armored personnel carrier, throwing everyone into shock and panic. The realization that their armor cannot protect them from such a powerful explosion takes away their last hope. The fiery inferno and chain reaction that engulfs the entire column become a terrible revelation for Jin. The desperate order to turn and move away from the blast zone sounds like a last attempt to save oneself. The panicked order to drive slower, so as not to lose stragglers, collides with the brutal need to save one's own lives. A fireball that engulfs one of the vehicles and screams of horror become a terrifying finale for part of the column. Inhuman tension and fear for their lives force the soldiers to cling to their armor, praying for salvation. A malfunctioning airbag that inflates only on one side becomes a new problem for the commander. A sudden attack of suffocation in one of the soldiers, caused by a faulty pillow, sows panic among the ranks of the survivors. Desperate attempts to help their choking comrade and cries for help show how helpless they are. The unyielding order to continue moving despite losses reveals the brutal logic of war. The sight of the burning and destroyed column they leave behind becomes a symbol of their defeat and despair. A desperate order to install a breakwater becomes a last mad attempt to escape the fire. The icy calm of the commander who canceled the opening of the hatch and his unwillingness to follow protocol instills horror in the soldiers. The panicked cry for help and the demand for a fire extinguisher indicate that the situation inside the armored vehicle has become critical. The loss of consciousness of a commander at the most crucial moment deprives the soldiers of their last hope of salvation. The knowledge that their commander is dead and the toxic smoke filling the vehicle leaves them facing certain death. The desperate need to get out collides with the harsh reality that certain death awaits them outside. The inability to escape from the overturned car and the realization that they are trapped plunge the soldiers into despair. Panic and fear of suffocation cause one of the soldiers to lose control of himself. The brutal choice between a quick death in combat and a painful death by suffocation forces the sergeant to make a desperate decision. Their willingness to risk everything and open the hatch to meet the enemy face to face becomes their last chance. The corporal's plea for help and his silent agreement show their unity in the face of death. The superhuman effort with which they try to open the jammed hatch and the sudden failure plunge them into despair. The pain in his shoulders and the knowledge that the hatch weighs a ton sap the corporal's last strength. The relief of there being no zombies outside and the knowledge that their efforts were not in vain gives them a brief respite. The discovery of a side door becomes an unexpected gift of fate and a new chance for salvation for them. The confidence that they can open this door brings new hope to the hearts of the exhausted soldiers. The corporal's order to climb up and help his comrades shows his concern and leadership qualities. Teamwork and mutual assistance, where one pulls and the others push, become the key to their salvation. One last effort, and they finally escape the death trap, but it is too early to relax. The sight of a deserted street, with only a few lone zombies wandering around, creates a false sense of security. The incessant barrage of fire and the sight of the burning armored personnel carrier create a picture of a real hell on Earth. A sudden attack by a zombie that has broken into the car takes Jin by surprise and puts him on the brink of death. A desperate attempt to fight off the creature and the help of a comrade who pushes the zombie out save his life. The barrage of fire unleashed on the ejected zombie becomes a brutal but necessary act of self-defense. The realization that he is wounded and the hellish pain in his leg make the soldier go cold with horror. Panic and despair grip the group when they realize that one of them is injured and needs urgent help. Insane rage and animal fear drive soldiers to shoot indiscriminately, turning the battle into a chaotic massacre. The realization that panic and madness have taken hold of everyone, and they can no longer fight as one depresses Jin. A desperate plea to be allowed to go outside and fight the enemy one-on-one sounds like a challenge to fate. A sudden attack by a zombie jumping from the roof takes Jin completely by surprise, but he manages to react. A precise point-blank shot that crushed the creature's head demonstrates his composure and skill even in a critical situation. The relentless fire on the horde climbing over the armor, and the knowledge that they will soon be swept away fills the air with despair. Doubts that reinforcements will arrive in time to help, and the realization that they are left alone, deprive them of their last hope. The confident voice of the corporal who climbs onto the roof and his readiness to accept the fight become an example for everyone. The bitter realization that yesterday's battle was even worse, and they still survived, gives Jin a fragile hope. The confidence that they can cope with such a number of enemies sounds like self-deception in the face of inevitable death. The corporal's shout of approval and his promise to cover for Jin show their complete trust in each other. A clear order to split up and take up positions on the roof marks the beginning of their last desperate defense. The coordinated work and the barrage of fire opened by the soldiers from the roof momentarily stop the advancing horde. The full readiness for battle and determination in the sergeant's eyes show that they are not going to give up without a fight. A merciless rain of lead, falling on the horde from the roof of the armored personnel carrier, becomes their only salvation. The sight of a young soldier in the sights and his desperate cry for help makes the lieutenant come to his senses for a moment. A headache and a concussion do not prevent him from giving the order to report the situation, demonstrating his unbending will. The silent weight and the outstretched helping hand become a silent order for Jin that he cannot disobey. The furious shout and the accusation of deafness show how much the concussion had affected the lieutenant. A firm handshake and a brief report that the threat has been neutralized become a symbol of their shared victory. The lieutenant's reluctance to admit his weakness and his attempt to hide his gratitude for the rescue betray his pride. The reminder that they couldn't have done it without the support of other machines sounds like a reproach and recognition of their shared merit. The sight of the destroyed column and the realization of how far they were from their own filled the air with anxiety. The piles of corpses left behind by their retreat and the sight of two survivors on the roof of an armored car create a surreal picture. The lieutenant is shocked and amazed at how only two men could deal with such a huge horde. The sight of two figures standing on a mountain of corpses against the backdrop of the rising sun seems to them like a vision from another world. The joyful news of the end of quarantine and the long-awaited freedom become a real gift of fate for Sujong. Having to sign a non-disclosure agreement and adhere to camp rules mars her joy. The clause about possible mobilization if necessary becomes a shocking and frightening discovery for her. The realization that her freedom may be temporary, and she may find herself back in the thick of things, makes her afraid. The soldiers' attempt to calm her down, assuring her that it was unlikely that she would have to be mobilized, did not sound very convincing. The realization that she has no choice but to sign this document fills her heart with bitterness. The final instructions and referral to the Civilian Assistance Center mark the beginning of a new, unknown life for her. The joy of being able to walk barefoot on the ground again, and the feeling of freedom after a long period of confinement, intoxicate her. The happy smile and sense of relief on Sujong's face shows how much she had been looking forward to this moment. The unexpected note the soldier gives her and his silent departure leave her intrigued and perplexed. The key with the E-tag, lying in her palm, becomes a symbol of her new life, and the first riddle she must solve. The choice between freedom and a set of material aid becomes her first test in this new world. The soldier's confusion and lack of understanding of what this key is for only cause a condescending grin. His sarcastic remark that she has never been to a sauna and the laughter of his comrades make her blush with anger. The rage and humiliation of being called auntie are mixed with the determination to prove that she is not so simple. The list of the survival kit's contents, from a tracksuit to crackers, seems meager to her, but necessary. Tara's joyful cry, having finally waited for her, becomes a real salvation from loneliness for Sujong. Radiant and rested, Tara, in her new, bright outfit, seems like a vision from a past, carefree life. The warm hugs and impatient questions about what was taking her so long showed how worried Tara was about her. Admiration for her new, albeit simple outfit, and the sincere joy of their meeting create an atmosphere of a real holiday. The awkward admission that the soldiers gave her these clothes and her embarrassed smile make Sujong laugh. The question of the locker key, and the realization that she has the same one, but with a different letter, becomes a new mystery for them. The knowledge that their lockers are close by and the offer to walk her there fills their hearts with joy and anticipation. The unexpected and shocking discovery of a condom in a material aid package leaves Sujong perplexed. The explanation that rubber bands are valuable currency here, which can be exchanged for food, leaves her shocked. The realization that in this new world, everyone has their own twisted priorities, makes Tara smile bitterly. Tara's generous offer to take everything she needs and put the rest in the locker shows her kindness and caring. The wise advice that you can't trust anyone in this world, and that you have to hide your belongings, especially food, becomes a harsh lesson for Sujong. The friend's concern is mixed with anxiety for Tara's condition. Tara hides her true feelings behind a deceptively carefree smile. The embarrassed soldiers offer the girl modest treats, seeing something special in her. Sincere gratitude lights up the face of the girl accepting gifts from the soldiers. Envious glances follow Teru, and malicious whispers hang in the air. The friend feels a huge sense of relief, realizing that Tara will no longer go hungry. A whole mountain of gifts from soldiers shocks her friend, and Tara feels awkward from such attention. The memory of being rescued by helicopter reminds her of the duty she feels to the military. The girl convinces herself that by accepting gifts, she is giving the soldiers a grain of happiness. A lonely military jacket on a hook becomes a silent symbol of enormous responsibility. The irritation and envy of the two guys grows due to the attention that the pretty girl is getting. The two women's vicious taunts pierce the air, filling it with poison and contempt. A friend tries to protect Tara from poisonous words, assuring her of her own support. Growing fear forces her friend to take Tara away, but the heroine is already broken by cruelty. The gloomy atmosphere of the shelter is oppressive with its hopelessness. Every glance seems hostile. The girls enter a crowded room that feels like a cage. Her friend's anxious question about safety hangs in the air, and Tara's gaze is full of hidden pain. A child's joyful cry momentarily dispels the darkness, bringing a ray of hope. The heroine, with a warm smile, takes treats out of her bag for the little inhabitants of the shelter. The genuine childish joy of a simple chocolate bar becomes the greatest treasure in this world. The childish joy of a treat momentarily dispels the darkness, reminding us of the value of kindness. Behind her outward concern, Sujong hides a crushing anxiety about her own mother's fate. Tara shares her last delicacy, trying to bring back to her friend the long-forgotten taste of life. A small piece of chocolate becomes a symbol of their unbreakable friendship in the midst of general chaos. A sleepless night gives birth to a desperate plan in Sujong's soul to take Teru away from this cursed place. A woman's scream breaks the silence of the night, heralding a new outbreak of human cruelty. The man vehemently denies the accusations, but his anger only intensifies the clinging feeling of threat. Dirty insults reveal all the vileness of a nature awakened in conditions of lawlessness. The approving grins of his friends fuel the feeling of complete impunity in the guy. The man's lustful gaze turns the offer of help into outright humiliation. Waves of disgust and fear wash over Sujong at the sight of how low people can fall. An attempt to reassure her friend is shattered by the chilling question of whether there is safety here. The sight of the mother with her baby suddenly reveals to Sujong the heartbreaking reason for Tara's actions. The bitter realization of her own blindness falls upon the girl, revealing her friend's hidden tragedy. Tara's peaceful sleep only underscores the deep mystery shrouding her past. A powerful man looks out over a doomed city, contemplating a perilous journey through hell. The streets teeming with the dead prove that even the strongest fighter is powerless against this plague alone. All hope of survival now depends on one ruthless and mysterious man. The memory takes us back to the recent past, when the world had no idea about the approaching nightmare. The boss's cold order hints at dark deeds that become the prologue to the coming catastrophe. A pouring rain at the airport provides a grim backdrop for a secret and dangerous deal. Mr. Yuk's irritation boils over at his young partner's delay and insolence. Huang Guangmyung's arrogant smirk reveals complete contempt for the older generation of criminals. Mr. Yuk's soul is seething with rage at the humiliation he has to endure from a boy hiding behind his father's authority. The young man's threatening gesture becomes a silent reminder of who is really in charge here. Mr. Yuk's attempt to cite orders and ignorance seems like a pathetic excuse in the eyes of the young predator. Guangmyun's cynical look makes it clear that the young man does not believe a single word his vis-a-vis says. Fear forces the seasoned bandit to mumble oaths of allegiance, losing the last vestiges of his dignity. A disdainful offer of money finally puts an end to the old gangster's authority. The seething hatred for the impudent youth makes Mr. Yuk curse the day he had to get involved with this family. The sounds of gunshots break into the silence of the luxurious office, disrupting the plans of the powerful boss. Anxiety distorts the chairman's face, forcing him to immediately think about a backup plan. A subordinate's report of a tranquilizer administered sounds like a guarantee of complete control over a certain object. A cold determination appears in the boss's gaze. It's time to use his trump card named Gidong. The chairman's confident steps down the corridor lead to the door behind which lies the key to his plan. The appeal to the congressman reveals the connections between the criminal world and the highest echelons of power. The politician's dissolute appearance in a robe speaks volumes about his vices. The helpless bodies of the girls on the floor become silent evidence of the congressman's depravity. The politician's disgusting boasting about his leisure time underlines his moral decay. The chairman's ingratiating smile conceals an icy calculation and skillful manipulation of a corrupt official. The congressman's casual posture conceals a persistent and dirty request to his visitor. The politician's stuttering request for a new dose reveals his pathetic addiction. A cold calculation lurks behind a satisfied grin as the congressman admires the traces of his addiction. The realization that this man is now completely in his power gives birth in the politician's soul to a sense of anticipation of the coming triumph. The sudden news of restored communication gives Mr. Yuku a glimmer of hope in this chaos. A telephone in a subordinate's hand becomes a symbol of salvation, capable of breaking through the information blockade. An animal fear of withdrawal forces the congressman to throw away his only chance for salvation for the sake of a new dose. Mr. Yuck's icy calm contrasts with the madness of a politician caught in a trap. The brutal order to bring the congressman to his senses sounds like a death sentence to his will. The complete freedom of action given to the subordinate hints at the terrible methods that will be applied to the politician. The politician's successful call confirms the genius and cunning of Mr. Yuck's plan. The rapid restoration of communications in Gangnam proves that power and money decide everything, even during the apocalypse. The question of Mingyu's fate adds a note of hidden threat and unresolved issues to the conversation. The bodyguard's confident answer suggests a trap has been set for Mingyu, one from which there is no escape. A sober Congressman Kim smirks smugly, unaware that he was just a puppet. The hypocritical suggestion to consider each other family sounds false and pathetic. The politician's ingratiating whispers about trust are a desperate attempt to regain some control. Mr. Yuck's false assurances lull the congressman's vigilance, making the politician even more vulnerable. Major Pak's appearance becomes the moment of truth when the politician's power is tested. The congressman's dismissive response to his companions reveals his true attitude toward the people he uses. The congressman hypocritically calls his companions family, trying to deceive the military man. Major Pak's stern gaze leaves no doubt about the seriousness of the order received. A politician's desperate attempt to put pressure on a military man is dashed by the unyielding army regulations. The major's unexpected leniency gives the congressman's companions a glimmer of hope for salvation. The sudden change of plans makes Mr. Yuck suspicious and worried about his own fate. The mere mention of a civilian camp sounds like a death sentence, ruining all plans for an elite evacuation. The politician's irritation at his inability to control the situation reveals his true helplessness. The congressman's naive suggestion to wait for help looks pathetic compared to Mr. Yuck's well-thought-out plan. A sudden revelation distorts the politician's face, who only now realizes the full importance of their agreement. The congressman's desperate gesture becomes a last attempt to remind people of the deal and save his own skin. The politician's ingratiating whisper is filled with a hidden threat and a reminder of a duty that cannot be forgotten. The cold order given to Gidong becomes the final touch in the insidious plan aimed against Mingyu. Mr. Yuck's gaze burns with determination, sending a deadly message to his unsuspecting enemy. A calm workout on a sun-drenched rooftop hides the storm that is about to hit this man. The tattooed fighter's incredible physical strength creates a deceptive sense of complete invulnerability. The hero's deceptive calm only emphasizes his ignorance of the deadly trap set by his enemies. Contempt for the infected wandering below prevents the hero from seeing the real threat that has already gotten too close. The unexpected calm on the streets does not bring relief to the guy, but an ominous premonition of trouble. Quiet footsteps behind him break the solitude, foreshadowing a sudden and inevitable attack. Recognizing a familiar face in the attacker turns the fight into a moment of shock and silent questioning. A coughing fit reveals the girl's true fear after the desperate attack. Mingyu's cold indifference clashes with her pathetic babble, full of hidden horror. A strategic view from the rooftop reveals a deceptive calm in the sea of the walking dead. Sympathy for the doomed in the neighboring building struggles with one's own fear for survival. The tattooed fighter's brutal pragmatism leaves the trapped people with no chance for a miracle. The faint hope in the girl's voice tries to challenge his death sentence, which was passed down by another survivor. Mingyu's cynical analysis predicts a slow death from thirst for those who choose to wait passively. The heroine's bold question challenges his cruel logic, putting them on the same footing as the doomed. The boy's predatory grin reveals a monstrous plan built on the death of other people. Complete disbelief in salvation and cynical belief in human baseness become his only law. Mingyu's venomous allusion to the girl's past adds a note of psychological violence to their relationship. The roar of helicopters tears through the sky, bringing with it an impossible, deafening hope. The voice from the loudspeaker sounds like divine intervention, promising salvation from certain death. The announcement of a last chance for evacuation turns hope into a desperate race against time. The tattooed fighter's expression of utter bewilderment shows how reality has shattered his cynical worldview. The girl's genuine delight contrasts with the icy calm of Mingyu, who still doesn't believe in luck. The sudden concern for the doctor reveals the heroine's true kindness, unbroken by this hell. The grim realization of the small number of survivors overshadows the joy of salvation for the analytical mind of a fighter. Desperate cries for help from windows become a bitter confirmation that for many, salvation came too late. The relief of seeing the few survivors gives birth to a dark, selfish joy in the boy's soul, simplifying his own salvation. Cold calculation dictates that the complete extermination of the survivors will force the zombies to leave the area. Armed men in uniform mercilessly force frightened civilians into a cramped cage. Desperate cries for help from the hospital roof attract the attention of uninvited guests. The blind joy of the girl and the doctor collides with Mingyu's cold, assessing gaze. The fighter's sharp mind detects the ominous falseness in what is happening, forcing him to stop the signals. Mingyu's gaze searches for the catch in the words that sound like salvation to others. The official announcement of a last chance for evacuation seems too good to be true. The fighter's icy doubts point to a suspicious arrival of help after a long lull. The girl's naive faith in the good intentions of the rescuers is shattered by the wall of his cynicism. Mingyu's irritation grows as his companions, blinded by hope, ignore all warnings. Powerlessness grips the guy, forced to silently watch their fatal mistake. A polite request from a loudspeaker sounds like an order that does not tolerate objections. The doctor's cry of delight marks the moment when the trap is about to snap shut. Mingyu's final warning sounds like a death sentence, but his comrades, blinded by hope, no longer hear the voice of reason. A desperate desire to survive forces the girl to ignore common sense and trust strangers. The appearance of heavily armed fighters on the roof completely dispels the illusion of salvation. The doctor's terrified lie about the number of survivors becomes a last-ditch attempt to save himself. The rescuer's icy gratitude gives way to a terrifying order to enter the cage, turning hope into nightmare. The sinister grin on the armed fighter's face puts an end to this brutal performance. The soldier's intense gaze pins Mingyu to the spot, and his polite address conceals a mortal threat. Mingyu's keen eye notices discrepancies in the equipment, recognizing the signature of mercenaries. Feigned indifference becomes Mingyu's weapon in this tense game of nerves. The fake rescuer's persistence reveals his irritation and hidden agenda. A fighter's inner resolve is strengthened by accepting the challenge of a mortal fight. A merciless threat against friends becomes the final argument in an attempt to break the hero's will. The guy's demonstrative calm in the face of armed opponents drives them to the limit. The reference to official orders sounds like an empty threat that Mingyu is ready to shatter into pieces. The fighter's venomous grin accompanies the demand, which tears the mask of rescuers from the enemies. A sudden memory flashes through my mind, revealing the identities of these mercenaries. Rage distorts the face of the mercenary, exposed and cornered by a piercing gaze. A quiet mention of past collaboration sounds like a veiled threat, changing the balance of power. Footage of the brutal dispersal of the demonstration reveals the dark past that connects the hero with these people. A flashback shows a young Mingyu as a ruthless enforcer leading a mercenary force. A sip of soda puts an end to the memories, and his voice sounds like an ultimatum that leaves no room for negotiation. The mercenary's outburst of rage takes the confrontation from psychological to physical. An anxious look from the cage betrays the realization that their friend is in mortal danger. The desperate pleas of his friends from behind bars become another burden for Mingyu in this fight. The mercenary's ominous laughter and the slow approach of his companions create an atmosphere of imminent reprisal. A decisive gesture of the hand towards the sky serves as a silent command, launching the final part of their sinister plan. A sudden blow from behind becomes a vile response to the hero's insolence in disrupting their plans. The cynical decision to write off the hero as infected underscores the mercenary's complete impunity. The complete indifference to the fate of man reveals the monstrous nature of these false rescuers. A brutal kick knocks Mingyu down, but doesn't break his steely will. The mercenary's contemptuous grin shows their confidence in an easy victory over an unarmed enemy. Mingyu's casual gesture and calm in the face of death throw his enemies off balance. The guy's provocative pose and poisonous sarcasm become his main weapons in this fight. The enraged mercenary rushes into the attack, unable to bear the humiliating ridicule any longer. The hero's lightning-fast reflexes transform a crushed soda can into a deadly weapon. A clever dodge and a precise blow to the neck catch the attacker off guard, changing the course of the battle. The agony on the mercenary's face becomes the first harbinger of the bloody massacre that Mingyu will carry out. The hero's gaze, cast upon the remaining opponents, leaves no doubt as to his serious intentions. The hatred in the second mercenary's eyes fuels his determination to avenge his fallen comrade. The guy's rapid attack doesn't give the enemy time to recover, turning the fight into a one-sided beating. The deadly precision of Mingyu's blows, delivered with the same can, is shocking in its effectiveness. The second mercenary's agony echoes in a scream as the third fighter freezes in horror. A kick, executed with incredible grace and power, puts an end to this short fight. A whirlwind of blows falls upon the last enemy, leaving him no chance to resist. The realization of complete paralysis from a precise blow to the spine becomes more terrifying for a mercenary than death itself. The calm with which Mingyu takes the knife from his fallen enemy is frightening in its ordinariness. The cold statement of the knife's steel grade draws a bloody conclusion, demonstrating the hero's professionalism and ruthlessness. Mingyu's cold-blooded explanation of his skill sounds like a death sentence for the defeated mercenaries. The sudden roar of a helicopter breaks the silence, and a barrage of deadly fire rains down from the sky. A desperate dash for cover saves the hero from a hail of bullets, leaving only a trail of blood on the roof. Relentless fire from the helicopter finishes off the wounded mercenaries, turning them into cannon fodder. The grin on the guy's face suggests that this bloody purge was part of his own calculation. Armed soldiers in a helicopter decide the fate of a lone survivor hiding in a building. The commander's pragmatic decision to leave the hero alone sounds like a sentence condemning him to loneliness. The realization that the roof has become a death trap forces the fighter to look for a new shelter. A faint groan among the dead bodies causes the hero to discover the only surviving mercenary. Mingyu mercilessly drags the wounded enemy, realizing that he has become the key to solving the mystery. An icy blade to the throat and a direct question about the fate of the kidnapped people begin a brutal interrogation. The captive's stubborn silence only provokes the fighter, who knows how to loosen tongues. A sharp blow to the head becomes the first lesson for a mercenary who refuses to cooperate. The boy's contemptuous calm after the brutal blow completely demoralizes the captive. A repeated question, reinforced by the gleam of steel near his face, makes the mercenary babble the truth out of animal fear. The hero's persistence in trying to get to the bottom of the order shows that he is interested in something more than just the location. A piercing cry of pain becomes the answer to indecision, proving that the hero's patience has run out. The horror in the prisoner's eyes reflects the realization that he has fallen into the hands of a true madman. A chance discovery on a mercenary's equipment attracts the fighter's attention, promising to reveal a new secret. The mysterious green liquid in the auto-injector hints at the terrible truth behind this operation. A chilling tale of a substance that can mimic death reveals the horrific tactics of mercenaries. Mingyu's calm interest in the deadly serum shows his complete lack of fear of death. The drug's purpose, a last chance to survive in a zombie-infested environment, sounds like a desperate measure. The explanation of the principle of action of the serum that makes a person invisible to monsters seems fantastic. A sudden cry of pain and the prisoner's face distorted with horror become the result of a cruel experiment. The indifference with which Mingyu checks the mercenary's pulse demonstrates his icy composure. The miraculous cessation of bleeding from the wound confirms the incredible properties of the mysterious liquid. The satisfied grin on the hero's face indicates that he has found a new, powerful weapon. The mercenary's agony and subsequent awakening exactly 10 minutes later prove the accuracy of the instructions. The renewed bleeding becomes a reminder to the captive of whose hands he is in. A desperate plea for mercy is cut short by a cruel reminder that information is the price of his life. A new attack of unbearable pain from pressure on the wound becomes the next stage of the merciless interrogation. The hero's icy tone leaves the captive no choice, forcing him to reveal valuable information. The vague information received from the mercenary only fuels Mingyu's desire to get to the bottom of the truth. The hero's smug look as he stands over his defeated enemy emphasizes his complete superiority. A hand, distorted with horror, reaches out to the hero in a last desperate plea for salvation. Refusal to provide first aid becomes a cruel lesson for someone who knows no mercy. The cynical offer of a choice between a quick death and a painful wait for help sounds like a mockery. The fear in the mercenary's eyes reflects the agonizing choice between two terrible options. A puff of a cigarette and a philosophical remark about human nature bring this scene of cruelty and despair to an end. Careful preparation for entering hell includes weapons, supplies, and one mysterious syringe. A decisive step brings the fighter towards the horde of the dead swarming below. The first encounter with a crowd of infected forces the hero to immediately raise his weapon. A short burst of machine gun fire cuts a bloody path through dense ranks of enemies. A sudden weapon failure in the heat of battle turns the shooter into a defenseless target. An immediate reaction and transition to hand-to-hand combat become the only chance for survival. Complete disillusionment with firearms gives way to a cold confidence in one's own blade. A deadly dance with a knife begins, turning the hero into a killing machine. A merciless blow to the head becomes the only way to stop the insatiable creature. The loyalty of the old blade once again proves its superiority in this collapsed world. The short respite is interrupted by the appearance of a new wave of hungry dead. Each new enemy falls with a perfected move, but their numbers do not decrease. Inhuman agility allows the hero to maneuver among deadly attacks. The realization of the incredible speed of these creatures makes one doubt the possibility of victory. A deadly whirlwind of two blades cuts a bloody swath through the crowd of infected. A rapid run through living corpses becomes a desperate race for survival. Every movement, every jump turns into a deadly blow, giving enemies no chance. The merciless grip foreshadows the final, decisive blow in this fight. The brief respite after the destruction of 12.5 creatures only underscores the scale of the threat. A heavy gaze at a distant goal makes you realize that the worst is yet to come. A cruel mockery of the dead precedes the next round of bloody carnage. The deadly police baton becomes a new tool in the hands of the master. The incredible force of the blow causes the steel to penetrate the zombie's skull like a knife through butter. Every move the hero makes is honed to perfection, turning the fight into a deadly ballet. The awareness of the difficulty of fighting fast opponents forces the fighter to act at the limit of his abilities. The thought of a sip of water becomes an obsession, a reminder of a lost human life. The mounting tension suggests that delay threatens the emergence of a new, even larger horde. The decision to leave the danger zone comes with the realization that further fighting is pointless. An unexpected discovery in the form of a motorcycle becomes a ray of hope in this sea of despair. The smile of fortune on the hero's face indicates that fortune has finally turned its face to him. The roar of the engine breaks the silence, carrying the hero away from mortal danger. The picturesque sunset on Jeju Island contrasts with the chaos on the mainland. Irritation from unfamiliar food in a safe haven reveals a longing for the old life. The regret that we couldn't bring the chef with us sounds like bitter irony. A polite conversation about the quality of the food conceals a tense discussion of future plans. The knowledge that hard work lies ahead darkens the rare moments of peace. The chairman's keen eye notices a hidden purpose in his interlocutor's actions. The appearance of a rare collectible wine comes as a surprise, promising more than just dinner. The boss's surprise at the sight of such a find hints that his assistant has pulled off something incredible. Mr. Yuck's enigmatic smile and calm response promise to reveal the secret behind this bottle. The story of special forces raids on elite establishments sounds like a boast about power and resources. The general's condition to keep everything secret turns the generous gift into a dangerous deal. The realization that the general expects obedience fills the chairman's soul with bitterness and contempt. The coquettish appearance of the assistant with a bottle of wine creates a deceptive impression of ease and flirtation. The chairman's inner disgust towards this girl reveals his insight and distrust. The memory of the hotel staff's seductive outfits explains the sudden appearance of these women. The cold order to send the assistant away emphasizes a businesslike attitude and an unwillingness to be distracted. The offer to choose a girl for entertainment sounds like a cynical attempt to bribe the guest. The interlocutor's surprise at such a strange act in the midst of a crisis underscores his lack of understanding of the situation. The false justification of his actions by caring about the girls hides the professor's true, dark motives. A casual question about a VIP reveals the chairman's anxiety and dependence on that person. The professor's evasive answer about his imminent return to Seoul only increases the tension and mistrust. A sip of wine accompanies the thought that this VIP is ideal for their secret plans. A direct question about contacts with senior management leaves the professor stumped. The overwhelming feeling that the infection has reached the government makes my heart clench with fear. The realization that they are left without contact with the Americans threatens the complete failure of the entire operation. The appearance of General Che interrupts the tense conversation, foreshadowing a new turn of events. The general's abrupt gesture of putting down his glass demonstrates his impatience and seriousness of intentions. A direct request for permission to launch an airstrike sounds like an ultimatum that brooks no objection. The minister's desperate plea for infrastructure preservation is met with harsh reality and a lack of resources. The cruel proposal to use napalm to clear out areas sounds like the madness of a desperate man. The minister's icy grin reveals his true attitude towards the general's request and towards himself. The cynical statement about the insignificance of human losses shocks the general with its ruthlessness. The minister's venomous sarcasm directed at the general reveals a struggle for power even in the face of the apocalypse. The general's frightened babble shows his complete helplessness in the face of a more cunning and cruel enemy. The minister uses complaints from his subordinates as a pretext to accuse the general of incompetence. A direct accusation of losing control over the troops becomes the last straw for the general. The hypocritical invitation to join the dinner sounds like a mockery of the humiliated soldier. Depressed and broken, the general leaves the meeting, realizing his complete defeat. Reflections on the general's behavior suggest that he is acting because of a breakdown in communications with the United States. Confirmation of the suspicion that the general is acting blindly gives birth to a cunning plan in the minister's head. The decision to remove the general from his post and replace him with his puppet is taken with cold determination. A sip of wine is accompanied by the anxious question of why the Americans so suddenly cut off all contact. Confidence in the loyalty of American partners is struggling with the need to test this loyalty in practice. The furious cry of a disgruntled survivor in the dining hall disrupts the fragile peace of the shelter. Complaints about the meager food only cause the cook to feel silent irritation and impotence. Tara's appearance with a tray brings a touch of light and kindness into the tense atmosphere. The cook's shy embarrassment at her smile becomes a small ray of hope in this gloomy world. Tara's friendly interaction with the cafeteria staff demonstrates her ability to find common ground with everyone. Her friend's admiration for her sociability highlights the contrast between their characters. The thought that soldiers are ordinary people fills Tara's heart with compassion and understanding. The realization that behind the mask of fortitude the military hides the same fear and anxiety evokes deep compassion. Her friend's question about the reason for her kindness to the soldiers reveals the heroine's deep empathy. Simple wisdom, inherited from her mother, becomes the girl's main life principle. Admitting that she knows about the gossip behind her back shows her strength and ability to forgive. A sincere smile and kind words become the only available way for Tara to maintain her fighting spirit. A friend's light question about her mother awakens warm but painful memories in the heroine's soul. The deceptively cheerful answer that her mother is safe conceals a deep and complex truth. The reference to distant Florida as the mother's location begins a shocking revelation. The mighty aircraft carrier in the ocean symbolizes the insurmountable gap separating mother and daughter. Preparing a fighter jet for takeoff from the deck of an aircraft carrier creates a sense of the inevitability of an impending catastrophe. The rapid takeoff of the combat vehicle becomes the prologue to an operation of total destruction. The report on readiness to drop napalm bombs sounds like a death sentence for the entire region. The cynical name of Operation Hot Sail reveals a monstrous indifference to human life. The heavy gaze of the US president reveals the weight of responsibility for making this terrible decision. A sentimental request to see his hometown via drone adds a touch of tragedy to the situation. The idyllic landscape of the resort town on screen contrasts with the inevitable fiery hell. Memories of the city's constant recovery from hurricanes highlight its incredible resilience. The deep regret in the admiral's voice speaks to how many people could have enjoyed this view. The president's personal admission that he met his wife here turns the military operation into a personal tragedy. The oppressive question of one's own legacy hangs in the air, reflecting the full weight of the decision made. The hope that history will remember him as a wise ruler struggles with the horror of what he did. The knowledge that he could be branded a madman weighs heavily on the president's shoulders. Disappointing reports about the spread of the virus leave no time for doubt or reflection. The attempt to dehumanize the infected by calling them zombies becomes a desperate way to justify genocide. The outburst of emotion reveals the president's internal conflict, torn between duty and humanity. The parallel story of a woman with a child hiding at the epicenter of the future strike heightens the tragedy of the moment. A cold, direct question about the guarantees of napalm's effectiveness sounds like a last-ditch attempt to cling to common sense. A definitive answer about a lethal temperature that leaves no chance of survival puts an end to this debate. A radio message from a pilot ready to attack begins the countdown to the fiery inferno. The request for final bombing authorization sounds like a death sentence for thousands of innocent lives. A squadron of fighters rushing towards their target symbolizes the inevitability and power of the military machine. The dropped bomb flies towards the earth, bringing with it death and destruction on an industrial scale. The firestorm that devours the city becomes a terrifying embodiment of the decision taken. The president's heavy sigh and words about accepting the sin upon his soul show the full depth of his suffering. Bodies burning in the streets become a silent reproach to those who gave the order for their destruction. The report on the completion of the operation sounds dry and ordinary in light of the disaster that occurred. The plan to land Marines after the flames subside highlights the military's cynicism and calculation. The president's bleak outlook on the future is filled with a faint hope that tomorrow will be better. The surprising news of a surviving section at the epicenter of the bombing adds a note of wonder and new mystery to the plot. General Troy's praise sounds like a recognition of success in an operation marred by the miracle of survival. The mention of an exoskeleton emphasizes the military's technological superiority, but conceals the true cost of victory. The slight rebuke directed at Colonel Harrison reveals the tension hidden behind the facade of military subordination. The colonel's skeptical remark about the predictability of the outcome hints at his dissatisfaction and envy. The general's irritation at the lack of praise directed at him shows his vanity and thirst for recognition. A clue to the headquarters marks the beginning of a journey deeper into a military base that holds its own dark secrets. A sudden coughing fit among the soldiers entering the room becomes the first ominous sign. The mass illness of soldiers is attributed to the consequences of the bombing, but the true cause is much more dire. The collapse of one of the soldiers on the floor from an attack of suffocation turns an ordinary scene into the beginning of a nightmare. The deceptive relief on the officers' faces gives way to horror at what happens next. The soldier's horrific transformation, complete with black drool and rolling eyes, leaves everyone in shock. The colonel's lightning-fast reaction, drawing his pistol, speaks of his experience and readiness for the worst. The order to open fire on a comrade becomes a desperate measure in an attempt to stop the infection. The incredible resilience of an infected person who has survived a shot to the head calls into question all known laws. The barrage of bullets piercing the monster's body does not harm it, turning weapons into useless toys. A precise point-blank shot finally ends the creature's life, leaving behind only horror and bewilderment. The difficult realization of why the girl was so afraid of the infected comes to the colonel too late. The question of what happened to their comrade hangs in the air, full of fear and confusion. Trying to write off what happened as an accident reveals a desire to hide the truth and avoid panic. A cold order to uncover every detail of an infected soldier's past begins an investigation that could reveal a terrible secret. A drone's radio interception reveals a new threat hidden among the ruins of a scorched city. The shocking news of a moving horde of zombies leaves the general perplexed and alarmed. The request for the horde's size underscores the gravity of the situation and the need for a quick response. Information about a crowd of thousands moving towards the bay turns the rescue operation into a race against time. The general's strict order to act carefully reveals his concern for the lives of his subordinates. The permission to open fire given to the pilot becomes the signal for the beginning of a new bloodbath. Attack helicopters rushing towards their target symbolize the full power and ruthlessness of the military machine. A barrage of fire descends upon a crowd of zombies, turning the street into a living hell. The satisfaction of the effectiveness of an expensive weapon is mixed with the awareness of the cruelty of what is happening. The coordination of actions between air and ground forces demonstrates the coherence and professionalism of the military. The order to report on the progress of the operation marks the beginning of detailed planning for the rescue mission. The plan for the marine landing and rapid reconnaissance shows that every minute counts. The question about the strange timing of the end of the operation reveals the general's doubts about his subordinates' actions. The colonel's confident response about the confirmation received only strengthens suspicions of his independent action. The caustic praise addressed to an overly proactive subordinate conceals the general's deep irritation. The displeased look cast at the colonel makes it clear that his arbitrary actions will not go without consequences. Concern for the survival of survivors momentarily smooths over the conflict between the officers, uniting them with a common goal. A soldier's sudden coughing fit in an elevator becomes an ominous omen of further trouble. The alarmed cry of a comrade who has noticed something is wrong breaks the silence, foreshadowing tragedy. A desperate plea to fight for life collides with agony, turning the soldier into something terrible. A desperate cry pierces the airwaves as the war machine turns into a fireball in the middle of a scorched city. Desperate calls into the void are met with chilling silence, confirming the death of the crew. A sudden disaster sows panic at headquarters, destroying the illusion of complete control over the situation. An alarming cough interrupting another pilot's report becomes the first harbinger of an invisible threat. Denying an air attack only adds to the ominous mystery, forcing command to act blindly. An uncontrollable coughing fit takes hold of the general, turning him from a commander into a helpless victim. The animal fear of infection forces the general to push his own people away in panic. The terrifying suspicion that the infection came from outside divides everyone in the room into those sick and potential carriers. Hopes for evacuation are dashed by a new coughing fit, proving that the virus is spreading at an alarming rate. Colonel Harrison's eyes flash with cold determination, giving birth to a daring plan in the midst of general chaos. An urgent order to contact the fleet becomes the first part of a risky game where lives are at stake. The general's bewilderment at his subordinate's strange order only emphasizes that the colonel is acting according to his own hidden plan. The chilling suggestion that this is no ordinary cold turns the headquarters into a death trap. The colonel's tense gaze, full of unspoken guesses, speaks more than any words about the scale of the impending threat. The colonel's unusual caution causes the general surprise, mixed with growing alarm. The cold determination in the colonel's eyes suggests that he is ready to go to extreme measures for the sake of survival. The announcement of a red security code turns the headquarters into a war zone where anyone can become an enemy. The ruthless order to attack any threat without exception blurs the line between comrade and enemy. The repeated order, spoken with icy calm, sounds like a death sentence for all infected in the room. The roar of soldiers and exoskeletons marks the beginning of a brutal purge, where brother will turn against brother. Disbelief and horror distort the faces of the soldiers as they see a new wave of infected break through the fiery hell. A desperate barrage of fire becomes the only response to a sudden and deadly threat. A chilling horror grips the fighters at the sight of their enemies being former comrades in full combat gear. The infected's animalistic rage turns hand-to-hand combat into a bloodbath where weapons are useless. Fire from a heavy machine gun becomes the last hope for salvation in the face of invulnerable creatures. The shooter's mad grin suggests that in this hell the only pleasure is total destruction. The inexorable approach of his infected comrades makes the machine gunner realize the hopelessness of his situation. The order to crush the monsters with an armored vehicle sounds like a last, desperate cry in the face of imminent death. A horrific transformation that began with a bite turns a soldier into a monster before the eyes of his comrades. The inhuman strength of the infected who overturned the armored vehicle proves the futility of resistance. An airdropped projectile flies straight at an armored vehicle, turning a rescue into a suicide trap. A fiery explosion wipes out both friends and foes, turning the battlefield into a mass grave. The complete destruction of one's own base by friendly fire becomes the pinnacle of madness and despair. The order to retreat, interrupted by coughing, sounds like the death rattle of a doomed army. The cold order to call in air support in a restricted area shows that there are no more rules left for the commander. A furious shout cuts off all the subordinates' doubts, forcing him to meekly carry out the suicidal order. The anxious voice of the signalman calling for support is filled with a premonition of imminent and inevitable disaster. A sudden transformation of a communications officer right in the command post turns the shelter into a death trap. A cold-blooded shot at point-blank range becomes the only way to stop the infection, blurring the line between salvation and murder. A fit of excruciating coughing in a surviving signalman indicates that the virus is already inside, and the next victim has been determined. The signalman's dying thanks sound like an act of mercy, interrupting his painful transformation. A shot to the head, carried out with a heavy heart, becomes the only way to save a comrade from a terrible fate. The terrifying idea that the virus could have arrived with them leaves the command in shock. The realization of the existence of an unknown method of infection destroys all previous theories and sows panic. Violating all known protocols and rules for transmitting the virus calls into question all scientific data. The question of the reaction of those infected to fire becomes the last hope to find their weak spot. Post-bombing air analysis report hints at a horrific fire-induced mutation. The shocking hypothesis that napalm caused the airborne transmission of the virus sounds like a death sentence for all of humanity. The impossibility of refuting this terrible theory forces the officers to realize the full depth of the disaster. The crash of infected helicopters becomes clear evidence that the virus has learned to fly. The power of a virus capable of disabling a multi-million-strong combat vehicle inspires primal horror. The chilling fear of the spread of airborne contagion by land paralyzes the general's will. Refusal to report a disaster to higher authorities becomes the decision of a person ready to take full responsibility. The decision to meet death with dignity speaks of the general's strength of spirit, who found himself in a hopeless situation. Writing an official letter explaining the reasons for banning napalm becomes his last order. The mention of hundreds of heroes who gave their lives for the sake of this terrible truth adds tragedy to his words. The memory of the final, desperate struggle in the elevator shows the price paid for this knowledge. The realization that this lesson had come at too high a price filled the general's soul with bitterness. The decision to go on a reconnaissance mission alone speaks to the hero's desire to find answers, not just to survive. The disgruntled grumbling of his companion, forced to follow him, adds a touch of everyday humor to the gloomy atmosphere. The girl's desperate request to join the expedition reveals her fear of being alone. The condescending refusal of the group's leader, armed with a sledgehammer, leaves the heroine in a depressed state. Resentment at the sheriff's unfair decision is mixed with envy of those who are sent on the mission. The friend's attempt to console the girl only increases her irritation from being overprotective. The guy's puzzled question about her desire to risk her life collides with her complex and contradictory feelings. Admitting that being alone at the base is worse than facing zombies reveals the depth of her despair. A friend's advice to talk openly with the sheriff gives the girl a faint hope of understanding. The guy's encouraging gesture and confidence in success make her believe in the possibility of change. The sheriff's awareness of his own recklessness and stubbornness is mixed with gratitude for his concern. The friend's thoughts about the need to arm the girl with something powerful and long-range reveal his concern. The difficult climb up the mountain is accompanied by dreams of a simple swimming pool, reminiscent of a past peaceful life. An unexpected discovery in the form of a spring becomes a real miracle and salvation for the exhausted group. Refreshing water from the spring restores the heroes' sense of life and gives them moments of pure happiness. The question of whether they drank from the same source becomes the beginning of an awkward and tense situation. The disdainful attitude towards the newcomer and the rude order to drink water create a conflict atmosphere. The boy's unexpected reaction to the water, which he spits out in disgust, leaves everyone baffled. The amazement on the face of a newcomer who has tried the water turns into panic and fear. The discovery of a warning sign turns a life-saving spring into a death trap. Reaching the mountaintop and seeing the terrain map opens up new horizons and goals for the group. Careful route planning and confidence in success fill the heroes' hearts with determination. The sheriff's surprise at the speed with which his companion redrew the map was mixed with admiration. The discovery of a viewing telescope is a stroke of luck, promising a tactical advantage. The proposal to use a telescope for reconnaissance demonstrates the leader's strategic thinking. An unsuccessful attempt to open a vending machine leaves the guy frustrated and disappointed. The powerful blow of the sledgehammer, which smashed the machine gun into pieces, demonstrates the sheriff's brute strength and determination. The realization that violence is becoming a habitual way of solving problems causes internal discomfort in the leader. Minutes of relaxation with a can of soda become a rare island of calm in a sea of chaos. The long-haired guy's mysterious smile hints that he has found something more valuable than just drinks. The bewilderment on the sheriff's face reflects his inability to understand what could be more important than survival. A discovered leaflet with a map of Seoul's shelters becomes the key to salvation and a new, global goal. A detailed study of the emergency shelter map gives the group hope and a clear plan of action. The information that the shelters are guarded by the military and supplied with food sounds like a promise of paradise. The realization of the enormous distances to the shelters replaces the initial joy with sober calculation. The sheriff's commanding gesture as he takes the map underlines his role as a leader and strategist. Regret about leaving a safe place is mixed with the understanding that sitting still is not a solution. A coin tossed into the air becomes a symbol of risk-taking and a willingness to fight for the future. The sight of the devastated city through a telescope reminds us of the scale of the disaster and the danger that lies ahead. The grisly image of suicide seen through the eyepiece becomes a grim reminder of human despair. The frustration over the useless suicide report shows that everyone's nerves are on edge. The growing conflict between group members threatens to escalate into open confrontation. Irritation from constant nagging is mixed with a sly smile, foreshadowing a new prank. The sight of a huge crowd of zombies from above makes you realize that the previous skirmishes were just child's play. Jenny's lonely figure, busy with routine work, emphasizes her detachment from harsh reality. The boy's friendly call breaks the silence, promising the girl an unexpected surprise. The friend's mysterious smile and the promise of a gift arouse genuine curiosity in the heroine. The unusual throwing weapon in the guy's hands looks like an exotic toy from the past. The presentation of the bolus as a weapon to protect Jenny shows his caring and resourcefulness. The beginning of a weapons demonstration is filled with confidence and a desire to impress. An awkward mishap during the first throw turns a serious training session into a comical scene. The girl's cheerful laughter and desire to try it herself speak of her easygoing nature and hidden strength. The warning that excessive force can damage accuracy sounds like a challenge to the heroine. A powerful and accurate throw, executed with incredible grace, leaves the guy in a state of shock. The astonishment on Yubin's face reflects his complete shock at Jenny's hidden talent. The girl's flirtatious smirk and her question about what he said sound like triumph and mockery. Jenny's shy praise and laughter create a moment of lightness and flirtation in the midst of a dark world. A practical question about choosing a target, legs or head, shows that the girl is already ready for a real fight. The realization that zombies don't feel pain from rock strikes makes the new weapon a problem. Gratitude for the newfound ability to protect herself fills Jenny's heart with determination. A sudden feeling of guilt for not having thanked her friend for his constant care takes the girl by surprise. An awkward offer of a kiss as a thank you makes the guy blush to the tips of his ears. The look of complete confusion on Yubin's face reflects the shock of the unexpected and bold proposal. The guy's panicked muttering as he tries to refuse the kiss is both comical and touching. Jenny's playful smile and her mocking words turn the awkward situation into light flirtation. The admission that it was a joke is accompanied by a flirtatious look that leaves the guy confused. Yubin's internal monologue, full of doubts about the girl's true intentions, shows his insecurity. Jenny's determination to see the joke through makes the guy's heart beat faster. The agonizing struggle between desire and reason is reflected in his desperate attempt to push her away. A sudden scream interrupts the intimate moment, bringing the heroes back from the dream world to harsh reality. Jenny's excited talk about the new weapon to the returning group sounds like a child's boasting. Yubin's confused and bewildered look after the near kiss reveals his deep feelings. The sight of a makeshift market in the middle of a shelter shows how people are trying to establish a life even in the apocalypse. Tara's interested look and her offer to go and see the market speak of her unquenchable curiosity. The sad thought of exchanging shoes reveals the weariness and discomfort of Sujong, who is accustomed to a different life. Sujong's cheerful smile and refusal to help show her pride and unwillingness to be a burden. Tara's attention is drawn to a wall of notices that has become a symbol of hope and pain for the survivors. The knowledge that all these people are looking for their loved ones fills the heart with sympathy and sorrow. A friend's question about whether Tara is looking for someone forces her to confront her own losses. Trying to hide your pain behind a mask of indifference does not deceive an attentive friend. Tara's strange certainty that her friend is not here leaves Sujong perplexed. Recognizing a soldier she once helped gives Sujong an unexpected encounter and new hope. Sujong's anxious question reflects her concern over the soldier's strange behavior. An unexpected gift in the form of slippers becomes a symbol of care and humanity for a girl. Sujong's genuine joy and gratitude for simple shoes shows how little is needed for happiness in this world. The soldier's modest smile and his words about duty speak of his nobility and modesty. Saying goodbye to a soldier leaves behind a warm feeling and faith that kindness is still alive. Tara's impatient wait while her friend puts on her shoes is filled with joy for her. Memories of help and rescue of people give hope that humanity will be able to survive this nightmare. The sight of new survivors filling out paperwork is proof that the fight continues. Talk of a quarantine zone brings to mind the strict security measures necessary for survival. The appearance of a familiar face among the new arrivals becomes the beginning of a new, dangerous game for the soldier. The sight of a nuclear power plant converted into a shelter symbolizes the fragility of civilization. Complaints from tired soldiers about long shifts show the downside of heroic service. The conversation about night duty reveals the difficult everyday life of those who stand guard over this fragile world. Envy of the comrades' royal regime sounds like bitter irony in conditions of constant tension. Dreams of normal sleep become an unrealistic luxury for the soldier, emphasizing his extreme fatigue. A sudden awakening from a nightmare or a bad feeling makes the heart beat with anxiety. The officer's visit interrupts the short break, bringing Corporal Yoon back to harsh reality. Trying to leave under the pretext of feeling unwell seems like a desperate way to avoid something terrible. The memory of his injury causes his comrade to feel uneasiness mixed with suspicion. The corporal's furious denial of infection and the panicked fear in his eyes suggest otherwise. Corporal Yoon's panicked flight from his comrades becomes a harbinger of imminent tragedy. The disgusting smell coming from the latrine makes the soldier hold his nose in horror and disgust. The offer of help and concern for the corporal's health sound like bitter irony in the face of the looming nightmare. An animal roar and a crazed look transform a familiar comrade into a deadly monster. A sudden attack from the infected takes the soldier by surprise, condemning him to a painful death. A scream of horror coming from the corridor makes the second soldier realize that something terrible has happened. A desperate attempt to help a comrade who has fallen into the clutches of a monster turns into a bloody battle. A merciless stab to the neck becomes the only way to save a friend from certain death. The agony of a soldier bitten by an infected fills the corridor with cries of pain and despair. The appearance of an armed djinn becomes the last hope of salvation for the soldier in trouble. A lightning-fast blow from the butt of a rifle ends the life of the infected, saving his victim from certain death. The puzzled looks of his comrades, who do not understand djinn's aggression, speak of their complete ignorance. A fast-paced chase after a fleeing soldier who may be infected becomes a race against time. A blow to the head with a rifle butt stops a potential threat, but causes shock among bystanders. The furious blows to the defeated body show that there is no room for pity and doubt in this world. The rescued soldier's sincere gratitude highlights the value of life and the fragility of human existence. A plea for help, prompted by shock and weakness, momentarily brings humanity back into this cruel world. A puzzled look at the blood on his fingers gives birth to a chilling question in the soul of the rescued man. The realization that there is also blood on the savior's face turns gratitude into primal horror. A cold order to undergo a medical examination sounds like a death sentence, leaving no chance for salvation. Blind rage directed at the savior shows how fear turns a man into a beast. The discovery of fresh wounds on the soldier's arm sows a chilling seed of doubt in Jin's soul. The arrival of other military personnel interrupts the brewing conflict, bringing a semblance of order to the chaos. A powerful grip on the throat and a cold gaze from a senior officer instantly subdues the rebel. A severe punishment for disobeying an order becomes a lesson for everyone present. A strict order to disperse to the barracks restores discipline, but does not solve the main problem. The order to go to the medical center sounds like concern, but in reality, it is a way of isolating. The disbelief in Jin's words that it was just a scratch reflects deep mistrust and fear. The realization that his savior might have lied causes the soldier to recall horrific details. The cold glint of the pistol in Jin's hand becomes a silent confirmation of his terrible intentions. A lone figure in the corridor, armed with a machine gun, symbolizes his readiness for ruthless justice. The difficult question of killing a person who has not yet become a zombie reveals the depth of the moral dilemma. The cold calm with which Jin treats the wound contrasts with the horror in his comrade's eyes. The order to remove the bodies and photograph everything speaks of the need to hide the truth and cover up the tracks. The disappearance of the second sentry becomes a new mystery, hinting that the threat is much closer. The inability to distinguish a bite from an ordinary wound calls into question all existing diagnostic methods. The chilling realization that a zombie bite doesn't always result in instant transformation changes everything. The panicked search for the corporal, who could be a ticking time bomb, turns into a race against time. Gratitude for service sounds like bitter irony, addressed to a soldier who is about to become a monster. The discovery of a pool of blood on the barracks floor becomes an ominous omen of a new bloodbath. The agony of a soldier clutching his stomach becomes the prologue to a new outbreak of infection. A fountain of bloody vomit and a crazed look turn a man into a monster in front of his comrades. The pool of blood beneath the soldier's lifeless body becomes a silent testimony to the epidemic's transience. The bewilderment and shock on the soldiers' faces reflect their inability to accept the brutality of what had happened. The vexed question of how one can kill a still living person reveals an internal moral conflict. The inner rage and thirst for revenge against the one who gave the order show his disagreement with cruel methods. The realization that a public execution will force everyone to hide their wounds foreshadows a new wave of hidden threat. The arrival of reinforcements brings a temporary sense of order and control to the chaos. The rush of the newly arrived soldiers and the weapons laid on the ground create an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Complaints about the tight schedule reveal the fatigue and irritation of soldiers who have been turned into cogs in the military machine. A rude shout and a demand to give him a light show how stress destroys military subordination. The puzzled look at the constantly smiling soldier arouses suspicion among his comrades. The conversation about the reasons for the major's absence escalates into an exchange of cigarettes, which becomes a rare moment of relaxation. The news of the local warehouses running out of ammunition adds another layer of worry to the survivors' arsenal. Constant zombie attacks on fuel depots threaten to completely paralyze air operations. The reminder of the mortal risk pilot's face sounds like a bitter reproach to the command. Information about the disbandment of an entire battalion is sowing panic and uncertainty about the future. The major's irritated response that he didn't care about securing the perimeter showed his extreme fatigue. The report that loading is complete and ready for dispatch interrupts the tense conversation. The realization that an entire unit has simply disappeared leaves the soldiers completely bewildered. The soldier's sense of foreboding becomes an ominous sign of things to come. Watching his comrades return from their post evokes in the doctor mixed feelings of curiosity and suspicion. A pack of cigarettes thrown out of a window becomes an unexpected gift and a sign of attention. The soldier's malicious grin upon receiving the treat speaks of his simple and straightforward character. The resentment that the sergeant is going to take away his gift is replaced by fear of his superior. The threat of confiscation and a strict order to prepare for formation immediately subdued the obstinate soldier. An insulting remark about slowness becomes the first lesson in army hazing for new recruits. The humiliating order to strip naked turns a routine check into an act of psychological violence. The soldiers obey the order without complaint, revealing not only their bodies, but also their helplessness. The relief of the absence of wounds is replaced by the order to go to the shower, completing the humiliating procedure. The reminder to report even the slightest scratch sounds like an ominous warning. Outrage at the humiliating examination, akin to sexual assault, boils inside the soldiers. A feeling of injustice and powerlessness grips the new recruits, who do not understand the reasons for such treatment. An older comrade's attempt to calm a rebellious soldier shows how the system breaks the will. Rumors of brutal reprisals against the infected, who are killed with a single injection, sow fear and mistrust. Doubts about the veracity of these rumors are combated by the horror of what they saw the day before. The ominous silence that surrounds the fate of those taken to the medical center is more frightening than any stories. Attempts to reassure comrades and faith in the humanity of the command sound weak and unconvincing. The disgust from the bitter taste of a cigarette becomes a metaphor for all the vileness of army life. The simple gesture of passing a cigarette to a friend becomes a rare expression of support and empathy. Dissatisfaction with the decision to go on a foray without food supplies is mixed with anxiety about the future. The fear of becoming zombie food is drowned out by the confidence that moving along the rooftops will ensure safety. Hoping for easy pickings in empty houses shows naivety and a lack of understanding of the seriousness of the situation. The sheriff's self-confident promise to smash any obstacle with a hammer instills a sense of security in the girl. A caustic joke about a leader who only boasts about his strength diffuses the tense situation. A warning to be careful on the stairs brings the group back to harsh reality. An unexpected leap forward by one of the guys causes confusion and concern among the others. The discovery of completely empty streets, devoid of zombies, plunges the group into a state of shock and disbelief. A shared dinner on a rooftop in the middle of a dead city becomes a surreal feast during a plague. The long-haired guy's confidence that the zombies have truly disappeared is based on long-term observation. The lack of any threats for 20 minutes after the zombies disappeared seems too suspicious. The realization that no one appeared during 3 hours of absolute silence confirms the worst guess. Confidence in one's own rightness and the offer of a hot meal become compelling arguments. The question of where all the zombies could have disappeared to remains a major unanswered mystery. Jenny's attempt to switch her attention to food seems like a way to avoid unpleasant thoughts. The unexpected reaction to the taste of the kimchi prepared by the girl makes everyone freeze in anticipation. Jenny's anxiety about the dish possibly failing reveals her lack of confidence in her culinary abilities. Harsh but honest criticism of the girl's culinary talents puts an end to her attempts to be helpful. Jenny's sincere gratitude for her care and support becomes a touching moment of revelation. The admission that she is grateful to fate for meeting these people fills the evening with an atmosphere of warmth and unity. Gaining the ability to cope with fear becomes Jenny's greatest source of gratitude. A noisy toast in honor of the girl and newfound friends fills the evening with an atmosphere of celebration and unity. The timid hope that Yuban will always be there betrays Jenny's budding feelings. A friend's mocking question about the reason for his embarrassment forces the guy to look for ridiculous excuses. An awkward attempt to attribute his embarrassment to the heat from the fire only increases the general merriment. The unfamiliar routine and monotonous food in the luxurious shelter cause hidden tension in the rescued people. Suspicions about the strange smell and the overprotective staff sow seeds of mistrust in Jonghyun's soul. The girl's intense gaze, full of doubt, suggests that she does not believe in the sincerity of her saviors. The rescued people's strange behavior and their unquestioning obedience to the rules makes Jonghyun feel uneasy. Her friend's attempts to dispel her doubts by blaming everything on caring for her family do not bring any peace. Growing paranoia makes the girl doubt her own sanity. Religious fanaticism and belief in divine providence seem even more strange and frightening to Jonghyun. A sudden question about the fate of the child who was taken for examination disturbs the deceptive calm. The optimistic story about moving the family into a separate room sounds like another too beautiful lie. The general joy and congratulations addressed to the mother look unnatural and artificial. Mistrust of the people to whom the mother so easily gave her child increases Jonghyun's suspicions. A strict order to disperse to their rooms interrupts dinner, reminding us of the prison regime of this asylum. Being alone in a sterile room increases feelings of isolation and fear of the unknown. A strange inscription discovered on the wall becomes the first ominous omen. The realization that someone has left her a secret message turns curiosity into chilling horror. A horrifying discovery about sleeping pills in food confirms Jonghyun's worst suspicions. Hidden camera surveillance of sleeping girls reveals the monstrous truth about this hideout. A report of suspicious behavior by one of the captives forces management to accelerate their plans. A cold order to postpone the test and replace the injection in case of refusal to eat sounds like a death sentence. The realization that she cannot escape alone forces the heroine to seek an ally among the doomed. Jonghyun's attention is drawn to a girl with an athletic figure, who could be the key to salvation. The playful offer to take the pudding is meant to start a conversation and test the waters. The unexpected request to swap rooms causes genuine bewilderment in the new acquaintance. Explaining your desire to exercise seems like a plausible excuse for getting closer. Admitting that she was a fitness trainer makes her new acquaintance an ideal candidate for an ally. Complaints of feeling unwell and a request to show a couple of exercises become the beginning of their secret conspiracy. A friendly smile and agreement to help indicate that the first step towards finding an ally has been taken. The appearance of a security guard with an order to disperse interrupts their conversation, reminding them of the constant control. An internal monologue, full of thoughts about how to convince a new acquaintance, shows the full complexity of her plan. A sudden call to the medical office becomes an unexpected and alarming turn of events for Jonghyun. The demand to explain the reason for the call right here and now reveals her fear and mistrust. A false and insulting diagnosis of a venereal disease becomes a way to break her will. Whispers behind her back and disgusted looks from other girls turn her into an outcast. Complete denial and shock from what he heard collide with the icy calm of the man in the suit. A polite invitation to come into the office sounds like a threat, leaving the girl no choice. The doctor's hypocritical smile and promise of quick results only increase Jonghyun's anxiety. The girl's abrupt gesture as she snatches the prescription betrays her growing distrust and professional curiosity. The realization that she, a nurse, has been prescribed an unknown antibiotic turns suspicion into panic. Searching for information about a mysterious drug on the internet becomes a desperate attempt to uncover the deception. The unexpected recognition of her profession forces the doctor to replace the mask of goodwill with cold calculation. The ominous glint in the doctor's eyes and his poisonous sarcasm turn the medical office into a torture chamber. The appearance of the black-suited thugs is a silent confirmation that she has fallen into a trap. A brutal beating and strangulation become the response to her attempt to resist and find out the truth. The doctor's grin, talking about good soundproofing, emphasizes his complete impunity. An injection of an unknown drug into the neck paralyzes the girl's body, leaving her mind captivated by horror. The demonic joy on the doctor's face at the sight of her suffering reveals his sadistic nature. The brutal slap inflicted on the paralyzed body proves that she still feels pain. Moving her helpless body onto a gurney marks the beginning of her journey into the unknown. A desperate plea for mercy remains unanswered, shattering against a wall of cold indifference. The doctor's parting words, spoken with mocking politeness, sound like a death sentence. A journey through dark corridors on a gurney fills the heroine's soul with primal fear. The operating room-like setting and the smell of disinfectant turn anxiety into chilling horror. The realization that something monstrous is happening sends her mind racing for answers. The touch of a creepy tentacle on her body becomes the culmination of a nightmare that exceeds all expectations. The suspended and helpless body of a girl in front of people in robes foreshadows the beginning of a terrible experiment. The orderly's reference to the monster as a junior chairman reveals the monstrous truth about his personality. The realization that she is locked in a room with soft walls, like in a mental hospital, fills the girl's soul with despair. The appearance of a shirtless man in her cell marks the beginning of a new, even more terrible nightmare. The animal rage and bloody face of the monster that rushed at her turn fear into chilling horror. The cold-blooded observation of the monstrous scene on the screen reveals the man in the costume as a ruthless puppeteer. A telephone conversation about the junior chairman's condition sounds like a cynical report on the progress of a cruel experiment. The monstrous image of a monster devouring a living person becomes a routine breakfast for observers. The indifferent statement of the death of yet another victim underlines the complete dehumanization of this place. The astonishing observation of the monster losing interest in the dead body reveals new facets of its nature. A mangled body lifted by a crane becomes bait for a monster locked in its animal rage. The contemptuous comment about the former heir of the corporation, who turned into a dumb animal, is full of malice. The preparation of the dead girl's body for further examination shows that even death does not bring peace here. The countdown to complete zombification becomes just another line in the report for scientists. Meeting Dr. O, the very one who condemned her to suffering, becomes the final test for Jong-hyun. The mocking comment about the monster's varied diet sounds like the most sophisticated humiliation. The entry of data about a new victim into the computer highlights the soulless and mechanical nature of these experiments. The discussion of the plan to introduce anthrax spores into the victim's body reveals the full horror of the experiment being prepared. The multi-step plan to infect and observe the body's reaction sounds like a script from a horror movie. The memory of Dr. O being expelled from the scientific community for ethical violations explains his madness. The fanatical belief that he will become the savior of humanity justifies in his eyes any, even the most monstrous crimes. A request to share ammunition runs into a wall of army bureaucracy and fear of superiors. The refusal to issue additional ammunition, motivated by a separate combat operation, is puzzling. The news of a strict order from above regarding the accounting of personal ammunition plunges the soldiers into a state of shock. An explosion of rage and an overturned table become a reaction to an absurd order that could cost them their lives. A quarrel over cartridges reveals the tension and fear that reigns among the ranks of ordinary soldiers. An attempt to reason with the enraged sergeant is met with a wall of anger and despair. The confusion over the sergeant's anger at his subordinates who were following orders shows the division in the squad. An awkward apology and a reference to pre-combat stress smooth over the sharp edges of the conflict. A quiet question about the number of cartridges stashed away suggests that the soldiers are preparing for the worst. The secret counting of illegal ammunition shows that distrust of command has become the norm. The sergeant's approving smile shows that he is pleased with the foresight of his soldiers. The worry in the eyes of the young soldier clutching a spare magazine betrays his fear of the unknown. The announcement of a dangerous assignment becomes the beginning of a new, deadly mission. Information about the support of the elite Special Forces Unit 707 instills both hope and doubt in the soldiers. The confusion over why their help was needed by the elite unit raises troubling questions. The explanation that mass is needed against a huge number of enemies sounds like preparation for a large-scale massacre. Confidence in their own combat experience helps soldiers overcome their inferiority complex in relation to the elite. Friendly banter and jokes about a bad rifle help to diffuse the tense atmosphere before a fight. The doubt that such a force could have been summoned for the sake of a few hundred zombies gives rise to disturbing thoughts. The question of whether it was advisable to call in an entire Special Forces unit to rescue 2 platoons remains unanswered. A sharp order to abandon the vehicles becomes the signal to begin a dangerous ground operation. Nostalgic memories of the past collide with the harsh reality of a destroyed city. The arrival of a squadron of Black Hawk helicopters fills the soldiers with awe and hope for powerful support. The rapid landing of troops from hovering vehicles creates the atmosphere of a Hollywood action movie. The appearance of the elite Special Forces Unit 707 in black uniforms makes an indelible impression on ordinary soldiers. A clear report and military salute emphasize the high professionalism and discipline of the Special Forces. The explanation of the tactical maneuver, a flanking move, demonstrates the thoughtfulness and complexity of the upcoming operation. The detailed plan of attack, with forces divided into a vanguard and a flanking force, demonstrates the scale of the mission. The soldiers' synchronized and confident response to an order indicates their complete readiness for battle. A cold order given by a Special Forces commander becomes a point of no return. The tense advance through the narrow streets of a residential area is filled with the anticipation of a sudden attack. The methodical checking of every corner and cover shows how fear forces soldiers to be extremely cautious. Advancing deep into enemy territory, where death can lurk around every corner, escalates the situation. The awareness that unfavorable terrain plays into the enemy's hands increases the feeling of vulnerability. The disorienting noise created by the echoing screams of zombies deprives soldiers of one of their most important senses. The terrifying thought that the living might be hiding among the dead adds psychological terror to the battle. The confusion and stupor of a young soldier in the middle of a dangerous street becomes a mortal threat to him. An encouraging gesture and words of support from a comrade help a soldier overcome the fear that has gripped him. His internal struggle to fight panic and try to focus on the task at hand demonstrates his willpower. A desperate cry for retreat in the face of superior enemy forces becomes a signal for a chaotic flight. The icy calm with which the young soldier opens fire on the advancing horde shows his transformation into a true warrior.